You were meant to clap before, as I came up onto the stage, but don't worry. Good morning, everyone, and it is absolutely fantastic to see you all and to be back in person for a UK in a Changing Europe event. The first, I hope, of many more. You know what today's conference is about. I want to go over a few practical details with you. The first of which is, because this is a hybrid event, which means that we have actually more people watching online than we're going to have in the room, we've decided that all questions need to be submitted via Slido. The link for which was on the screen a moment ago, and I hope will come back rather than that video, which is horrible. If you either go to the Slido website and add that number, or take a photo of that QR code, you'll get directed to the Slido site for today, and you can simply type your questions. Apart from anything else, this makes life a lot easier for the chairs of the sessions, who don't then have to spend their time looking at the screen and looking at the audience for raised hands. So for those of you who want to ask questions today, and I imagine, actually, I know a lot of you, so a lot of you will want to ask questions today, that's the way to do it. One more other thing I will say to speakers who are here already is, if about 10 minutes before the start of your session you can go and wait outside this room, Ollie will grab you and make sure you're mic'd up in time for your session. But without further ado, we're going to start now, and I'd like to invite Pippa on stage and we'll kick off. Have a very good day.
Glad I'm not the only one with my caffeine.
All right, the first embarrassing question, is it Crerar?
Crerar.
Crerar.
Yes, it comes from the Scottish Gaelic creathra, which means sieve wielder, so presumably my family were millers at some point or other.
Okay, I think that counts. Too much information. But Pippa, as you all know, is the political editor of The Mirror. She's also the deputy chair of the press gallery. You will know her because she's been central to two of the biggest political scandals we've lived through over the last couple of years. Firstly, the eyesight test, and secondly, the suitcase full of wine. She's prior to being at The Mirror, she's worked for The Guardian, The Evening Standard, and I think The Independent.
Lots of organisations over time, but mainly The Guardian, Mirror and Standard.
Okay. So, when did you first hear about these parties at Number 10?
So this has sort of sparked a conspiracy theory of its own, but in January 2021, a contact called me up and said, "You'll never guess, I've heard that there was a party a few weeks ago. It was actually told it was at CCHQ and that Boris Johnson was there. And I might want to investigate." And that was all the information I had. It wasn't a direct source, somebody that was at the party. It was sort of third hand, ultimately. And I spent weeks trying to stand it up, talking to different contacts, trying to get closer to the source, all the things that any journalist would do, and ultimately came up against a brick wall and wasn't able to get it anywhere. But like many of these things, as any journalist in the room will know, quite often you come across tips and allegations that don't amount to a story, and they might never amount to a story, but regardless, you put the little nugget away in your head somewhere and hope that at some point it might be useful. And then if you fast forward 8 or 9 months to October last year, I was talking to somebody completely different about something completely different, and was shown what I've described previously as a metaphorical brown paper envelope, which wasn't a brown paper envelope, but was a bit of evidence that gave me, there wasn't enough to publish a story, but persuaded me to look again at the fact that there'd been gatherings, not just at CCHQ, but in Number 10 and across Whitehall, many of them, and that I should try and find out more. And armed with that and feeling a bit more resilient about it, as a result of that, a bit more confident in it, I went back to original sources, spoke to other people, and gradually over the next 6 weeks pieced together this jigsaw of what I felt had happened until we reached a point 6 weeks later, the end of November, 1st of December, that we felt we were able to publish.
That's such a disappointing answer. What I wanted you to say is, well, yeah, I got all the evidence in January, but I decided to sit on it till Christmas because it would have greater political... But there were people sort of suggesting that sort of
There's always
Machiavellianism,
people suggesting conspiracy theories like that, but I'm afraid that actually the day-to-day business of journalism is very rarely as glamorous as people think, and it is quite sort of pedestrian, hard work, asking questions, speaking to people, piecing stuff together. Much more boring than I think people give us credit for. And you have to be quite diligent, and if you think that you're onto something, and I really did, you have to be prepared to come up against all sorts of brick walls when you're trying to pursue what you think is a story.
I remember that the last conference we did in this venue before lockdown, Sam Coates saying that mobile phones, and particularly screenshots, have changed the world of journalism fundamentally. Were there lots of screenshots involved in your life over the last few months, I imagine?
Well, absolutely. And I mean, the fact that the Met Police has 300 pictures, some of which, of course, are security cameras of people going in and out of number 10, some of which we revealed a few weeks ago were the official photographers, taxpayer-paid photographers' record of events going on in number 10, but some of which, of course, we believe were people's own phones, their own photo rolls of events that they took pictures of, that they participated in when they were in number 10.
And just to be clear, what's the process you go through internally to decide whether, you know, this stacks up, whether there is a substantiable story here? I mean, I imagine it's quite complicated and there are a lot of lawyers involved.
Well, I think ultimately it comes down to both faith in sourcing and a threshold for sourcing. And I've always had quite a high threshold when it comes to publication of something which potentially is quite explosive. I mean, the obvious other example is the Dominic Cummings story. I don't think you can run these stories with a single source unless there's something irrefutable like a picture or, you know, on the record testimony.
Yeah.
I think if you're relying on unnamed sources, you have to at least always have a couple, and ideally more if it's a big story. And that was the case with this particular one, that I felt multiple sourcing. There's lots of allegations that we didn't put into that first story. The ones we did were three particular gatherings, including the November 13th one in the Prime Minister's own flat, and also source quotes about the fact that parties were more widespread, sort of inferring that there was more to come. But there was a particular moment you asked about when we decided to publish. Of course, having all the information was the key thing, feeling that it had reached that threshold. My editors or our lawyers, nobody ever knew who any of the sources were. I'm the only person that knows who the sources are, which is right. I mean, that's how journalism should work. My editors obviously have complete faith in me that I trust my sources and I've done my journalistic due diligence. And the lawyers, of course, want to cast their eye over it, but there was never a moment where there was anything, you know, there was a very clear public interest argument in all of this. So throughout all these stories, there's never been a moment where there's been sort of any dispute over that. But going back to when we decided to publish, though, there was a moment where we were sitting, we all, the number 9 Downing Street briefing room is pretty well known now, because it's the one where Allegra Stratton obviously was caught on camera doing that sort of practice briefing, which the story kind of exploded after that. But we were in the briefing room with the Prime Minister's spokesman for one of our regular daily lobby briefings. And that morning, Jenny Harris, the UK HSA chief, had been on the Today programme and done the media round, and she had basically been asked about social gatherings in the run-up to Christmas. This is all set against the backdrop of the fact that Omicron was starting to arrive in the UK, and that COVID was on the front pages again and leading the news bulletins for the first time in many, many months. She was asked about social gatherings at Christmas. She suggested that people should actually be a bit more cautious and perhaps choose carefully about who they met up with. And the Prime Minister's spokesman was very clear that what was not happening was that the government was not saying, he basically snapped it down and said, no, we want people to continue as normal. And I kind of thought, backdrop of COVID, parties are being talked about, all the information is in place, now's the moment to publish.
Yeah. And as you were publishing, did you ever worry that this would just go down as a sort of bubble story, that it wouldn't have resonance, or were you pretty convinced?
Well, I mean, I think I knew that it would have some impact. Having done the Cummings story the year before and have been told that it was just a bubble story and nobody cared about it, I knew that actually the fact that everybody had a story to tell about what they were doing during lockdown, and in some cases quite dramatic sacrifices were made, I understood that there would be a resonance. But of course, you know, it was a year ago. It was a year before. So, I arrived in, after publication, I arrived at Westminster that morning and bumped into several people who were kind of like, oh, that's interesting, but it's not going to go anywhere. Or, you know, it's a year old. Is it really going to resonate? And of course, I had I had those doubts as well, but I did think, nevertheless, despite the time lapse, it was worth getting the story out there. I didn't, for a minute, begin to think that it would result in as many gatherings being revealed, or indeed an internal civil service report, or indeed a police investigation and the Prime Minister himself being under investigation. These things kind of have spiralled over time. But, you know, quite often, we particularly on the Mirror, because we're very focused on covering politics from outside the bubble rather than necessarily the sort of the machinations of internal party politics. And like I say, having been through the Cummings story experience previously, I did think that it would touch a nerve with lots of people. What I don't think I realised is actually that for a lot of people, those issues were still incredibly pertinent and very close to the surface, and it would bubble over so quickly.
And do you think it resonated more because stuff was dribbled out over time?
Well, I think it's prolonged the whole process, but I think that's in part because of the government's initial reaction to it. And what I've noticed with this particular government is that there has been a tendency in response to all sorts of questions, not just about the ones that I've covered that are more high profile, but, you know, on a daily basis, there's been lots of questions about lots of questions have been met with sort of stonewalling or obfuscation or denial. And that comes from the very top. And that's always, I covered Boris Johnson for his whole term, 2 terms in London as mayor when I was on the Evening Standard. And obviously the Evening Standard is a much sort of friendlier paper towards Boris Johnson than the Mirror is now. But there is definitely a sort of a pattern to the way he responds to difficult stories and controversies. He always has doubled down, toughened it, I thought he'd toughen it out, and hope it all goes away. And I've seen that replicated so many times over the years, and that is very much led, that sort of media strategy has been led by the top.
And do you think there's more to come? I mean, do you know there's more to come, is what I would ask.
If you mean, do I have more? I mean, I've heard, like many people, lots of allegations, but allegations and something becoming a story, as I said, I've got a very high threshold for publication. Something like this, you can't take a risk on it being wrong. Then, you know, we'll have to wait and see. But one thing about this story which has really struck me is that how it's moved in sort of ebbs and flows. So before Christmas and the run-up to Christmas, when people were worried about potential restrictions on their own lives again over Christmas, it brought it all back to people. And then over Christmas itself, it kind of went away for 10 days or more, a couple of weeks. And then we had that day when Dominic Cummings put out a blog saying, well, look, there was this party in the garden, the Bring Your Own Booze party, on June forgetting all the dates now, June the 20th, 2020 was it?
Don't ask me about dates.
May the 20th, 2020. And the whole thing kind of kicked off again. And again, there are much more pertinent issues. There's like really, obviously the urgency of the Ukraine situation. There's the COVID changes, which the Prime Minister announced yesterday. I think many people across the country are much more concerned about, rightly, about the cost of living crisis over the next couple of months. But there are a couple of danger points ahead for the Prime Minister, and they include, I think they're in the next few weeks, and they include the response, the police response, whether they decide to fine him or not, and then what Conservative MPs do about that. And they include the publication of the full Sue Gray inquiry, which may or may not show that he misled Parliament, which obviously many people feel is a resigning matter. I think if he gets through those, then you know, he's perhaps on firmer ground.
Now, I mean, you spend your life talking to politicians. What is the sort of consensus opinion? Do people now think the Prime Minister is going to survive, or are all bets off?
I think it's really interesting because I watched that statement in the Commons yesterday, as I'm sure many of you did, where you had Tory MP after Tory MP, including, crucially, some on the right of the party who have been most critical, most vocal about Boris Johnson's authority and leadership in recent months, stand up and praise him for taking this action. And, you know, I mean, this has been a long time coming. I'm not going to sort of go down the route of suggesting that he's only announced changes to COVID rules because to distract attention from Partygate or indeed to give red meat to his MPs. However, it does have the sort of the side effect, if you like, of keeping a lot of his Tory MPs happy. But afterwards, I spoke to quite a few of them just to say, well, look, it sounds as though, you know, you're happy with what's happening, and maybe this is the sort of the change in direction you were looking for. And to a man and woman, they said, we're still waiting. We're waiting to see what the police inquiry says, and we're waiting to see what the Sue Gray report says. So the Prime Minister has absolutely bought himself some time, and he and his allies are really trying to shore up his support. And in many areas, I think that will work. But worst case scenario, if the police come back and fine him, and if people are angry about that, if he tries to wriggle out of it or, dismiss it as in the way he has done previously, then I think he remains in a perilous position with his own backbenchers.
I mean, this is a really unfair question, and there probably isn't a decent answer to it. But I mean, assume he does survive and leads the Conservatives into the next election. Do you think this story has legs? Do you think it's usable and will have traction for the Labour Party in the next election campaign in a year or two's time?
So what I would do is separate myself from the politics of it. I mean, it's up to the Labour Party what they do, and you can only imagine that they would look at Boris Johnson's whole record over his time in office. What I can comment on is what I hear from our readers and the impact that it clearly has had. The polls show that it's had an impact. MPs of all parties that you talk to suggest that they've had a huge response from their constituents about it. And I think what it has done inevitably is damage the Prime Minister's standing in terms of his integrity. Now, I think a lot of people voted for Boris Johnson and knew exactly who they were voting for and what they were voting for. And either they didn't mind that he's always had this kind of slightly elastic relationship with the truth, or they cared more about other things like getting Brexit done or not having Jeremy Corbyn in power or whatever else their reasons were. This time round, I think that they will, and there'll be people more qualified than I to comment on this, but I think that while they will still obviously be voting depending on who they think will best change their lives for the better, I think that the sort of overwhelming support that you saw for Boris Johnson and his character, or that we interpreted as a very personal mandate, a very sort of personal vote for him, as much for the Conservative parties generally, I think it's inevitable that will have been damaged by this whole process.
And I can't miss the opportunity for a plug, but in this report, which is fantastic, if you want, two of the interesting nuggets that sort of feed into what Pippa was saying is, firstly, the Leave voters who are deserting Boris Johnson at the moment is quite striking. And secondly, if you look at the section on COVID, the disalignment between where people place themselves in terms of support or otherwise for COVID measures and how they see the Tory government is quite striking. So, it might well be that has real resonance going forward. Now, as I said, this is not the first, but the second sort of scandal you've presided over, if I can put it that way. Did the whole Dominic Cummings affair make it easier for you, sort of on a personal level, to know what to expect this time round? Or was it a bit of a dry run for this in terms of being at the centre of a national political storm?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've covered lots of big stories in my time and brought in exclusives in my time, but never on the scale of the Cummings story. And I think because everybody, we were still in lockdown at that point, so that had particular resonance for people. I learned a huge amount from it, not least how to put a story together like this, the whole sort of threshold point. I mean, we went over and beyond with that particular one because we were faced by denials from Cummings and from Number 10. And it gave me a really interesting insight into how politicians and political figures respond to these types of stories and how you can interpret those responses, whether it's sort of, flat out denials, whether people talk to you on background, whether it's sort of public dismissals, the whole spectrum. And of course, that experience can only be a good thing. It kind of gives you confidence that you're onto something. I think it also underlined to me that, of course, while everything, you do your journalistic due diligence and check and recheck and check again, it gave me faith that my instincts that I was onto something should be listened to. Even if people are telling you it's not relevant, it's old, it didn't happen. If you trust your sources and if your instinct is that something is right, then you should pursue it.
Just out of interest, what were you thinking when you watched that press conference he did in the Garden?
Oh my God, it was awful. It was so we were one of the organisations. We had this rota system that different news for newspapers, not for broadcasters. That a few people could go and ask questions at all these, or remotely at these Number 10 press conferences. And the Mirror got one of the questions that day. But it was a bank holiday Monday, and I was at home with the kids. And and I didn't have anywhere, we were given like an hour's notice to get there, and given it was still during lockdown, I mean, they're too young to like abandon at home. So I couldn't go myself. So one of my colleagues went and, did a great job asking questions, but it was the most surreal moment. And there was also, sitting there watching, sort of hidden away upstairs in my house, watching it all unfold and not being able to obviously ask questions myself. It was really hard.
Yeah.
And the reporters weren't allowed to take phones in, which was strange because, previously and since we have been allowed to take phones into Number 10. So we couldn't even sort of text lines to my colleague. But journalists, including Jason Groves at the Mail and Nicola, who used to work for me at the Mirror, and others, did a great job of sort of pinning him down. And you'll have seen him sort of getting into sort of more and more convoluted responses. But it felt a very strange and actually uncomfortable situation, not least because your great fear, despite all your, your double checking and all the rest of it, is that you've got something wrong and, they're going to sit there and you feel slightly sick. And the same thing happened that first Wednesday PMQs when Boris Johnson and Keir Starmer stood up. I made two of my team come and sit either side of me just for moral support in case Boris Johnson, despite us going to Number 10 and them knowing exactly what we were publishing beforehand, in case he turned around with some sort of killer fact that proved it was all wrong. Of course, you're always terrified that it might fall apart despite all your journalistic due diligence to make sure that it doesn't.
You made your kids sit through the whole thing?
They didn't watch it.
All right,
I don't think they're very interested in politics.
This is the question I really want an answer to out of all of them. Have you spoken to Dominic Cummings since?
No. And this is something that always fascinates me, is that people think that this whole party story is some, master plan that he's orchestrating. And presumably, if he's feeding people information, I would be amongst those people. But I can absolutely state categorically that we've had, I have spoken to him in the past, but I haven't spoken to him since any of this. I have sent him a few text messages to see if he would talk to me about stuff, completely ignored. So I think I would be the last person that he would want to speak to. So I'm afraid if it ruins the sort of thesis that this is a great orchestrated campaign, majority of my sources are, well, they're all different for a start. And their motivations are not sort of, to single-handedly bring down the Prime Minister.
Okay. I mean, on the surface, it is utterly bizarre, isn't it, that you have this series of parties involving loads of people, and we don't hear anything about it for a year. I mean, how did that manage to go unnoticed for so long?
I think it was sort of bunker mentality, wasn't it? Number 10 and the Cabinet Office were two of the few places in the country where it wasn't business as usual. It was business as very unusual, but in terms of people being in the building, they were all there. They worked very long hours, and they were dealing with some of the most, awful things that our country has been through. So I think people got into this, certainly from people I've spoken to now, say that they got into this bunker mentality, and it didn't start off, it didn't really happen during that first lockdown. It was only really into the summer, and then obviously the run up to Christmas last year and beyond, second lockdown, where it sort of took off. And it started with, a couple of drinks at the desk, then, towards the end of the working day, and then it sort of escalated from there. But I've been very careful throughout that we haven't written stories about people having a bottle of wine with a few colleagues at the desks at the end of the working day, because I kind of think that's a grey area. And frankly, I mean, I don't suppose it was happening in the NHS or in schools or in other places where people were going to work, but I think all of us can understand that in a high-pressure workplace environment where you're there for long hours anyway, you might want a glass of wine at your desk. So we've been very careful to distinguish between those sorts of things, which I've ignored, frankly, and events which were purely social, which were planned in advance, where alcohol was present, where the Prime Minister was present, obviously, at some of them, and that no work at all was done. And I think that distinction is really important. This isn't us just saying, being sort of very anti having a drink at work. I mean, I've done that. I'm sure you've done that. I'm sure everyone in the room has done that.
Absolutely not.
Maybe not during lockdown.
Ever.
But yes, I think people got into this sort of bunker mentality. And then there is definitely, I was told for that very first story, that Boris Johnson was either aware of what was going on, in that he, either participated or witnessed it, or he turned a blind eye to it. And these things, culture is inevitably led by the top, from the top.
I mean, it strikes me you're being very charitable in the sense that, on some of these occasions at least, the people involved had either done or watched press conferences where they or their colleagues had said, here is a list of things you can't do, including what I'm about to do.
Yeah.
I mean...
Well, that's why the public's so angry about it.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure people can reach their own conclusions as to whether it was appropriate behaviour or not. That's not, for me to say. I was just very conscious that there was a real public interest argument in the fact that, precisely as you say, I know it's become almost like a hackneyed phrase now, there's one rule for us, one rule for everyone else, but that more than anything gets to the heart of, I think, why people felt so angry about it. So many people did predominantly abide by really quite stringent restrictions on their own lives, and yet the very people that were asking them to do that weren't prepared to do the same.
Now we get to the bit where I blame journalists for everything that's gone wrong.
It's all our fault.
Is one of the problems, one of the reasons why this took so long to emerge, because there's an unhealthy kind of chumminess between some people in the lobby and people in Number 10? I mean, it transpires that that line is quite a blurred one.
There are people in the lobby that are friends with people in Number 10, but this whole sort of, this story didn't come out because half the lobby was at these parties. I mean, as far as I can make out, only people that, and I'm not talking about the Prime Minister's flat, I'm talking about in the offices in Westminster, it was only people that had sort of legitimate reason to be in the building anyway during lockdown that were involved. I'm not, I can't speak for every individual. I would be surprised if colleagues on even government supporting newspapers had the level of information that I had and didn't do something about it. And I know that doesn't fit with the comfortable narrative of, they were protecting what was going on at Number 10. I mean, it's astonishing that people didn't know about it, but I know lots and lots of people at Number 10, and I didn't know about it. And maybe, so maybe the fault is with us, with not sort of being able to come across or uncover these events sooner. But I don't think there was some massive cover-up.
Okay. I mean, do you think, and don't answer if you feel uncomfortable talking about this, I mean, that there is a problem of excessive closeness between some journalists and politicians, and that sort of...
I think there's a couple of things. I think that there has to be a distinction between you have to be clear about who you describe as a journalist, because I think reporting and being a columnist, for example, is very different.
Yeah.
I mean, you have somebody like Danny Finkelstein, incredible columnist, very close friend of David Cameron, was going in there every week and having Cameron's memoirs sort of recited to him. Obviously very, very close, but he was a columnist. He wasn't reporting, particularly wasn't broadcasting, where obviously there's the expectation of impartiality. So I think, that's fine. I think the issue is for reporters who are, regardless of their, is a bit more muddied when it comes to newspapers, obviously, because each newspaper has its own editorial position. It's less muddied for broadcasters. But of course, people will have relationships with people in government. I mean, my husband's a civil servant, but I think the big difference is, doesn't work in Number 10, by the way. I think the big difference is that you're professional about it. And, I look at colleagues, and some of whom are, have had romantic relationships with people in Number 10, who are old friends predating ever arriving in politics or journalism, who have relationships. I mean, that's life, isn't it? We all work in the same world, but are able to have a clear distinction about what's talked about and what's not. And I certainly have it in my own home. I mean, however much I might try and plug my husband for information about his department, I get very little out of him.
Right.
So, you'd hope that others working for government are equally as stringent about what, and careful about what they say. I'm not, I don't want to be naive about it. Clearly, there's a lot of conversations that go on.
Yeah.
But I think it's something that journalists do have to watch out for.
Are there any MPs that you consider to be friends?
There's lots of MPs that I like on both sides of the political divide, and lots of people that I would happily have a beer with or go out for dinner with, but I'm quite church and state about it. There's no politicians I would invite to my house. I've not been invited to a politician's house. I wouldn't, my friends are people I went to university with, my school mum pals, people I went to school with. You can be very friendly, but there's a difference between being friendly and being a friend.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to go and work for one of those politicians?
As I said to you earlier, Anna, I've actually been asked over the years to go and work for politicians of both of the main parties. So I'm not sure what that says about me. I wouldn't tell you who, and obviously I said no.
Have you ever been tempted? Would you see a problem with that?
I think that, well, for me anyway, I very strongly feel that I'm a journalist and I'm not a party political supporter. So whoever I work for, whether that's the Conservative supporting Evening Standard or the Labour supporting Daily Mirror, my responsibilities first and foremost, and my interest and what drives me is journalism, not the sort of the editorial line or indeed the party political line of any party. So for me, I think I would find it quite an uncomfortable move to go into the world of politics. But everybody has different priorities and different views, and I'm not going to judge colleagues who have taken a different decision. I mean, the allure of working in number 10 or for one of the one of the cabinet or indeed the opposition must be very strong for those of us that work in this world and sort of rub shoulders with power.
Yeah. Can I just say, I mean, for those of you who are submitting questions, I mean, a lot of the questions on here are sort of generic Brexit and politics questions, which we can come to during the day. But I mean, for this session, if you've got questions to Pippa, write questions specifically to Pippa and we'll try and go through them. Otherwise, a lot of this stuff seems sort of generic about the stuff we're going to be talking about today and addressing in later sessions. It must have been totally weird to be a journalist during lockdown.
It was very strong. It was weird to be in anything during lockdown, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, like everybody else, particularly that first lockdown, none of us quite knew what was happening. I was at home with 3 school-aged children, young primary school children. So we're sort of navigating the whole homeschooling thing. Yeah. Both my husband and I were working. It was very strange, not least because so much of my job is based on conversations with people, with politicians. You wander down the corridor to get a cup of coffee in Portcullis House, you bump into 3 politicians and have a wee chat. Well, gossiping by appointment is much harder, I'll tell you. You can call people up for a chat, but they won't necessarily be as forthcoming as if you've just bumped into them. And then we had the whole thing about, and this is less about my Mirror role and more about I was press gallery chair for that first year. About that role, it's working out how we collectively held the government to account in the lobby was really difficult because we had these press conferences, daily press conferences, and the newspapers, the broadcasters number 10 made decisions on who would ask questions, but we decided collectively in the lobby that we would set up a rota. And actually, historically, you go along to these press conferences and a minister would take maybe 4 or 5 questions, and they would predominantly be from friendly newspapers. So it felt a much more democratic system, and everybody got, we hope, including regionals and specialist publications, we made sure that everybody got a bite at the cherry, if you like. And it didn't matter whether you were asking Prime Minister Rishi Sunak or Matt Hancock or somebody else. Yeah. It was done on a rota. But setting that up and trying to kind of like, defend the system, particularly in those first few weeks of the pandemic when Parliament wasn't sitting, the recess was extended, and it almost felt, for all the criticism we collectively got for not holding the government to account appropriately, I do think that we're working in absolutely uncharted territory, and not least because Parliament wasn't sitting, so it almost felt we were the only ones that were there and able to hold the government to account in those early days when we were all navigating our way. There's lots that we could have done better, of course, but we were navigating our way through this new world. So, all of that combined with sort of, doing your job in a completely different way, plus the pressures of domestic life. Yeah. It was like, as for many, many people, it was a very, very strange time.
I mean, that whole homeschooling thing did my head in. I mean, our kids are all grown up, but our neighbours have got 3 school-age kids, and the one thing that kept me going through lockdown was watching their gradual decline. Actually, it made me feel so much better. It made my lockdown so much more enjoyable. So I make it that you're now followed by about 1/3 of a million people on Twitter. You've become a sort of celebrity.
Say that.
And your profile has risen massively. Has that affected your ability to do your job? Has it changed things for you?
I think, yes. In some ways, it opens doors because people see that you've got a record of writing stories and which have a particular impact. They also see that you protect your sources. And they see that you're somebody that they can bring a bit of information to, which is not necessarily sort of, fully formed bit of information, a bit of a tip maybe, and that you might be able to do something with it. So from that point of view, yes, of course, it's been a big help. It also means that politicians, particularly Tory politicians who don't know me, are much more cautious about speaking to me because they think I'm about to turn them over or something like that, which is just not the case. Fortunately, because I worked at the Standard for so long and have been covering politics since the early noughties, I know lots of people from right across the political divide that will base their judgment of me based on knowing me rather than sort of stories of the last 2 years. I mean, that's the way Westminster works. It's all built on relationships. But yes, there are people, I'm sure, that will see me walking down the corridor and would turn around and walk away. And in terms of the profile, I mean, I guess it's given me a very tiny insight into what it is like to be somebody much more high profile, whether it's in journalism or elsewhere, and how difficult a path that can be to navigate in terms of keeping your own life private and protecting the people, less about. So Twitter is being a perfect example. I get lots of supportive remarks on Twitter, but I also get a lot of abuse. I think women generally in politics do get more than their fair share. Not there's no fair share, but you know what I mean. A long time ago, I was given advice by Laura Kuenssberg, in fact, not to look at my notifications. You can do a little switch so that you don't automatically see what people say to you. You can still go in and read the responses should you want to. And of course, the downside of that is that you miss out on all sorts of comments and constructive comments and engagement. But the upside is that you don't see the abuse. The problem is that your family, for example, can still see that abuse. So I get regular calls from my parents saying, after I've written a particular story, who've obviously gone onto my Twitter feed and read what people have said about it. And while there are a lot of supportive comments, there are also some very personal and abusive ones. And will come up and say, "Oh, you okay, darling?" And I worry about you, as any parent would. And I have to say to them, "Look, I don't see it, so don't worry about me. Don't you look at it either. It doesn't do anyone any good." My husband, fortunately, isn't on social media and doesn't give two hoots about these things. So, and the kids are great levelers. But it's I mean, I have it in a tiny level compared to the likes of Laura Kuenssberg or Beth Rigby or any of the TV presenters, but it's not a comfortable insight. I'll put it that way.
Well, it's almost sort of becoming the story to an extent, isn't it, rather than writing the story? That's the sort of difference.
Well, that's I think that separation is really important, and there's a real difference between how when I first started off writing political journalism in sort of 2002, I think my first job at Westminster was, people would go down the pub and would critique your story, and possibly you, but you'd never know about it. Now that's all done online. And not only is it done online, it's often done anonymously. And I know for a fact, sometimes I look at the people that are trolling me. Once in a blue moon, I'm curious and have a look, and I'll go onto their sites and see what sort of things that they say generally. And, of course, there are some who are just out to attack anybody, but lots of them are people that, just have a particular worldview and love their kids and their dog and are concerned about their local town and whatever else. But because they never need to say anything, and I know for a fact would never say what they say online to my face, and that makes me feel better about it. It's just a sort of an angry moment. It's an easy hit. It makes them feel better. But generally, I try and avoid them because what's the point in subjecting yourself to that, frankly?
Well, if there's one thing that's sad, it's that dog lovers can be trolls at the same time.
Oh, I know.
So I think that's all wrong. So, I mean, on balance, if you sort of step back from it, do you think Twitter has been good or bad for politics and political debate? I mean, it's a massive question, I know.
Oh, God. It sounds like a politician's answer, but a bit of both, I think. I mean, it's great in terms of engaging with audiences and profile and getting your stories out there, and adding, you can add fantastic context to stories that you've written that you wouldn't necessarily put in print or include in a TV package. And you can engage with people, and I think that is all useful. There are days where there's a huge amount of humour on Twitter, and I love that. And I love people's dog pics as well. I mean, I'm a dog owner. I love people's dogs of Twitter is my favourite thing. But of course, there's it has our politics is divisive or polarized anyway at the moment. Yeah. And I think Twitter, and it's chicken and egg, which came first, but I think Twitter makes that worse. People tend to sort of, depending on who you follow, you're potentially in an echo chamber. And people sort of drive each other on, and because of the relative anonymity, it doesn't foster necessarily good debate or honest debate. And I think there are major problems with that. I think Twitter needs to sort out the abuse thing for starters. Yeah. But I think we all need to be aware of its limitations, despite the fact that it can be a very useful tool for journalism.
I suppose an inbuilt advantage you have over broadcast journalists is you're not stuck in a studio, so you get out and about, so you get more of a sense of perspective that actually Twitter isn't the world or the country. And
yeah, well, broadcast studio, okay, maybe if you're a presenter it's a bit different, but broadcast journalists get out and about a lot. I think it's really important to remember, David Cameron was quite right, maybe he was a bit rude about the terms he used, I won't repeat, but Twitter is not the real world, and it's really important to be able to turn it off and go and talk to real people. And real people, like makes it sound like I'm not a real person. Of course I'm a real person too. Ordinary people, maybe as people outside of politics is probably a better way of putting it. It has its place and its role, and it can be helpful, but I think we need to be aware of the limitations and the fact that it isn't the real world.
Now, you talked about the fact that women get a lot of abuse on social media. How has being a woman in the lobby changed in the time you've been there, if it has?
Well, no, it definitely has. When I first started out, there were a few women political editors, or senior women, a handful of them. And there are a handful now. There's currently, I think, 7 women political editors of different news organisations. The difference is that most of us now have families as well, whereas not one of the women political editors when I started off had kids. And that's the big difference. And the fact that there are dads in the lobby, political editors and others, who play a very active role in their children's lives, will leave work at a certain time to pick them up from nursery and then return to their desk when they get home, or have taken parental leave of several months. It's incremental changes, but I think that changes things predominantly. It's a different generation in Westminster now, and while maybe we're behind other parts of the world, there's still not enough senior women. The balance is still skewed. There's also, there is still also a thing of that gender-wise it's quite balanced up until the point that people become childbearing. That's something I've noticed, and then it's sort of the balance shifts a bit. But the lobby is still hideously white, and that's, I think, the next major challenge for people recruiting in politics. It's very public school.
It's Southern Metropolitan.
Says the Scot from it's more mixed. It's definitely more mixed than when I started.
Right.
Although, interestingly, it's packed with graduates now. And when I started, lots of journalists weren't graduates. They got, they left school and they got a job in their local paper and worked their way up from there. So there are definitely differences in that respect as well.
Actually, if you look at the section in the report on MPs, it's really fascinating, because on the one hand, MPs have become far more diverse in terms of gender, sexuality, etc. But in terms of levels of education and previous occupation, they've become even more homogenous than they were before. So we worry about certain sorts of diversity and not others. Now, I think Ollie's just told me I need to bring this to a close, which is a tribute to you, because actually this feels like sitting at home and having a chat, and I've completely lost. However, there's one thing I have to do, because I've got a question here from a bloke called John Curtis, and if it is him, and I don't ask it, then my life won't be worth living. So, have the media provided as good coverage of the consequences of Brexit as they have of Partygate?
That is a very good question, isn't it?
Sorry to spring that on you.
No, that's fine. No, in a word. I think that there's several things going on here. I think one is decisions by editors about what they think that their readers want, or their viewers want to see or to read. And I think one of the reasons that the Get Brexit Done slogan was so pertinent, even though Brexit will never be done, it's, the future relationship goes on and on and on, was that people were frankly getting a bit fed up with talking about Brexit and it dominating our political life. And we really got into the weeds. I mean, 2018, 2019, 2020, really got into the weeds of Brexit. And I think we, the media, and I think that the public appetite for reading very sort of technical stories about Brexit is gone, and I think editors recognise that. However, and then the second thing I'd say is that the whole debate about whether the will of the people has been delivered, whether that means that the very large number of people that didn't want to leave the EU should now shut up about it, has become was initially and has continued to be quite toxic. And I think there's particularly because Brexit was such a big issue at the 2019 election, I think there was, among many people in the Labour Party in particular, a sort of a tendency to shy away from talking about it, not wanting to give the government any opportunity to kind of beat them over the head about it and say, oh, you're a bunch of Remainers, you wanted to deny the will of the people and all that sort of thing. And because newspapers anyway, the majority of papers are pro-government, I think that has had an impact on coverage. So the two things, people being bored with it and people, and sort of being an editorial assumption that it's settled now, and if you question or challenge, you're in some way kind of undermining the public's decision. Both cause problems. I mean, there are notable exceptions, of course, and it does feel a little bit to me like the way to deal with it is to look at the specifics when they happen. So to look at supply chain issues, to look at the queues at Dover, to look at food prices, obviously to look at Northern Ireland and the protocol and the issues around the border, and to focus on each individual aspect rather than trying to sort of rewrite or sort of to take the broader view, because ultimately, as with the initial Brexit debate, there are polarised views on either end. The vast majority of people just want the facts and to be able to make up their own minds. So I think we are not doing enough of that at the moment, and we all need to be bolder in doing that and addressing those issues. But I think as time goes on, that will get easier.
So the goalposts do keep moving. I mean, I did a debate the other day with someone who was utterly bewildered when the opening gambit from my opponent was that Boris Johnson has betrayed Brexit by being a sort of pseudo-Remainer.
Oh, right.
And
so because he wrote those two articles and didn't actually.
Well, no, because he's compromising with the EU. So,
right.
Anyway, the top tip from this session is if you want your question to be asked, then log in as John Curtis. I'm too scared to ignore you. But for the moment, Pippa, thank you ever so much. That was fascinating.
Thank you for
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Testing. Oh, they did when we got there, and they made the people who wanted to put masks on and all that, so I raised it with Secretary of State.
We're going to go. Okay then, let's get underway. I'm Adam Boulton. I've been a political journalist for a long time, pretty much representing all those interests that Pippa Crerar just told us they were driving out the lobby. But it's a delight to be here. In fact, the first SkyNews political office was in a very mysterious floor -2 of this building, which I doubt you'll ever be able to get there. Anyway, we are going to talk about British politics after Brexit, with particular reference, please, to the Conservative and Labour Party. I know there'll be people who want to hear about the other parties, but that's why there are other sessions talking about that. Now, your questions are coming into us on Slido. And a very important thing, please, is to vote for other people's questions if you've got one, because those are the questions that rise to the top of the question pool. So please do use Slido, and as you can, it was explained by Anna, and you can either use that thing or log on to Slido, putting in the number of this event, which is 62401. And even I managed to make it work, so it can't be that difficult. Now, we're going to basically have a question and answer discussion session, but I am just going to ask each of our very distinguished panelists to give their thoughts on politics after Brexit, with particular reference to the Conservatives and Labour. And let's start with Professor Tim Bale, who you'll all know, Professor of Politics at Queen Mary University of London. And actually in this excellent new book, he wrote about the Conservatives. So, Tim, you got 2 minutes. You wanted 5, but we've negotiated.
OK, thank you very much. Just want to start by saying thank you very much to UK Changing Europe for producing this great report. You really ought to pick up a copy if you haven't already got one, and for running the event today, and for letting me contribute to the report. I'm not going to reprise my remarks in the report. If you're interested, you can read them there. Basically, the underlying question, I guess, is whether what we've seen in the Conservative Party over the last 5-6 years is simply another episode in a long story of a party with a genius for adapting to the zeitgeist, and in some cases shaping that zeitgeist, or are we seeing a more profound shift? Are we seeing a party that was ostensibly a fairly mainstream centre-right party in the European mode, even though it doesn't necessarily like Europe, morphing into some kind of populist radical right formation? I'm still unsure of the answer to that question, but it may be the case that we will soon get an answer to it, depending on what happens with the response to the Sue Gray report and to the police investigation. If, and we can't say when, but if that report and that police investigation suggests that the Prime Minister misled Parliament, and or that he actually broke the law in so doing so. I think the response of the Conservative Party to that event, or those two events it may be, will function as some kind of litmus test and some kind of answer to that question. I think if the Conservative Party does nothing in response to those events, in other words, if there's no confidence vote, and if that no confidence vote does not oust the Prime Minister, then I think the parallels between the Conservative Party and the Republican Party under Donald Trump, which I anyway for a long time have resisted, will become actually quite uncomfortable, and for some people anyway, irresistible. But so much for the kind of hand-wringing from someone who likes to think of themselves as a Democrat and who believes in the rule of law. The question, I guess, that we can discuss in this session is what that might do to the electoral prospects of the Conservative Party. And I think it's by no means clear at this stage the answer to that particular question.
Tim, thank you very much indeed. Next, we're going to hear a Labour perspective from Louise Hay, who is MP for Sheffield Heeley, but also, of course, a member of the Shadow Cabinet for Transport. Please.
Thanks, Adam. Lovely to be here. Thanks ever so much to Anand and all the team for organising today. Look, I represent a seat and a city that voted pretty convincingly to leave the European Union. And looking back on it now, it's not that surprising because 7 years ago when I made my maiden speech in Parliament, I talked about the searing inequality that exists in Sheffield. On one bus route across my constituency, you lose your life expectancy of 12 years. And the conditions that I think that led to that Brexit vote, that people felt that there was a political and economic system that simply wasn't delivering for them. And it was a last gasp attempt at trying to bring about a system that would. Those conditions are still very much there. They've not been addressed. They won't be addressed by the Brexiteers that led that referendum campaign. And in fact, they've been exacerbated. And it's those economic conditions that will very much form the landscape at the next general election, and that the Labour Party need to focus absolutely, relentlessly and ruthlessly on. And that economic context is really important. And I think there's three critical things happening at the moment. First, by the end of this Parliament, we'll have experienced almost 2 decades of lost income growth since the financial crisis. Second, we're experiencing and will experience a deepening of a crisis in living standards, which is practically universal for the electorate, with households far less able to cope. And third, after 11 long years in power, growth is forecast to be only around 1% by the end of this Parliament, lower than the decade pre-COVID and well below Labour's record in office. So the ground on which the next election will be fought will be on a very familiar theme, but an absolutely extraordinary and, honestly, in my lifetime, unprecedented. People will simply be asking whether they feel better off. And if the answer is no, at the next election, the Conservative Party, 15 years into power, will be asking people to give us one more chance. We caused it, but we can fix it. And Labour are making progress on that key question about economic competence, a question which the electorate really questioned at the last election, on the fundamentals that define whether a party is able to win a general election, on economic competence, on who would make a better Prime Minister, on crime and national security. We're now ahead on all those three questions. And we're earning back our reputation on economic competence at precisely the time the Tories are losing theirs. Not just with the reckless waste that has frightened so many people over the last couple of years, writing off £4 billion during the pandemic, but because this is the end of a decade-long story of economic failure. And I think people across the board are paying the price for that failure. It's a really vicious circle. The Tories' policies fail to deliver growth, and their response is more policies that squeeze growth further. And that's why people are now paying the price with higher taxation. So that's why you'll hear us relentlessly focusing day in, day out on living standards and inflation. And this is particularly pertinent to those so-called red wall voters. Since 2010, their real weekly pay is down 2.1% compared to 1.2% across the board. So this is particularly pertinent in those seats. And so our task at the next general election is pretty simple: to make sure it is framed entirely around the economics and around living standards. And whoever has the most compelling and consistent and coherent narrative for who can drive living standards and jobs in those communities that have been deprived of them for so many years will win the election. Now, there will be those, our opponents, that will attempt to derail that, obviously, and to caricature Labour on the so-called culture wars. So let me address that, because I do think that is the elephant in the room for Labour's electoral coalition. I think we actually do some of these political issues a disservice by lumping everything into the category of culture wars, because they're nothing new. Attempts to portray the progressive left as uber liberal and quick to offend are as old as time. And the vast majority of them should simply be dismissed. But I think some of them need to be tackled head on, and we're doing those issues a disservice by dismissing them as culture wars. And I think it was really telling in Oliver Dowden's recent speech on the so-called war on woke that the one symbol that he didn't address was taking the knee, a very obvious transatlantic symbol of taking a stand against discrimination. Because I think that proved during that football tournament last year to be a rebuke to the caricature that Oliver Dowden was attempting to paint in these culture wars. During the Black Lives Matter movement in this country, young English working-class black men spoke powerfully about their experience of discrimination, not with judgment against those who had not experienced it, but with empathy and understanding, and talked about the impact it had on their lives. And at the start of the Euros, Priti Patel refused to condemn those who booed people taking the knee during the football. But by the end of the tournament, there were no boos. People were applauding them. And now, across the length and breadth of this country, week in, week out, working class people applaud taking the knee in football stadiums. That is a glimpse of the less divided future that it is possible to build if we talk with empathy and understanding and refuse to condemn the other side and tackle these so-called culture wars head on. Because I think people are far less divided and far more sick of division in this country than some politicians give them credit for. And I think by doing that with empathy and understanding and by building that inclusive vision of the future, that is how Labour can hold together the electoral coalition at the next election. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Well, let's go straight to a Conservative perspective from Mark Harper, of course, MP for Forest of Dean. Yesterday, claiming a new recruit in Boris Johnson to his COVID recovery group, and fresh from a battle with the doorman over COVID passes. So, Mark, over to you.
Adam, thank you very much. Well, let me keep my remarks brief as you requested. So I just wanted to pick up 2 points, really, which I think are relevant to Brexit and the years that followed. So the first one is, and I think picks up a little bit on the points that Tim touched on at the beginning. So first, I think Brexit and the years since touched a bit on the public's faith in how democracy works in Britain and trust in politicians. And I think part of it for me, I voted Remain in the referendum, but I was very clear that it was a democratic exercise and the public had made a choice. And I then worked very hard to deliver the choice that the public had made. And I think one of the frustrations in the 2016 to 2019 period was the public had made a choice. Most people accepted the choice, even if they hadn't voted that way. And they saw a lot of people in Parliament trying not to deliver the choice. And I have to say, Louise, an awful lot of the Labour Party, even from parts of the country that had voted Brexit, spent a lot of time fundamentally not accepting that the country had voted to leave the European Union, trying their damnedest to make sure we didn't leave, and trying to have another referendum, make people think again, and just not accepting in a democratic country, if you have a referendum, you can have an argument about whether you should or shouldn't have a referendum, but if you have one, and the public makes a decision, then you need to deliver it. And I think that caused a lot of damage to our political system, that a lot of people, and I think part of this is why you saw some of the electoral coalition reshaping, wanted their democratic decision delivered, and that was some of what the 2019 election was about. And I think Tim is right. There is a real sense about trust in politics, and you know, I've made my position very clear on recent events. I want to see all of the facts set out when Sue Gray's report is published, and then I will make a decision, and my colleagues in the Conservative Party will have to make a decision one way or the other. I do think it's sensible to wait for all of the facts. Deciding to change or not change the Prime Minister is a big deal. And I think you therefore want all of the facts, you want a proper process to be underway, and that's taking a little bit longer than we thought because of the Metropolitan Police's investigation, but I think we will have to make that decision when it comes. The second point I wanted to make, because I think this is not always well understood, and Tim's written a lot about the sort of electoral shifting coalitions, is what actually happened in the 2019 election. So my constituency in Gloucestershire, the Forest of Dean, is demographically quite consistent with many red wall seats. It has a proud mining and industrial heritage, although the last coal mines were closed by Harold Wilson in the 60s, but there's a large working class Labour heritage in that seat. It voted Leave, as Louise's constituency did. But actually, at the 2019 election, the single biggest issue on the doorstep with former Labour voters wasn't actually Brexit, despite the fact that the constituency voted almost 60-40 to leave the European Union. It was Jeremy Corbyn. And I had many lifelong Labour voters who were absolutely torn between whether they were going to stay at home or even vote for me, which was a big deal for them, because they absolutely didn't want Jeremy Corbyn to go anywhere near power. And it wasn't just economic competence. Fundamentally, it was they thought he was a threat to the national security of our country, and they didn't want that man anywhere near power. And that, I think, is what shaped a lot of decision-making in 2019. And it's those first-time voters for the Conservatives, which I think the Prime Minister himself said in the speech he gave just after the election when he visited one of those constituencies who'd lent their vote to the Conservative Party. Those are the voters that the polling suggests have been most disappointed by recent events. So the challenge for us is to show those voters that actually they made the right decision when they put their faith in the Conservatives in 2019, and to demonstrate they should continue having that faith. And that is going to be a big challenge for us, and we need to do it. Final thing, just on economics, I agree with Louise, it's going to be a big issue at the next election, but I think there are some fundamental economic facts of life which we have to remind people, which is you have to have priorities. The government has no money of its own. It has to raise money through taxation, and it has to make choices about how you spend it. And I'm afraid over the last decade, the Labour Party still doesn't understand that there is no bottomless pit of money. You have to make choices. Money belongs to the public, and you have to only take what is necessary, and you have to spend it carefully. And we haven't written off money from the pandemic. We borrowed a lot of money. We helped businesses survive. There are millions of people in this country who still have jobs because of the furlough scheme and what the Chancellor did. And that is going to have to be paid off over decades. And we will recover money that was misappropriated. But I'm proud that we helped the country in that way, because if we hadn't done so, we would have a much, much bigger economic challenge. So that's the battleground, I think, ahead of us. Lots of terrain to compete on. And I think you've seen this morning some of the terrain between Louise and I about how we're going to fight that battle over the next couple of years.
Thank you very much indeed. And for our final opening couple of minutes, Patrick Maguire, who is the editor of Redbox, the Times online site.
Thanks very much, Adam. I'm glad Mark has mentioned Jeremy Corbyn, because I think there's no point in having this conversation. As someone who wrote a book about why Labour lost the 2019 election, which, as Louise can tell you, is accurate for as much as a page at a time, it's really important to remember how we got here, and also how the situation both parties find themselves in today compares to them. So in 2019, Labour had a radical left manifesto, had a serious racism problem, had a mutually antagonistic relationship with the media, it had a mass membership, it had a parliamentary party whose relationship with the leadership was basically non-existent, ditto party headquarters, party bureaucracy, that was to varying degrees over the course of Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, either completely hostile to the leadership or completely hostile to the PLP, had a close relationship with the major left unions in this country, had a serious divide on Brexit, so much so that the party actually split, if anyone remembers that, and it had a deeply unpopular leader. And, you know, taken together, there is a reason why at the very start of Keir Starmer's leadership, the sort of consensus within that team was the point of this Parliament was to restore the Labour Party to working order as a functioning organisation in its own right, let alone a government. And if you take all of those criteria as a list and, you know, tick them off with reference to what's happening today, to varying degrees, they're all no longer true. And that's a remarkable situation, I think, for the Labour Party to find itself in just 2 years after Jeremy Corbyn led it to its worst defeat since 1930, whatever it was. And all the more remarkable considering just how degraded the proper functioning of the political party was in the preceding 4 years. So Sir Keir Starmer has found himself in a situation that I don't think anybody, you know, consistently ahead of the polls, personal ratings comparable to or now consistently better than a Prime Minister who, you know, just 6 months ago was master of all he surveyed and was happily telling people that he was eyeing a decade in power. And so we're in a situation that I think few people, even the Labour Party, would have suggested last year, right? Because this time last year, the Labour Party plainly wasn't functioning either, hence the upheaval in Keir Starmer's top team. And if you compare that to the Conservative Party today, I think Mark is an interesting case study. When Mark appears on television, he appears, not just as a distinguished backbench MP and former chief whip, but as chairman of the COVID recovery group. And you could say that of many of Mark's colleagues who appear as sort of faction fighters primarily on television, who represent interests or constituencies of MPs within the Conservative Party. It's quite remarkable comparing the Tory party today to the Tory party that won the 2019 election, because where there is much consensus, actually you're witnessing a party that's in many ways just as factionalised as it was during Brexit. And already, we've spoken a lot about, Mark and Louise have spoken a lot about the economy, where the party was united in 2019 on those key issues, getting Brexit done, defeating Jeremy Corbyn, which I think we always underplay when we analyse the 2019 election and the relative appeal of the people who fought it. Defeating Jeremy Corbyn, that was a huge one. Those two issues have been done, and now I think the Conservative Party is searching for coherence, and the winner of the next election, everything else notwithstanding, will be the party that finds a coherent answer to the issues the previous speakers have all identified. And I think other people within those parties can speak with more authority on whether either is fighting fit organisationally to give that coherent answer to the public. But I think the current state of both that's visible within Parliament and Westminster to journalists and observers sort of speaks for itself.
Well, thank you very much indeed. A lot of big issues raised there. The economy, in those opening contributions, the economy, the question of leadership of the main parties, cultural wars, and of course, we touched on Brexit and what should be done about Britain's relationship with Europe. But it did strike me this morning, listening to the opening keynote discussion, that we really are in a post-Brexit period when a conference like this can start without a mention of Brexit in that first hour. And then, of course, when we look at a changing Europe, the big issue of the day is clearly not directly related to Brexit and the European Union, but what's happening following what's happening in Ukraine, following the positions taken by Boris Yeltsin, sorry, we got Boris's on the brain, by Vladimir Putin yesterday. And I'm interested that the top question consistently coming in on Slido does actually relate to that. We had one earlier on that was doing well, but has dropped down the tables, which is Putin the main beneficiary of Brexit? But we've got a more specific party political one here from Morag Williamson that's topping the poll. Have the huge Russian donations to the Tory party been a factor in ultimately creating, via Brexit, the destabilisation and threat of war in Eastern Europe? It's a very big question indeed. Mark, do you want to start with it?
Well, no. First of all, there haven't been any Russian donations to the Conservative Party because we don't take money from foreign donors. That would be illegal. People who are British citizens are able to make donations to the Conservative Party.
Quite recent British citizens, some of them. And
but you have to be, well,
who came in on tier one, which you're now stopping.
You have to be a British citizen to donate to British political parties. And if you're a British citizen and you've appropriately loyal to Britain, then you have to, you're perfectly entitled to give money to political parties.
Yeah, okay, we take that. But let's leave out the donations bit, if you like, and the influence which we've seen in this country, in the United States as well, of Russian bot factories and the rest of it. Have they really fed off Brexit and the kind of rise of and perhaps fired and then exploited the feeling of nationalism, which was a part of Brexit, which of course you didn't support originally?
No, well, look, I think two things. First of all, I think trying to pretend that Brexit was something to do with the Russians is a load of nonsense. I think British people are perfectly able to make decisions, and Louise set out, I think, very coherently some of the views in her own constituency, which she set out were to do with economics. They weren't to do with being influenced by Vladimir Putin. So I think that's just patronising nonsense about British people's ability to make decisions. They're perfectly capable of making decisions and did so, and trying to pretend Brexit was something
I'm not
to
suggesting
do
it was
with
instrumental, but
pretending that no, but there is a train of thought that pretends that Brexit was somehow, organised by the Russians, which I just think is nonsense.
yeah, but Putin is anti-EU and nationalistic, which was an element of.
Well, on the issue about how we deal with Putin, I mean, I think actually the British government's response, both over recent years and indeed more recently on being very robust about sanctions and pushing for a very robust NATO response, demonstrates actually outside the European Union that we've been far more robust than most European Union countries, both from a NATO perspective in terms of reinforcing NATO and European Union members on the borders of Russia, providing them with support, and also pushing for a very, very robust European response, far more robust, frankly, than, say, the German response, which is limited by their energy insecurity. So I think our response on Russia, I think, has been absolutely robust, and I think the Prime Minister is going to set out lunchtime today a very robust response, far more robust, I think, than the European Union.
Well, I think it's been important that we have shown a cross-party response on this, and as Mark says, a very clear NATO response. And we will obviously support the steps that the Prime Minister sets out to impose sanctions on Putin. But the Tory party does have serious questions to answer about money that it's taken to Russian-linked donors, including those that have come in on Tier 1 visas and are very recent British citizens. And I understand there's a members' club that there are very serious questions to answer. And any penny that the Tory party has taken that is any links to the Russian regime obviously has to be returned in full.
I mean, it used to be the Labour Party that was accused of taking red gold.
no more.
Really not?
But I mean, there have been several pieces of legislation that have not been implemented that were all recommended by the cross-party report into Russia, and the Tories have held back on implementing them, particularly on the economic crime bill, which would have cleared up the City of London and financial issues there linked to Russia. So not only do the Tory party have serious questions to answer about what they have personally taken, they have questions to answer about why they have not implemented that legislation that would have tackled this issue a long time ago.
Yeah, I think Louise makes a good point about the economic crime bill, which is certainly one. If we, that many of Mark's colleagues would make as well. There has been, quite laggardly response from government on that. Although I'd say much more relevant in all of this is something Boris Johnson said this morning. I think it's, and this is incumbent upon the government post-Brexit as well. It's a lack of strategic thinking in British foreign policy. Boris said this morning after Cobra that the problem was after 2014 there was no real Western strategy to wean itself off Russian hydrocarbon, to respond in a robust and coordinated way to aggression in Crimea. And the question is not so much whether you can draw a straight line between the wives of oligarchs getting British citizenship and paying to play tennis with the Prime Minister, but does the main foreign policy objective of this government, i.e. Brexit and making a success of it, make it harder for Britain and its European allies to coordinate a long-term, coherent, strategic response based on sort of good and well-oiled diplomatic relationships to Russian aggression? And the amount of, it's a question for discussion whether, the dissonance between the thinking in London and Washington and Paris and Berlin and Brussels in particular is a result of, natural geopolitical differences that are quirks of geography and history or whatever, or whether smoother diplomatic relations over the past 2 or 3 years could have made a difference. I think that's it's arguable from either perspective.
Tim, what do you think? Are there links between Putin and Brexit?
I mean, I think Vladimir Putin, as you suggest, was pleased with Brexit. I don't think he achieved Brexit, as we've already heard. I don't think really you can sustain a case that the Brexit referendum was somehow won by Russian bots, even marginally. So I think there's an extent to which, obviously, as Patrick has said, it may be the case that our response to what's going on in Crimea might have been better or smoother. If we were members of the European Union, we would have still had that kind of coordination reflex that helped, I think, respond to crises over the years. But to be honest, I think, as Patrick has said, that the difference between the attitude of Germany or Italy, for example, has to do with their dependence on Russian energy, which we don't have. That's not to say that we've got the ideal energy solution in this country, because as we know, we face a big crunch in that respect as well, unable really to ensure that we have the kind of energy that would make up for the days when the wind doesn't blow, and we're finding it very difficult to build nuclear power stations in order to replace the coal-fired power stations, the gas-fired power stations that we already have. So we've got an energy crisis, but it's not a Russian energy crisis as far as we're concerned.
Are you worried that perhaps this crisis, a genuine global crisis, gives Boris Johnson the opportunity to occupy the kind of Churchillian role he's wanted for so many times, because electorates do tend to rally behind the leadership at times of war? Sure,
but I think Boris Johnson is almost uniquely incapable of occupying or impersonating that role. And the energy crisis that we are experiencing is, of course, has global reasons behind it, but we are almost uniquely exposed to it because of the under-regulation of the market, because of the failure to invest long-term in renewables and the failure to tackle energy security in this country. So, this is a result of again, a decade of Tory failure on energy policy that leaves us almost uniquely exposed as a country.
Can I just say, I think you're right to pose that question, Adam, but I think, we're not at war with Russia. This is not a kind of Falkland-style situation for Boris Johnson. I don't think...
Well, he was at the Munich conference, he was applauded, and other leaders said complimentary things about him, which is practically the first time.
I'm just reading Alan Duncan's diaries, actually, about his time at the Foreign Office, and let's say he doesn't exactly cover himself in glory there. He may get applause from some of his fellow leaders, but I don't think the impact on the electorate, if that's what we're thinking about here, is going to be that strong. I'm not saying, it's a faraway country of which we know nothing, and I'm not saying it's not important or it won't dominate the headlines for a while, but I'm not sure it will have the kind of traction that Iraq would have or the Falklands would have. I just don't see it as that kind of situation. I may be wrong.
Patrick, Tim Shipman in the Sunday Times, he was saying this is a godsend, just what Boris Johnson wanted, makes the whole party's thing look trivial.
Well, the audience, there are two audiences that matter for Boris Johnson. One is the electorate, and the polling doesn't suggest they are particularly moved by this in our direction. The second is the parliamentary Conservative Party. And yeah, sure, I'm sure there are Tory MPs, some of them have tweeted to this effect in the past couple of days, who say, actually, this is what matters, and now would not be the time for a change of leadership. But I'm sure, you heard people saying that in 1990 when Mrs Thatcher was in Paris, and we were about to go to war in Kuwait.
Perhaps also an opportunity for Labour to define itself as not Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party anymore, as pro-NATO.
I got a slight PTSD listening to Patrick spell out all the challenges we were dealing with in the last Parliament, and I do think we have made extraordinary strides in the last couple of years to move forward on those key kind of metrics that I laid out that are so essential for a party to win a general election. Who looks to be the best Prime Minister? Are you trusted on the economy, and are you trusted on crime and national security? And it is impossible for a party to win a general election unless the public feel they can trust them on those three things. And under Keir Starmer, the former head of the CPS, who literally prosecuted criminals and terrorists, I think we have a perfect leader and a perfect antidote to Boris Johnson at this moment.
What do you think of the politics of this, or is it actually something, a moment of kind of national unity?
Well, I think it is welcome that there's been cross-party support for the approach the government set out. I think it's helpful if you can have international things like this where you don't get a difference between the two parties. So that is welcome. I remember back to when we had Salisbury and Jeremy Corbyn was taking the side of the Russians, I mean, explicitly in the House of Commons, which was appalling, frankly, and that's part of why...
Certainly not what Keir Starmer's doing.
No, and that's partly why 2019 ended up the way it did. But of course, I would just say, of course, that all those Labour politicians did want Jeremy Corbyn to be the Prime Minister in charge of our national security, and they all campaigned to make him so.
Yeah, but you want Boris Johnson to be Prime.
So it is just worth remembering that. And the question that Tim raised and Patrick raised and which you raised about, the politics of this and the Prime Minister, it kind of depends what you think the Partygate thing is about. I mean, for me, it's about whether people who make the rules follow the rules, and it's about the confidence you have and trust. And actually, at serious times, actually you do want someone at the dispatch box who you can trust. And there will be times, I suspect, during this crisis where, you can't put all of the information you have into the public domain. And sometimes I can remember Prime Ministers, when David Cameron was Prime Minister, there were decisions he had to take where he did kind of have to say to Parliament, you're going to have to trust me because I can't tell you everything.
Although, interestingly, this time, both Washington and London have taken a different approach.
No, that is true. And we have
trying to put out as much intelligence
all the intelligence out there.
To kind of call Putin's
Well, we've done that on purpose in order to call out Putin. And as I said, what we've seen today is, I think, Putin being slightly cleverer than some people had thought in trying to run this narrative about these breakaway regions to pretend he's not really invading Ukraine. He is, of course, but it does give those people who don't want to have a robust response an excuse not to respond robustly. And I think the fact we called him out means that we can all see what this is about. It is about invading Ukraine. It is about saying Ukraine has no right to exist, which is what Lavrov, the foreign minister, said this morning. And certainly in Britain, we're not going to fall for that. And I hope no other European countries do. And we give a very robust response. And I hope in Parliament today, the Prime Minister will be very robust about it. And in fact, the House of Commons, in a united way, will support the government's very strong position to standing up for a European country, Ukraine, which is independent and sovereign and should be defended to the best of our ability with the tools that we have available.
Let's turn to a big foreign policy question for this country, the relationship with the European Union. A couple of questions here, really looking at it from left and right. First of all, Tim Barrow says, will Red Wall voters continue to vote Tory if they see Brexit being threatened, or might they abandon the Tories if they feel levelling up isn't going to happen? And from the other side, Dominic Brett says to Louise Hay, he directed the question to her, why should any ex-Remainer vote Labour now that you're a pro-Brexit party which has explicitly ruled out single market and customs union membership? I'm actually going to start with you, Tim, on this. The politics of Brexit now as it feeds into Labour and Conservatives.
Well, I think if you look at the report, you will see that Brexit identities are still quite sticky. It's not the case that people have abandoned them now that they're done, although they have faded somewhat. And of course, it may be that they've got some kind of half-life, which means that they fade even more by the election 2023-24. But they will still be in play to some extent. Whether, as some Conservatives seem to think, you can, as it were, keep those identities boiling by prosecuting some kind of war on woke, seeing Brexit identity as part of this sort of wider complex of values, I'm not so sure. I don't think that many of the people who were persuaded that Brexit was a good idea, although they might be quite socially conservative, necessarily want to see the government, as far as they can see it, waste its time on issues, statues, etc., etc. I do think, in terms of the Red Wall, although I don't really want to kind of fetishise a particular part of the country, it is true to say that delivery is going to be quite important on levelling up. I think, it may be the case that people will be prepared to give the government another go if they see progress on that front. They don't necessarily need to see absolutely everything delivered in time. And of course, we have seen the government direct resources to particular constituencies in quite a savvy way. But I mean, I would say, and I think it's very interesting listening to Mark, When it comes to the next election, it will be very interesting to see whether that narrative concerning we've spent a lot of money, now we have to begin to think about paying it back. So we can't actually do some of the stuff that we wanted to do, but we're a very realistic party and Labour's unrealistic. It'll be interesting to see if that will work. I mean, it was quite a powerful kind of narrative in 2010. The money's all been spent and now we have to retrench. I don't know whether people will actually buy it quite so much this time, particularly, of course, because the voters that the Conservative Party need to keep on board from 2019 are precisely people who in 2010 and 2015 didn't actually buy that austerity narrative. So it'll be very interesting to see whether it works this time around.
What do you think, Patrick? Do you think there is still mileage for the Conservatives in being confrontational towards the EU? And obviously the Northern Ireland issue is very much there.
It's a good question, and as an electoral strategy to energise its core vote, you might think so. But I think, and obviously there's one party who is on this panel, and we're not necessarily talking about them, the point of this event. But I think one of the biggest lessons of last year was the return of the Liberal Democrats to its previous status as a sort of catch-all party of sort of local populism, or sort of, an all things to all people party, rather than a party representing half of the electorate, or indeed a small section of that half of the electorate or less that voted to remain. And I think that would be, if I were a Conservative Party strategist, and indeed I know there are people in CCHQ who are employed, well, there's one person in CCHQ who's employed to think about this, or at least make leaflets about it, which doubles for strategic thinking in British politics most of the time. I think that's the worry for the Conservative Party, that look at North Shropshire, a seat that demographically had nothing in common with the places the Liberal Democrats did well in 2019. That was a reminder that the Liberal Democrats can now attract voters, Leave voters in seats with big numbers of owner occupiers, not just the London commuter belt or the student heavy inner cities. And I'd say that's a dangerous thing for the Conservative Party, whether antagonising the EU or energising its new core vote is actually pushing voters towards a party that is once again hospitable to those people.
Now, what about Labour's position vis-à-vis the EU? I mean, a lot of the questioners seem to think that they would like to see Labour becoming more pro-European and more in favour of a closer relationship, possibly more like Norway or something like that.
Well, of course, we want a pragmatic and close relationship with our nearest and greatest trading partner, and that's why, just before taking on the role of Shadow Secretary of State for Transport, I served as Shadow Northern Ireland Secretary, and our solution and our compromise around the protocol was for the UK to negotiate a veterinary agreement with the European Union, which would have in one fell swoop removed the vast majority of checks between Britain and Northern Ireland, and would have put this issue to bed some time ago, and we would have still had a fully functioning government in Northern Ireland. As a result, now Stormont has collapsed, and politicians there aren't able to get on with the job of delivering on the fundamental issues that are facing the people of Northern Ireland at the moment. So the government has completely failed there. And I think, Boris Johnson will attempt to weaponise this, and we've heard him in the last few weeks in PMQs accusing Keir Starmer of voting to rejoin the EU on several occasions. But I think, as I said in my opening remarks, the economic conditions that I believe led in large part to the vote to leave the European Union have not been addressed, cannot be addressed by Brexiteers, and they reveal that fundamental tension in the Tory party at the moment that was so tellingly revealed with Michael Gove's Levelling Up white paper just a few weeks ago, in which he really compellingly spelled out the problems facing communities, mostly in the North and the Midlands, but then failed to come up with any of the solutions. He sort of gave a nod to it, in which he said he believed that we needed to have a much more interventionist, much more activist government, but then that was followed just a week later by Steve Barclay saying we needed to roll back the state.
But I mean, does Labour have to accept the type of Brexit which Boris Johnson ended up taking the country in? I mean, Labour could it not say, well, we do want closer trade links, for example, and we will be prepared to accept not a political membership, but more trade cooperation.
I mean, and I think Keir spelled that out in his conference speech when he said, it's not just get Brexit done, it's make Brexit work. And that deal is a starting point that we voted for in Parliament, from which we would negotiate further agreements in order to smooth the trading relationship, not least in order to protect the union.
What do you think? I mean, you're going to lose the red wall if you nuance your position a bit.
No, I think on what we call red wall voters, so those people that had made a decision to vote Brexit, I think we've delivered on it in the sense we've left the European Union. I think one of the problems that we had post 2016 was this idea that somehow you could nuance it. The fact is, the reason why it was such a difficult decision and difficult to implement is it's binary. You can't sort of be in the European Union, which is why this idea that you can join the single market and the customs union and sign up to free movement and still not be in the European Union was nonsense. You can't.
Well, I mean, it is done.
Yes, but the problem is you're then in the European Union. If you're signing up, if you're signing up to all the rules, and you have no say over any of them, you are effectively in the European Union without any of the democratic control.
The issue is you're not signing up to all the rules, you're signing up to some of them.
The fundamental problem was that if you're not in the EU and you're not shaping the rules, you shouldn't be following them. And that was the big argument we had. And I think the reason why I voted against...
But hang on, trade is a two-way street, right?
Correct.
And when you enter into trade agreements with any country, you agree to common standards and common
on
rules.
the things you're trading, not on the rest of the economy.
What you're advocating, or the hard Brexit position, basically says we don't cooperate. So not surprisingly, we don't get the trade.
No, it's saying that you sign up to rules for things you trade. What you don't do is sign up to control the rest of your economy that you don't trade. And you also don't sign up to free movement, and you sign up to an immigration system that doesn't work for you. You design one that works for your own country and your own needs. And fundamentally, that was the argument we had over Brexit, which is people that didn't accept that there was a choice, and the public made a choice, and we needed to deliver it. So I think we've made that decision, and I think we've accepted it.
So you don't envisage a closer trading relationship developing with Britain outside the European Union in the coming year?
Not if you mean by that joining the single market or a customs union and having to sign up not just for rules on goods, but on managing the whole of our economy, which is what part of the argument was about and why I opposed Theresa May's deal.
Room for...
Let me come back on levelling up when you've done that as well.
Well, you heard what he said. I mean, do you in Labour agree with that there is no way of getting a closer, more cooperative trade relationship?
No, I think we've spelled out on several occasions various agreements, not least a veterinary agreement. I mean, that doesn't, it's not customs union or no trading relationship. There is a more pragmatic, more consensual approach that we could take to negotiations with the European Union, which Boris Johnson and previously
including agreeing some rule taking from Brussels.
Well, as you say, I mean, trade agreements are based on a common recognition of rules on our goods and what we trade. So that is a pragmatic, that is the appropriate response.
Now, what about this erosion of the red wall?
So I think we do need to look at the things we promised, and we need to deliver on them. So I think levelling up for me actually is about spreading opportunities. So it's partly about infrastructure. It's partly about opportunities for people to get on. It's for better schools. It's for more skills. It's for lifelong skills. It's for that whole raft of things that Michael Gove set out in the white paper. And it's not just, by the way, it's not a north-south issue. There are large parts of the south of England, my own constituency, and areas where you've got parts of communities where they haven't had those opportunities. And my constituency had a bid for some funding for opportunities for what you would call levelling up, which was about skills. It was about giving people from certain parts of the constituency more opportunities. We need to see more of that over the next couple of years to make a start on that, to show people that we meant what we said. And that's what I think Michael Gove kicked off with his white paper.
I think, Tim, is evidence in this, just reading the report or skimming it this morning, that there are some people saying that while Brexit identity is still very strong, Brexit identity is no longer tied as strongly to which party people end up backing.
Well, I mean, the links are still there, but you're right to say that, possibly they've eroded a little bit. I mean, I think this question of delivery, in 2 years' time is a really interesting one. It's how far people are willing to give government the benefit of the doubt that they've started and they will actually finish the job. And I think there may be a fatal contradiction for the Conservative Party if, on the one hand, they're trying to persuade people that that is the case, and on the other hand, they're running a narrative which is, we've spent an awful lot of money and now we're going to have to retrench it. Because one of the things that is absolutely crucial to understand about the 2019 election is that the other side, as it were, of the get Brexit done phrase, which was and unleash Britain's potential. And a very, very big part of the reason why people were persuaded to switch to the Conservatives was because they were going to get Brexit done in order to focus on the things that people really cared about. And the things that people really cared about was what they saw as the underfunding of public services over the last 10 years. So you will absolutely, as the Conservative Party, have to make sure that you do not renege on those promises, particularly with regard to the National Health Service. And if you are going into an election with, 4 million people on the waiting list, that I think is going to be quite a difficult argument to run. And I think, he's right about the standard of living, the cost of living crisis. I was just reminded actually when she was talking of something that Ronald Reagan said to voters in a presidential debate in 1980 with Jimmy Carter. He said, ask yourself, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I think if Labour manages to make that the question, irrespective of the excuse that, the pandemic has, caused us problems, I think the Conservative Party may have more difficulty winning that election than perhaps some people think.
Now, a couple of questions have come in, and since, this is a political conference, so how we could not discuss it, about electoral reform. We've got Jenny Wilson saying, should we be focusing on getting PR? It now seems to be the only solution short of reversing Brexit. And then Owen Winter, he says, with a large majority of Labour members and increasing numbers of trade unions calling for proportional representation, is it something that Labour is going to back? Now, this is all, seems to me, related to this question which you've raised quite rightly with the Liberals of a progressive alliance, whether formal or informal, as being the greatest threat to the Conservatives at the next election.
Yes, but it doesn't necessarily follow that, cooperation, tacit or formalised or otherwise, between Ed Davey and Keir Starmer on on whether you do, the Labour just does a free post in St Albans or has, several teams of canvassers in, St Albans or Esher and Boulton. It doesn't necessarily follow that the answer is then for Labour to back proportional representation, because the reason, the progressive alliance thing, be it formalised or otherwise, is clearly paying dividends. If you look at the way the Labour share of the vote went in North Shropshire, ditto Cheshire and Amersham, right? That's clearly paid dividends for the Liberal Democrats and is going to work for Labour. And, perhaps it will work in 30 or so seats at our next first past the post general election. But I mean, it's a bit of a leap of logic, to say the least, to then presuppose that the relationships between Labour and Liberal Democrats will remain frozen in aspic, if then a Labour government introduces proportional representation. Because look at what happened between 1997 and 2010. 1997, you have Paddy Ashdown writing in his diaries that, I think Blair's going to give me a seat in the cabinet and he's going to, go the full Monty. 2010, Nick Clegg is David Cameron's deputy prime minister. I mean, something I think progressives, and I assume there are, most people in the Tories would self-identify as progressives who, whose main objective is to, lock the Conservatives out of power through any means necessary. The risk is that in a proportional system, be it, no matter how you're electing your MPs, the risk is that it just gives the Conservatives aren't locked out of power. They just have to find a coalition partner. And history suggests that, if you're Jeremy Thorpe or if you're Paddy Ashdown or if you're Nick Clegg, your answer to who you're willing to cooperate with depends on lots of things. And most of the time, it's as much parliamentary arithmetic as it is principle. That's the reason you had a Lib Lab pact between, David Steele, and Wilson and Callaghan in the 70s wasn't necessarily because of anything other than parliamentary arithmetic, right? So as much as them being ideologically simpatico. So I think people should be careful what they wish for, even if a degree of cooperation between the Liberal Democrats and Labour works this time round in delivering a government that progressives would like to see.
Also, proportional representation in European elections, arguably, actually, from a progressive point of view, backfired because it enabled the...
Gave UKIP a pulpit and, several, dozens of publicly subsidised salaries and broadcasting rights that they wouldn't have never had before. So, again, be careful what you wish for.
You tempted?
I think this is, it's seen as a kind of shortcut, really, these kind of progressive alliance debates and talk about proportional representation. In those marginal seats that we need to win government, even if you added the Labour and Lib Dem vote together, we still would be second. So our problem at the last general election wasn't that we weren't working with other progressive parties. It was that too many people voted for the Conservatives, and that's what we need to win back. And there's no shortcuts to that. I also think voters are much more discerning and able to get what they want than we give them credit for. I don't think, people don't need to be told in certain seats where Labour are third to vote Lib Dem in order to get the Tories out. They know how to tactically vote, and I think we should give them credit for. So I think our job is much greater than this at the next general election, and I think these kind of debates always happen on the left when we don't want to make those hard strides.
We're told, though, that you are getting to know your Liberal Democrat MPs, that there is a kind of warmth developing, that whether it's most likely to be informal, that the fact of the matter is that Labour has a better chance of being the largest party if the Liberal Democrats do well, doesn't it?
Well, yes. I mean, the Lib Dems are second in a lot of Tory seats.
Yeah.
Those will be straight up battles. We need the Lib Dems to do well in the southwest in order to get rid of some Tory MPs. There's no doubt about that. But believe me, coming from Sheffield, I don't feel much warmth to the Lib Dems.
Well, that's one seat I think you're bound to fight very hard. Nick Clegg's old seat, isn't it? Well, are you worried about a progressive alliance or more organised?
Well, the two questions, the two that specifically came in on PR. I mean, we had a referendum, picking up referendum point on changing the voting system about 10 years ago, and the public were very clear they didn't want to change the voting system, and I was the minister that took the legislation through Parliament to have that referendum. So I think the public made a clear decision on that. On the progressive alliance, my view is that this is a test for us, really, as Conservatives. Activists on the left view the whole world, I think, in the way Louise just set out, as voting is about getting rid of the Conservatives. Normal people, non-left-wing activists, view the world around who do they want to be running the country. And I think if we set out a compelling, attractive vision about opportunity and what the Conservatives are about, people will then make a judgment about that, and I don't think we then need to be worried about.
But I mean, there are.
The only time a progressive alliance type model is a problem is if normal people's primary objective is getting rid of the Conservative Party. If that's the case, they just work out who's the most effective way of doing that. The way we combat that is not arguing about progressive alliances and voting systems. It's about setting out an attractive vision for the country, about opportunity, about giving ordinary people the best possible chance to control their own lives. If we do that, then more people will vote for us, will win, and then the whole argument about progressive alliances and PR doesn't become a thing.
But there are, and this has happened, it happened with the Blair government, and it's happened now with Boris Johnson. There are a lot of people, normal people, perhaps people, not following politics all the time, who just think that there's something a little bit wrong with getting less than half the votes and getting a massive parliamentary majority, and that something needs to be done to fix the system.
Tony Blair got less than half the votes.
No, I agree. I'm not saying this is anti-conservative.
No. So,
but it's a problem with our system that is pretty apparent.
Well, there's two things I'd say. First of all, you do have to be careful what you wish for, because it is worth just remembering there are times over the last few years where actually if you'd had a PR system, the coalition government you might well have got would be the Conservatives and UKIP, because that's what the numbers suggested. So those people who think that there was a progressive alliance, I think are a bit you think that's the inevitable outcome are a bit foolish. And PR systems don't stop centre-right, progressive, mainstream parties on the right getting into.
I didn't say they did, but I just said there was.
I just think this is a bit of a red herring. The challenge for us is about, as I said, setting out a compelling argument for ordinary voters to have the best opportunities they can. If we do that, all of this argument about progressive alliances all becomes a bit pointless.
Tim.
And irrelevant.
Well, I mean, I think if we are to get PR in this country, you're going to have to see the Labour Party and indeed the Liberal Democrats do it without a referendum. I think it's going to be very, very difficult to get it through on a referendum. And of course, a lot of people will object to a major change, constitutional change like that without a referendum. But I can't see it happening unless, for example, there's a promise of a kind of royal commission on the electoral system and a promise to then implement the recommendation of that royal commission. Whether you can do that without a referendum, I think will be really, really interesting to see.
And we've had a Labour government with a massive majority do exactly that before.
Yeah, and not and not do anything. So we'll see about that. In terms of the Progressive Alliance, I mean, I think there's a very interesting point made about voters know how to get rid of a Conservative government. And I think that was certainly true in 1997. But actually, the research on what voters know about their constituency shows that they're pretty good at knowing who won, but they're not very good at remembering who came second, interestingly enough. So if there is to be this kind of implicit Progressive Alliance, there will have to be some voter education undertaken. Not simply Lib Dem bar charts and kind of can't win here. There will have to be quite a lot done, which is quite difficult when you want to avoid any kind of formal tie-up. So it will be interesting to see whether that can happen. I mean, certainly, however, it is the case now, some of the research that we've done suggests that it is increasingly obvious, even if it isn't necessarily obvious to voters, that Labour can win in some places and the Liberal Democrats can win in others. So in other words, there isn't so much of a blurred line there. It should be easier to educate voters, but there will be some education required.
Right, let's talk a little bit about the political battleground as it stands now. And of course, we've got local elections coming up in May. Got a question in from John Curtis here. He says, average Labour tally in the last 6 polls, 39%. Average Labour tally in December 2020, 39%. Why no progress in spite of the government's many problems?
Well, I think, so talking to my former Labour, very recently Tory voters in Sheffield, I think some have come back, but not all are making the leap directly. And I think the polling demonstrates that quite significant numbers of very recently Tory voters, when you dig down into the polls, when you're not given an option, or either don't know or potentially not voting. So we've still got a bit of work to do to make them take the journey back. And I think, I think those voters did feel incredibly disrespected by our approach to Brexit and our approach to how they voted in the referendum. And it is going to take some work to win them back. But this local election, I think there will be a significant backlash against Boris Johnson and his Conservative government and the way he has run the party. Because of Partygate, undeniably, and I think I've noticed particularly women in my constituency are horrified by Partygate and by the way that he set the rules and then refused to follow them. And I've had people coming up to me who are lifelong Tory voters saying that they simply couldn't vote for him again. But also, as I mentioned earlier, on living standards. And, it's impossible.
And not voting for him is different from voting for Labour.
Yes, it is. Yeah. But then in 97, Tony Blair put on 2 million Labour votes and the Tories lost 4 million. There is a job of work to do to win a lot of those votes back. But the conditions are very good for us to do well in these local elections. And as I say, if we can make the next general election about whether you feel better off the Tories will be in an impossible position to demonstrate that they are the party to fix that and to make people feel better off in the future, because they have caused this crisis in living standards that people are facing.
Do you think John Curtis is right? No progress being made by Labour?
Well, we do a YouGov poll with the Times every week, and every week I don't necessarily look at, well, I do look at the main voting intention figures, but that's basically just noise. As Louise sort of said there, what you need to do is go straight to the 2019 Tory voter column and look at where the voters are going. And it's certainly true that this year, right now, as was the case last year, the fluctuations in the Tory vote are driven primarily by their own voters becoming undecided or indeed refusing to vote at all, rather than a massive defection to Labour. Now, at the height of Partygate over the last month, the number of direct defectors from the Tories to Labour, it sort of bounces around 5 or 6%. So this time last month it was 9 or 10. Now it's back down to 5. And the challenge to Keir Starmer is to find an offer that convinces more of them to make the switch. And I think another important figure beneath the bonnet of the polling is Keir Starmer's personal numbers, which for a long time haven't been great. They're improving, but he still doesn't enjoy a huge lead. And then, of course, the other data points that are interesting are economic credibility, as well as the best Prime Minister figure. Again, you'll see Labour ahead in a few polls at the minute, but it's not a sustained or particularly massive lead in most polls. The challenge for Labour is to sustain that, and we'll get an early indication of whether Keir Starmer's efforts to detoxify the party's brand will are sort of bearing fruit in May. And the question there, as John Curtis will no doubt tell us before and after that poll, is not necessarily how many seats. You'll have read them out before on those marathon, over telethons where you say, oh, the Tories are down 700 councillors, Labour are up 400, and those numbers don't make a huge amount of sense to people. I think there are some key councils this year in the West Midlands, which for years has been a barometer of the health of Labour's brand in what you might call traditional Labour seats. Much more to a certain extent than the Red Wall. As we commonly understand it, right? The West Midlands, your Dudleys, etc., are really crucial seats. If Labour can win back some of those councils, make serious headway in some of those councils, as they couldn't in, say, 2018-19, in 2018, the last round of these locals where Labour were expected to do really well, didn't, and that was a sign that, Corbynism wasn't perhaps the hot ticket it had seemed the previous year at a general election. If Labour can do well in the places it conspicuously didn't do well in 2018, then, actually, we might see more meaningful progress than John Curtis has identified so far.
So, are the Conservatives worried? I mean, would things be improved if Boris Johnson wasn't there, given the baggage he's now carrying?
Well, look, I think the thing that I agree with what Patrick said there is about if you look at those 2019 Conservative voters and where they've gone. So the fact is, at the moment, there's a chunk of them that have said they don't know who they'd vote for, and they currently wouldn't vote for us, but they haven't switched to the Labour Party, and it's that primarily that's driving the headline polls. Now, for me, I look at that actually as an opportunity for us, because those are people that we haven't lost. They're people who are currently a bit annoyed with us, but actually, if we set out a compelling vision, then I think we can get them back. And I just slightly pick up on the point that Tim raised there. I wasn't saying about the money we spent during the pandemic in some way that had to be paid back quickly, and that meant we had to retrench. The point I was making was, we made a big call there to support people, and I think actually people recognise that. The point is, though, you can't go on spending hundreds of billions of pounds that you don't have, and we're going to have to make some choices. And by choices, I don't mean that we don't spend taxpayers' money on priorities, just that you have to have priorities. Everything can't be a priority. And I still see the fundamental dispute being in place, which is every time we have a debate in Parliament about anything, Labour's approach is still spend loads of money. It's like yesterday on COVID. We made a choice on testing. You can't keep spending £2 billion a month on testing millions of asymptomatic people when you have fantastic protections with vaccines and antivirals. You just can't keep spending that money. There are other things to spend it on. Fixing the elective surgery backlog, improving the opportunities for people. But Labour's approach was, let's keep doing the testing. And I just think you've got to make some choices about where you spend the money. And for me, I want to spend the money on improving opportunities for people, giving people better opportunities to reach their potential. And those are the choices we're going to have to set out in the next election. You can't make everything a priority. And Labour is still, taxpayers' money is a bottomless pit, and you can just keep spending on everything and not making choices. And that is the debate for the next election. And I think if that's the debate, then we'll win it.
It's the debate now in this Parliament, though, as well, isn't it? As you say, you made significant promises at the last election to level up this country, and you have to be honest that that comes with spending commitments that have not been made. You know, you mentioned schools and skills earlier. I have a school in my constituency that doesn't have hot running water and can't afford to fix it. That is the reality of continued austerity under this Conservative government. The levelling up for transport across the north, the integrated rail plan, was a significant downgrading of the promises that were made in 3 consecutive Tory manifestos. So, yes, of course, spending decisions have to be made according to priorities, but you are not investing them as promised at the last general election. It's not just a question for the next one, it's a question for this Parliament now. And that is the fundamental tension, as I mentioned earlier, at the heart of this Parliamentary Conservative Party between those MPs that were elected on that manifesto and Rishi Sunak, who wants to pursue spending cuts.
But do you accept the characterisation on testing, for example, COVID testing?
I think, well, questions were made yesterday about testing because we are not, the pandemic is not over, and refusing testing for symptomatic people does not feel like a sensible decision at the moment.
Oh, okay.
You want to keep spending £2 billion a month on testing? It's not sustainable.
Why? I mean, keeping them there for symptomatic people at the moment, until we are absolutely through the pandemic, is not according to the scientific advice.
Look, this whole argument that Keir Starmer had yesterday, this football thing that he tries to crowbar about 10 minutes ago, the argument about COVID that I've been making is COVID it's not going to be over in 10 minutes. It's a disease that's with us forever.
Yeah.
We've got protections with vaccines and antivirals. You can't keep operating in an emergency position. We've got to get back to normal and start focusing on getting the NHS dealing with the backlogs and recognising, coming back to your point, that if you spend £400 billion on protecting people through a pandemic, you are going to have to cut your cloth accordingly. Okay. And there are going to be things that you aren't able to do or as quickly as you wanted to do, recognising that reality. And I think the public do want politicians to be honest with them and straightforward about the choices and the realities.
Do either of you want to tell us where public opinion is on this argument we've just heard?
Well, public opinion at the moment seems to be slightly more towards the Labour position than the Conservative position. But, you know, as we know, things switch around. I mean, I've been looking at public opinion on COVID. At the moment, I'm sort of looking at it in the spring of 2020, and, you know, Boris Johnson was seen to be doing fantastically well. You know, and there was a huge amount of support for what the government were doing. A few months later, you know, that collapsed. So it moves around an awful lot.
Right, we've got time for a final question, and literally you've got about a minute each. It's from Simon Usherwood, and the question is, have either the Tories or Labour worked out what Brexit is for yet?
Well, look, Brexit was about fundamentally who makes the laws in your country, and the decision that the public made was that we wanted to make the decisions affecting people's lives in the British Parliament here and not accept lots of laws being made as a compromise in the European Union. That was the fundamental question. It was the take back control question. And that comes with costs and opportunities. And our challenge is to make the most of the opportunities, which I think Tim referenced. Some ministers have been setting those out. The Treasury, I think, has done a lot to improve our ability to attract financial businesses here.
Jacob Rees-Mogg's
and we need to see,
now, isn't it?
and we need to see more of that in the coming years. Yeah.
Have you worked out what Brexit's about?
Well, I think it's pretty pathetic that Jacob Rees-Mogg had to go and ask Sun readers if they could think of any Brexit opportunities for him to help deliver in this government. Look, there are of course opportunities. We've set out that the Tories should cut VAT on energy bills at the moment in order to help them through the coming energy bill crisis. But ultimately, as I said earlier, as Keir set out in his Labour Party conference speech, we have to now make Brexit work, and that is not being achieved with Boris Johnson's endless antagonism and casual threats towards Europe, not least around the Northern Ireland Protocol.
Yeah, I mean, it was close, 52 to 48. Has the nation worked out what Brexit's for yet?
No, I don't think so. I don't think anyone in this room necessarily has. I think the Tories, if there is a Tory answer to what Brexit is for, it's the one Ben Houchen, the sort of slightly inconsistent answer Ben Houchen has settled on in the Tees Valley, which is that it allows the government to both be a government of statist intervention and a government that deregulates quite aggressively. So that's why, you have a mayor in the Tees Valley that both nationalises and throws massive state subsidies at an airport, but is also very, very into free ports. But crucially, Ben Houchen has a story to tell to his electorate, which is why he was elected, and tangible achievements to point to, which is why he was re-elected with 73, North Korean style margin of sort of 73% of the vote last May. The challenge for Labour, and which Louise just picked up on there, is to find progressive advantages to Brexit. And I know the chorus of responses here might be, well, there aren't any. There clearly are things that Labour can embrace or lean into, given that it is clearly not politically possible to reverse Brexit anytime soon, and it's not a feasible or advisable electoral position for Labour to go in saying they're going to do that. It's about finding Brexit dividends that they can sell to the public as distinctively Labour positions.
Well, I think for the Conservative Party, it was about making sure that there wasn't a disruptive challenger on its right flank, which meant that it might lose a general election. And so far, it's proved very successful in that sense.
Well, on that note, I'd like to thank Tim, Patrick, Louise and Mark very much indeed. We're going straight on to the next session with a different panel, so please stay in your seats, but thank you all very much.
I'm going to take my mask off to talk, I think. Yeah. I might take mine off. Just
Richard's the runner.
yeah, well, yeah. That's right. Sort of
Richard's the runner.
Here. It's a kind of reasonable middle ground. Indeed. We're facing forwards. Yep.
So I'll interrupt. So you're picking up first, and then into. Is anyone? I realise it's a gruelling schedule today, particularly as people aren't used to sort of sitting outside their own front rooms and doing this sort of thing. But given this panel, it's definitely going to be worth it. So we're here to talk about politics beyond the two-party system. I remember back in.
Chairman, could I just ask a question? Did the Liberal Democrats refuse an invitation?
I will be getting onto that in a moment. Don't worry. Back in 2015, I'd gone to give a lecture in Rome, and a mate of mine who I met for dinner that evening had just been in Parliament giving evidence about the new Renzi law, which is meant to give a chunk of votes to the party that gets a majority. And he turned up at dinner beaming with satisfaction, and I asked him how the session went. He said, very well. And I said, what's this law for? And he looked at me and he said, we want this law because we don't want Italian politics to be the fragmented multi-party mess that British politics is. In 2015, we were talking about the end of the two-party system and how things change within a couple of years in 2017. So what we want to talk about a bit today is where the other parties are, where they stand, what their prospects are. And I'm delighted to welcome, to do this, to my right, Professor Sarah Hobolt, who's Sutherland Chair in European Institutions at the LSE. To her right, we have Kirsty Blackman, an SNP MP. To her right, geographically, not politically necessarily, is Natalie Bennett, Baroness Bennett, former leader of the Green Party. And to my left, my far left, we have Richard Tice, who's leader of Reform UK. And on my immediate left, we have our very own Alan Wager. Alan is here in his capacity as an academic, but to respond to the question that was posed earlier, we didn't manage to get a positive response from the Liberal Democrats. We did try, so he's going to focus his remarks a little bit initially on the Lib Dems, but then he's free to rove as widely as he would like. So I'm going to ask Sarah to kick us off with a sort of overview of what we call challenger parties and their prospects.
Thank you, Anna. And of course, this panel is called Beyond the Two-Party System. And I think perhaps I wanted to start off by asking a slightly different question, which is why Brexit didn't bring us beyond the two-party system. Because if we look at the Parliament today, it's very much dominated by two parties. Of course, certainly if we look at English politics. And this is surprising in some ways because Brexit was the big moment, particularly, of course, for the Liberal Democrats, but also for other parties, the big moment that could have potentially taken us beyond two-party politics. And we saw a glimpse of that in the 2019 European Parliament elections that were touched upon in a previous panel, where the two major parties won just 23% of the vote. You had the Brexit parties, of course, ahead, followed by the Liberal Democrats, and you had the Conservatives, I think, in fifth place. So we had this sort of the glorious multi-party, or not so glorious, depending on whether you think it's a good thing, that we know from continental Europe. Yet what happened if we look forward to 2019, the general election, just a short half a year later, is that 87% of the seats in Parliament is controlled by the two major parties. This was the Get Brexit Done election where we had a deeply divided population and also two major parties that were also internally divided on the issue. So why was it that somehow this did not help the smaller parties in the way it could have? The SNP situation is different, of course, because the support is so geographically concentrated. The reason why this could have mattered was that Brexit was this wedge issue, as we like to call it as social scientists, wedge issue that split parties down the middle, not quite down the middle, but there was a very big chunk of Labour leavers, a very big chunk of Conservative Remainers, and people felt very deeply about it. People today still feel very deeply about being Remainers and Leavers. Our studies have showed that about 2/3 of people still identify that way. And back in 2019, people felt more strongly about that than being Conservative and Labour. So this was, in a sense, a moment where we could see a kind of realignment away from the dominance of Labour and Conservatives. And we've seen across Europe, we've really seen that the European issue is one that can shift and realign politics in that way. Now, so the key reason, of course, that this didn't happen in the UK is because of the electoral system. So the electoral system still benefits the two major parties, not only mechanically in the way that it translates votes into seats, but also psychologically. And I noticed in the last panel, a lot was focused on voters. Do they understand, how not to waste their vote and so on, but also for the parties themselves. So first of all, psychologically for voters, of course, you might think, I really feel like a Green Party voter and that's where my heart lies. But would you go and vote for the Green Party in most constituency, bar, a very few? It's a wasted vote. It's going to be purely expressive, and therefore you don't vote for the Greens. You maybe vote for Labour or Lib Dems or whoever you feel is closest to you ideologically. But on top of that, we also see it affects how parties act, because if we think back in the last 5-6 years of British politics, look first with Labour under Corbyn, I think if we'd had proportional representation, that party would have split up. It did split up. We've maybe forgotten about the tickers or Change UK or what they were called, but it is such a massive risk for any ambitious politician to say, no, we're going to split up. And similar with the Conservatives, the civil war they had over Brexit that turned them from a Remain supporting party, split, but Remain supporting, into the Brexit party in a sense, in terms of the position they take under Boris Johnson. But it just doesn't make sense to split up. So you have these enormous force of the institutions that keep the two parties dominant. So that just made it very difficult. Again, SNP, it's different under first past the post. Even if you're a smaller party, if your electoral support is very geographically low, concentrated, you can still do very well, as we know, of course, that the SNP has done and is continued to do. But for other parties, Reform UK, of course, well, the Brexit party, and then Reform UK was particularly squeezed by this move where basically Boris Johnson came in, took the Brexit party position, and now that left a Reform UK with sort of little room to maneuver. On the Remain side, you could say, well, they sort of, particularly I think the Liberal Democrats, this was their big chance, and they didn't manage to capitalize on it. I mean, we might hear more about that, but they really didn't. Now, today, of course, we have Brexit being less salient, but it still matters. And I think a lot have been talked in a previous panel about a progressive alliance. So one thing I just want to end on, it's not all about what happens before the election. Where this can perhaps be an important moment is also what happens after the next general election. We could well be in a situation where there's not a clear majority by either of the major parties, and there perhaps this realignment in British politics to a degree where still parties on the Remain side have, if not have any kind of formal pact, have a sort of informal understanding that will make it easier for cooperation on that side of politics. That's yet to be, that's all up to the parties themselves, of course, but certainly what we've seen in what we see now in the public is we have the Leavers, being represented, but the Remainers by the major parties, they don't have it. We hear Labour talking all about of the cost of living crisis, but Brexit is something that Labour doesn't really want to touch for good reasons, perhaps, but also something that's not represented really, that the smaller parties have not been able to win on. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Sarah. There's a lot of questions coming in that sort of nibble around the edges of both why aren't we doing more on devolution and about electoral reform. Just to reassure you, at the end of March, at our next event, we're going to be talking a lot about the electoral system, devolution and so on and so forth. I mean, today, the focus is very much on the politics. Speaking of which, Kirsty, I mean, as Sarah said, the position of the SNP is different, and of course you are a governing party. But in terms of the legacy of Brexit, it strikes me there's a little bit of a double-edged sword here for the SNP, which is on the one hand, there was a sort of palpable increase in fervour around independence because of Brexit and the way it was handled. On the other hand, there seem to be elements to which you are losing levers and that the Scottish politics is crystallising now into two blocks. I mean, one is yes, remain, the other is no, leave. Does that pose you a problem when you think not just about electoral politics, but about the referendum that you want to have?
I mean, I think, from reading the report, yeah, there's a coalescing, but it's not so much around yes, remain and no leave. It's around yes, remain and other stuff. So it's either you're in the yes, remain camp or you're not. You're in some sort of other camp. So that there are, people that feel very passionately that we should remain part of the United Kingdom, that also feel that we should remain part of the European Union. That hasn't gone away to the extent that those people who support independence, and want to leave the EU, that number has reduced significantly. The number of people identifying as being in that camp has significantly reduced. I mean, I was thinking about the kind of current political environment and where we are in the current political environment. And, Brexit is one of the things that is there, and, what is happening post-Brexit and how we tackle things post-Brexit. But, I mean, for us, also, you have to remember that the Scottish electorate is further left than the electorate in England in the main. And therefore, you know, if you think about this in cold, hard political terms, the fact that we've got a Tory government who are pursuing Brexit, who are anti-immigration, who are, you know, far more right than the majority of the Scottish people, you've got Partygate, you've got all of those things happening. Actually, you know, there's a real opportunity for the SNP in that, and you know, it's a terrible opportunity because we're seeing the negatives for our population of the impact of those policies. But electorally, you know, there's a significant positive from that. If you don't mind, can I just touch on a couple of other things? So you mentioned the electoral systems, and I just wanted to kind of touch on the electoral systems. Obviously, in Parliament in Westminster, we've got, you know, because it's first past the post, there is a domination there, and the SNP dominates in Scotland. You know, we win the vast majority of seats, and we have done in every election since 2015. We have two other electoral systems in Scotland. We've got the STV system that we use for the council elections, and we've got the additional members list system that we use for the Scottish Parliament elections. The Scottish Parliament election system means that it's very, very difficult to get a majority, but the SNP continues to get as close to a majority as you reasonably can within that system. Mm-hmm. And given that we've got the cooperation agreement with the Greens there, we've got this majority here. We've also got, in terms of looking at elections, we've got the council elections coming this year. Again, different system in Scotland. We've got the STV system. We've also got a system where all of our unitary authorities, and every council in Scotland is a unitary authority, has an election this year. It's not the case where there's a 1/3 of councils elected. So this is a massive year for council elections. And for us, the last council elections were in 2017, where if you look at our Westminster results, we were doing less well than we have done in some of the other years. We still, you know, swiped the board in the majority of the Westminster seats. But, you know, we were dipped in terms of the polling, in terms of the support that we currently have. Mm-hmm. So I'd expect to see SNP gains in the council election this year as well. So I think there's a lot of positive opportunities for the SNP, some of them around Brexit and the impacts of Brexit that we'll continue to see coming through, but a significant chunk of them around actually the actions of the Conservative government and the fact that that does not sit well with the majority of our population.
I'm tempted to push you on whether or not, therefore, you'd like to see another Conservative government after the next election.
No.
But anyway,
no.
we'll move on. Nat, I mean, Sarah sort of laid down a bit of a gauntlet to you, which is, you know, however much you might like the Greens, ultimately, why would you vote for them given the first-past-the-post system? Because ultimately, they're not going to win in your seat. I mean, you must hear this an awful lot.
Well, I think, first of all, it's worth noting that, perhaps unsurprisingly, given where we're sitting, that this was a very Westminster-centric view. Mm-hmm. Politics is just not about Westminster. Politics, of course, is about the nations other than England, but it's also about local councils. And you talked about going back to a two-party state after 2016. But if you look at our results from the last two council elections, if you look at what the graph looks like, you know, we've been for decades just very, very, very slightly growing our number of councillors. The graph, literally, I'm not exaggerating, looks like that. The last two council elections, we've had enormous increases in our number of councillors. So if you look around the country, not only are we now again running Brighton and Hove as a minority administration, but we're also in 13 councils around the country in some form of rainbow administration. Interesting case study is Herefordshire, the kind of place that traditionally used to be thought so true blue that you'd hardly even bother to have a vote. And it's now in a rainbow administration with the green and the environment and a list of other things portfolio. So what we're seeing is Greens winning an enormous number of seats under first past the post, because there's still first past the post elections in local councils in England, and we're advancing at great speed. Now that is not visible because, you know, one of the other great problems in British politics is the immense concentration of power and resources here in Westminster, and the lack of resources in local councils, and the fact that everyone focuses on what happened in PMQs and who told the best bad jokes semi-well, and that's regarded as British political coverage. But there's all sorts of things happening out there on the ground that comes out of the 2015 election and the growth and the place that we took there. I do just also want to pick up what you said, Anne, about talking about, you know, we don't want a fragmented multi-party mess and seeing the end of the two-party system. Well, when I look across the chamber in the House of Lords, I see a fragmented mess.
Right, yeah.
The Conservative Party is hugely divided amongst itself. Any serious issue, you know, when I put down even a radical amendment on something like trying to stop the financial sector milking money, taking 16% of the money paid to every care bed, going off into hedge funds, I'll find a Conservative to support me in that. Nationality and Borders Bill. There's lots of Conservatives who are horrified by what the government's doing with the Nationality and Borders Bill, and they're speaking out. So, you know, the Conservative Party, and I would say probably obviously to the Labor Party, are incredibly divided, fragmented messes. And just because they've been the two largest parties for a century doesn't mean that's going to continue. I very much doubt they've ever been more unstable than they are now. And the third thing is I wanted to say, picking up particularly on the Brexit and the post-Brexit issue, there's a lot of young people who are profoundly angry about Brexit and the impact that Brexit has had on their lives. And I mean, this was something we focused on in the referendum. Young people now have far fewer freedoms and opportunities than their parents had. And they're seeing that. And, you know, COVID has kind of frozen things for 2 years. And if we think about something I was doing in the House yesterday, a little oral question on the impact on the music industry and the cultural sector of Brexit. Now, you may not know Tankers, the Henge. I confess I didn't know it. It's a band. They did a 15-day tour of France. They managed to squeeze in last sort of the middle end of last year. And they had to cost them £4,000 more directly just because of some of the issues around Brexit that arise for our cultural sector. Now, what we're seeing is a lot of young people. I see the climate strikers, under 18s even. And, votes at 16 is another issue that we really need to focus on, and we've already got in much of the country. Young people, as the freeze of COVID stops, they're going to look around and say, what kind of world have we landed in? And why have you, looking across the road there, landed us in it? So there's going to be, there is already a generational split, and there's going to be much more of a generational split in British politics.
Okay. Natalie, you've given me a nice segue to Richard, which is not something I imagine you hear all the time. But so, I mean, absent Brexit, what is there for you to sort of campaign on centre? What I'd love you to tell me, Richard, is that actually your party really misses European Parliament elections. Because for a party like yours, actually, if you don't have European party elections, how do you break through?
Well, I think the point is that what we miss is a proportional representation system. And I think what's really interesting about what Kirsty was just saying is that if you're a popular party, I mean, the big criticism about PR is that you can't have strong, effective government. But actually, the SNP, they proved that that's not the case, because under first past the post, they do well in Scotland. And yet under PR, with the additional member system, they do well in the Holyrood elections. So actually, if you've got policies that your electorate want, then you will do well. And I think, in fairness, that's what the SNP achieve. I think the reality is that how long will this country want to live under a national government that essentially means we're in a one-party state? And I think, for me, knocking on doors, and there have been a variety of by-elections recently, almost nobody's talking about Brexit. People are talking about what others have referred to, the cost of living crisis, the cost of energy, how people are going to make ends meet. That's what's really exercising people. And I think those will be the big issues around the next election. But as the previous panel was touching on, look, the reality is that at some point, the people are going to say, we don't want a one-party state. And never underestimate the common sense of British voters. And at some point, I think some form of system will come in. It was interesting, the discussion earlier about whether or not PR could be introduced with or without a referendum, and whether or not if the Liberals and Labour came to some form of arrangement, whether they could introduce it through the House of Commons without a referendum. And I don't know the answer to that, but I suspect that actually, I think attitudes are changing, and changing quite fast. The saddest thing for me is when you hear on the doors, and I love campaigning because you learn so much, but when you hear on the doors, I'm done with all of you, I'm never voting again, it never makes any difference. And for me, that's the biggest thing about PR, is that every vote matters, every vote counts, and you can genuinely then say to someone, look, it really does matter. Whereas if you're in a safe Tory seat and you're a Labour voter or any other party, you sort of feel, well, my vote doesn't matter, so I'm not going to bother. And so turnout collapses. And that's really sad for democracy. And the joy about having more parties is that the real winner actually, it's not necessarily the smaller parties who battle hard and work incredibly hard and may end up thinking, okay, we didn't get the seats we wanted. The real winner is democracy. Because actually, with more debate, more discussion, more options, voters actually have a broader range of options to look at. And under PR, I think people feel my vote matters more. This time, I'm going to lend it, because you're always lending a vote. I'm going to lend it to that party for this reason. And for me, that's why I think it's, I don't know when, but I think at some point it's inevitable.
Okay, but I'm not quite going to let you get away with that, in the sense that I take the point about electoral reform, but in the here and now, how do you or your party manage to get noticed?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'll come back to the point. I think the next election will be fought around energy, the cost of energy, which drives the cost of living, and everything around that. I think will be, if not, I think it will be the central issue at the next election. That and healthcare will be, depending on what happens with healthcare over the next couple of years. I think those will be the two big issues, and in a sense, the SNP's success is because it's founded around a single issue. And for us, we think that the single issue will be the cost of energy, the energy decisions that we're making, the energy policies around net zero, around shale gas. These things will be potentially central to the next election and central to the issues that we think people want to debate on.
But again, why would they turn to? I mean, there's a structural problem you face, isn't there, which is low recognition.
Correct. Yeah. Look, I mean, launching a new brand in any walk of life, any industry, any academic institution, launching a new brand is hard. No one disputes that, and essentially Reform UK is a new brand. The crossover recognition between the Brexit Party and Reform UK is pretty low. And launching a new brand in politics with a two-party system is even harder. But I remake the point. If you want to shape an influence, look, if you want to win the lottery, you've got to buy a ticket. I don't buy a ticket. I don't expect to win it. If you want to shape an influence, you've got to be on the ballot paper, and you've got to be on the ballot paper everywhere in a general election. And that's what we will be. And I think that will encourage debate around the key issues. And we will have a very different position on energy policies to the current mainstream within Westminster. And I think that actually will be very instructive to the next election.
Brilliant, thank you. Do keep putting I have got your questions here. I am going to turn to them, but do keep voting for the ones you want me to ask. Alan, Sarah suggested that the sort of, correct me if I get you wrong, that the Lib Dems sort of blew their big chance in 2019. It's a Brexit election, and they're a party that's committed to remain. What went wrong, and is it fixable in the future?
Well, I mean, it's hard not to agree that they blew their chance, because if you think about the sort of the summer and autumn of 2019, or let's talk about the electoral system making it impossible for smaller parties to break through, that Richard's party were first or second in the polls, and the Liberal Democrats were first or second in the polls. So at that one time, it looks like it was possible that there could be a sort of a breaking of the mold within the two-party system, and that was ultimately not possible because of the electoral system. But when you heard the phrase leaving the Tories quaking in their boots and Ed Davey's Lib Dems last week, you heard that Andrew Marr say that in the New Statesman. That wouldn't necessarily have been something you'd have heard said a few years ago, and that's because he was talking about this idea of a sort of electoral pact that's been discussed today, and the fact that that's sort of on the cards, if you like, is one of a few sort of indications that maybe things are potentially looking up for the Lib Dems. So in the 2019 election, they only got basically the same amount of votes, the same amount of seats that they got in 2015 and 2017 and 2019. So that was a bit of a disaster, and it's the sort of level that the Liberal Party got throughout most of the 20th century. So there has been the sense that the Lib Dems were maybe stuck in a rut. And when you hear talk about dozens of potential seats that are potentially available for the Liberal Democrats, and it's given credence by sort of sources within the Labour Party, that's got to sound pretty good for the Liberal Democrats. You look at the leadership rating for Fred Davey, for example, as many people say, he's doing a good job as doing a bad job, but about half of people say don't know when they ask that question. That was the sort of same level that you saw for sort of Paddy Ashdown in 1989, the late 80s, when the Liberal Democrats were essentially first formed, which speaks to sort of all the problems that Richard Tyson identifies here, actually, in terms of starting a new brand, starting a new, sort of turning a new page as a party. That was sort of level that that Paddy Ashdown was polling at, and he ultimately managed to sort of increase the prospects of the Lib Dems, in part by this abandonment of equidistance that we're seeing at the moment. Ed Davey sort of try and pursue, and you can actually make the case that for Ed Davey, he's had potentially the best 2021 of any major party leader in the UK. You know, you can really make that case. You look back at the sort of Cheshire and Amersham by-election, no major broadcaster, TV or radio, even bothered to turn up at the count, and they ended up sort of winning. And even in North Shropshire, if you think about how likely that was seen to be a sort of a game for the Lib Dems, you know, even the sort of most optimistic Lib Dem didn't necessarily think that was gonna happen. So, I mean, there are two different sort of key takeaways people are taking from this. The first is this thing that everyone's discussing today, this idea of a progressive alliance and increased tactical voting. I think there are some really key reasons why that might happen in terms of the type of voters that the Liberal Democrats could target, sort of graduate, Remainers, as they were called during the Brexit divide, and potentially, you know, if those labels sort of fade, that's still a label that sort of identifies a type of voter that Liberal Democrats can target, and also sort of places. With Tim, who just spoke, we identified the sort of yellow halo of support for the Lib Dems in and around London where they can target. So there's a very clear geographical element to their support. But the other thing that people maybe were saying after North Shropshire is that maybe the Lib Dems could become a sort of catch-all party, including getting the support of some disgruntled Leave supporters, and then maybe in areas like the southwest they could sort of have a resurgence. I mean, but I think there's plenty of reasons to be a bit sceptical of that. If you look back at the sort of May local elections, which seemed ages ago, you know, in Cornwall, the Lib Dems, that used to be one of their sort of key in the 2010 election. Every single MP in Cornwall was a Lib Dem, and they only got 19% back in May. So unless something big has changed in terms of the Leave vote, which is potentially what's happened, I think the Lib Dems need to be a bit circumspect about thinking that they can potentially be this sort of catch-all party that they once were. So it's a potentially optimistic picture for the Lib Dems, but it depends on whether or not they are clever enough to sort of work out where they can and can't succeed. And one of the problems for the Lib Dems in years gone by, in elections gone by, I think 2019 and 2010, is that they sort of potentially overstretched as a political party, and there are signs in all this talk of a pact that maybe they're sort of boxing wise, if you like.
Well, if you don't get a retweet from a party leader for that, then you never will get one, I have to say. I mean, one of the paradoxes in the report, in the section on the Lib Dems, is, if I remember it rightly, it says actually what the Lib Dems need Brexit to go away. They need to move on from Brexit and look at other things, which is partly because their electoral base is quite divided. But for all your parties, do you want to be talking about Brexit at all at the next election? I mean, Labour seems to have made a decision pretty much not to. Where does the balance of opportunities lie for you in terms of, and I know your position is very, very different on this, Kirsty, but in fact, you might as well go first, and we'll do your unique position first. But for the others, I mean, Richard, for the Lib Dems, Alan, or for the Greens, Natalie, after Kirsty, do you want to be talking about this still, or do you want to move on to other things?
I'll just briefly touch on what Alan said about the most successful 2021. Nicola Sturgeon had the most successful 2021 of all of them.
Yeah.
And this is one of the issues that we have, is that, you know, people in UK politics talk about the Lib Dems as you know, still feel like the Lib Dems are the third party, despite the fact that the SNP are the third party, because we're considered by a lot of people in the mainstream, unfortunately, some sort of fringe concern, when actually, you know, we're the third party in the UK Parliament, and still we've got a lot of mainstream media platforming the Lib Dems ahead of us, which is not how it should be. And just one more thing to add on what was said there. Actually, Richard, in terms of the electoral success, you know, actually what Natalie said about winning council elections is the way to get to places, because if you've got council representatives, and this is how we've been successful, it's not by having one issue, it's by doing well when we are elected. We are elected, you know, in Scottish Parliament. We had a good government in the Scottish Parliament. We continue to get elected on that basis because we do well once we are elected, and that's why you need to concentrate on councils. As well as devolved administrations. I absolutely want to talk about Brexit. I absolutely want to be talking about everything that we have lost. You know, I'm on the DEFRA Select Committee, which was a bit of a surprise to me, but it's been very interesting. And you know, we're talking to fishermen who are saying, hold on a second, we voted for this. We wanted this to happen, and now it's not what was promised. This is not what was sold to us. So, you know, there are still lots and lots of repercussions of Brexit that we want to be talking about, not just in terms of the nuts and bolts still need to be sorted out, but, you know, that needs to continue to happen. But in terms of thinking about the Scottish independence referendum that is upcoming, we're absolutely going to be pitching that we want to be Scotland within the EU. That is our position, that's our pitch, and that is where a significant proportion of the Scottish population feel like they want to be. So it's an electoral winner for us, as well as the right thing to do, and, you know, very much accords with our core values.
Natalie.
Well, I think I want to also start with something that Alan said about the Lib Dem problem. And I was flashing back to, I think it was Nick Clegg who said, we're going to be in the middle, wherever the middle is. What do you stand for? What sort of society are you aiming for? And we have a economic, social, environmental, political, educational state of crisis, a geopolitical crisis. That's the status quo, the way we've been doing things has got us to that point. And this is something that young people are acutely aware of. So the point is, the question now is very clearly what happens next. And there's a survey that's been done over many years, a graph that shows that asking people, do you think your kids and grandkids will have a better life than you've had? And that's increasingly massively negative. People get that the current system is broken. And, you know, I would say in some ways we're the direct polar political opposite of the Lib Dems. The Lib Dems want to be in the middle, just, you know, keeping things going as they are. We want an entirely new system. We understand that you can't have infinite growth on a finite planet, and that means that you have to have everyone having enough. There's enough resources on this planet for everyone to have a decent life if we just share them out fairly. And that's an utter transformation of all of our current systems. It's things like universal basic income, 4-day working week as standard with no loss of pay. It's an entire transformation of our energy system. I'm going to agree with Richard that we need a transformation of our energy system, just in the absolute opposite direction. And indeed, I also would agree with him that healthcare is a great issue, but we obviously need to protect our NHS, deprivatise our NHS, but we have to absolutely focus, and COVID is focused on this very, very clearly, that we are a profoundly unhealthy society. And that's got nothing to do with the NHS. That's insecurity, poverty, mental ill health, young people not being able to see a future ahead of them with the climate emergency and the nature crisis. You know, we are at a point of profound crisis, and staying in the middle and triangulating just is not going to happen anymore. And I would say that there is, you know, that's the problems of the main parties. And this is a broader situation. We've had 40 years of neoliberalism. Before that, we had 40 years of a social democratic consensus. We're at a point now where we're going to decide what the next 40 years looks like. And I would say, you know, we say there's enough resources for a decent life if you share them out fairly. The far right, the other side, says it's a difficult, dangerous world and we've got to shove the others away, whoever those others are, build walls to keep them out. Let the plutocrats run riot because, you know, they know what to do, the man riding up on the white horse to the rescue. We say politics should be something that everybody does, not have done to them. And that's the absolute opposite of the world we have today. And that's what we're campaigning for.
Thank you. Before I come on to you, Richard, I just want to say, firstly, it's not Alan's job to defend the Lib Dems. So absolutely not what he's here to do. So you're excused if you've started to feel that this is where you're being put. But also, Sarah, I mean, if there's anything you hear that you want to chip in about, then just nudge me and chip in. If there's something so far.
No, I was just... Did you answer the question about... whether you wanted. I'm just curious
Yeah.
whether you want to talk about Brexit.
Well, I guess we don't frame it in terms of Brexit. We frame it in changing the whole system, and that means a basis of cooperating with everybody. So we want to, remove all those barriers that Brexit's put in. But that's not a case of going back to where we were. We don't want to go back to 2016. The people who said they wanted to take back control in 2016 were absolutely right. The problem wasn't Brussels. The problem is Westminster. And if we fix Westminster, then we can actually start to have a decent relationship with Europe again.
Which brings me to you, Richard, and a question from Simon Usherwood, which is if part of the thing about Brexit was it was a sort of cipher for all sorts of various dissatisfactions that people had with the system. Is there something else that you can mobilise in its place, or are you interested in keeping on talking about Brexit?
Definitely not, actually, and having knocked on thousands of doors in by-elections over the last few weeks and months, nobody on the doors, or ordinary people who think quite sensibly about politics for about a minute a week, they're not talking about Brexit, they're focusing on what I touched on earlier, which is the cost of living, it's decent schooling, and why can't they see a GP face to face? Those are the real issues that affect people every day, and that plague on all the houses. And again, actually, Natalie is right, that the system is broken to the point that the loss of confidence in everything, and I think that is getting people engaged with politics again and believing that they can make a difference is absolutely crucial.
But that's where they only think about politics 1 minute a week. Doesn't work. People need to be able to get together with their friends, their neighbours, their colleagues, and change things, and that's something that takes time.
It takes time, and it takes a different system, which is why PR is the system that I think will make the biggest transformation, because people in safe seats, the 2 seats that we've been campaigning in fact, the 3 seats, Bexley, North Shropshire and now Erdington, they're essentially safe seats. And so all of the other voters are essentially disenfranchised. And which is why that in these seats you get the other main party doesn't bother. Labour didn't bother in Bexley and North Shropshire, which is why in North Shropshire the Lib Dems came through. Labour didn't bother in Chesham. And, is that really the politics we want? I don't think it is. I think we need people to be engaged. What was interesting about Chesham was that never underestimate, as I said before, the smart British voter will work out if there's an opportunity to change something, which is what they did in Chesham. The whole Labour vote went Lib Dem, en masse. And I think as we move forward, as more people feel the system is broken, the two-party system is not working for them and for the country, I think that will increase. I just don't know how long it'll take.
Okay, Alan, you're welcome to answer the sort of Lib Dem and Brexit question, but if there's anything else you want to chip in on, then just...
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing about all the discussion about electoral reform and also the Brexit policy is if we think about what might happen after any general election that is with any Labour-led government, there'll have to be sort of negotiations with other parties, and that you would imagine the 2 asks that the Liberal Democrats would come up with would be electoral reform and probably a single market and customs union membership, right? And it might be easier in that circumstance for the Labour Party to countenance giving electoral reform without a referendum if the alternative is, a policy that would involve the return of free movement. So these issues about Brexit and about electoral reform are potentially, intertwined in quite an interesting way, potentially, if you think about what might happen after the next election.
And talking about electoral pacts and so on, there's a question specifically for you, Kirsty, from that man Curtis again. If the next election produces a hung parliament, will the SNP insist on Indy Ref 2 as the price for supporting a minority government?
I can't see us going into any sort of formal agreement with well, we certainly wouldn't go into any formal agreement in any circumstance with the Conservatives. That just simply wouldn't happen. But in terms of thinking about any conversations that we have with the Labour Party or with some sort of Labour Lib Dem conglomerate, yeah, absolutely, indeed F2, if it hasn't already happened by the next general election, I can't imagine us asking for any other price. That is the key one, is that we need to have the independence referendum so that we can be an independent country and do all of the things, particularly things that Natalie was talking about, do all of those things about reforming our energy system, about improving the cost of living, about rejoining the European Union, all of those things for the benefit of our population. as I said earlier, that our single issue is not the reason for our electoral success, but it does continue to be our most important priority. We want Scotland to be an independent country.
So that's an unambiguous yes, basically.
Pretty much, but remember, I'm not the party leader. So as a member of the SNP and an MP for the SNP, I think it's an unambiguous yes,
okay,
but I'm
that's
not
a
the
slightly ambiguous yes, but not very ambiguous. Okay. Just, I mean, we've got a question from Mark English about whether there is space for a rejoin party. And I mean, I can use this question partly on face value, whether, you know, opposition parties could sort of gather together under the umbrella of rejoin. But the broader question, I suppose, is the Progressive Alliance question, isn't it? Should there be, or could there be, more fruitful collaboration between opposition parties? Natalie?
Well, I mean, what I would say is I don't think personally there's any enormous future in a rigid fixed alliance that sits here in London in a non-smoke filled room these days and goes, right, you allocate there, you allocate there, you allocate there. I profoundly believe in power remaining locally and only being referred upwards when absolutely necessary. That's the total opposite of that. And I think it produces, as we saw in some cases, a real backlash. People feel like they're not being given the choice, they're not being given the right what to do. But what we have seen is people are increasingly fed up with the current system. They're thinking, I'm not going to keep behaving the same way and getting the same results because I don't like those results. So people are becoming more and more detached from being, I'm a loyal Labour voter or I'm a loyal Conservative voter. And so I think, you know, what we've seen develop organically is the situation where parties, you know, stand a candidate but do virtually nothing else, and voters get the very clear signal about what the best thing to do is here. But I mean, it is worth saying this is a reminder of how, and I think we've got to focus on this, how complicated first past the post makes it for voters. They have to calculate how every other person in their constituency is going to vote and adjust their own vote accordingly. Whereas if you have PR, you vote for what you want and you get it. And in terms of how we get to there, I think I don't think we have to have another referendum. The word referendum, if you say, you know, talking about being on doorsteps, you just say the word referendum to people and just go.
Not in Scotland.
Well, okay, right. Yeah, okay, sorry. Apologies. England, Wales, and I'd imagine Northern Ireland. But you know, I think Make Votes Matter. Great organisation, big event tomorrow, by the way, advertisement. You know, they had set up the Good Systems Agreement, which was an agreement to say we will back a PR system and we'll have a People's Constitutional Convention properly constituted to actually draw up the details of what that looks like. And this is profoundly empowering the people, taking a representative group of people. This is direct, deliberative democracy, deciding what our new constitution looks like. And if you have a majority of people elected on a Good Systems Agreement, then you have a whole pathway forward with absolutely impeccable democratic credentials, and you don't need a referendum for Westminster.
Well,
you need a referendum in other
it's
places.
Also worth saying that the Conservative Party plan on changing electoral systems back to first past the post in a whole load of different areas of England without a referendum locally or anything like that. So there is a precedent for changing the electoral system back to first past the post without one. So why shouldn't the reverse be true, you could argue?
Yeah, which is precisely what Jen Williams has said on the Slido, actually. If you can change the rules for local government and police commissioners without a referendum, then what's the
Jen Williams agreeing with that's a good idea.
Difference? Sarah, do you think progressive alliance, is that the sort of thing likely, desirable, feasible in our electoral system?
I mean, I think it looks like a sort of very formal pact is unlikely, but it's clear that there is a real, the real issue in terms of, I mean, we saw it in the last election that the vote, for example, the Remain vote was just very split, and it did mean that the kind of parties that might be in a progressive alliance didn't get the seats they would have otherwise got if there'd been more coordination. I don't think it was quite right what was said in the last panel, it's easy for voters, they can just coordinate. I mean, as was just said, it's very, very complicated to know. Sometimes how you would coordinate for voters, and they don't necessarily pay the kind of attention. I have the sort of insights that even if they wanted to, they could. So I think that's just what happens. You don't have the sort of translation of votes into seats that you would have in a PR system. Now, one thing, a criticism of the PR system is, well, maybe it's easier at the time when you cast your vote, but do you know what you're getting? I mean, that would be the kind of first past the post case to be made. Do you know what you're getting in government? Because of course what happens is you do get a translation of your sort of true preferences, whatever votes into seats, but then you very rarely, and again, you know, Scotland is almost sort of an exception, although not quite, you very rarely get a single party majority, and even in Scotland, you don't have that now. So that means there is, you know, you have coalition formation, and we've seen that across Europe if you look at it comparative, and that's most likely what would happen in the UK. I think we're a long way away from it, but if we had PR, we would have coalitions. Now, some people like that. That means you have more sort of broader preferences, but it means in terms of accountability that right now, if you say, okay, I'm not very pleased with the government, it's pretty clear as a voter what you should probably do. You should probably not vote for the Conservative Party, and there's a kind of very clear accountability in that. And that goes away in most systems where you have PR. Yeah. So it's worth saying that, yeah, you get what you want, you know what you get when you're casting your vote, but you don't necessarily know what government.
But you don't, because, you know, the 2015 people voted for David Cameron and they ended up with Theresa May. You know, it's not necessarily that you get what you want, because actually, because of the fragmentation that was spoken about of the parties just now, if you vote Conservative, you don't actually know what you're going to be getting, because you don't necessarily follow their manifestos anyway.
Richard?
But I think also, you know, we want to be positive, and I think people want to vote for what they believe in, not what they're afraid of. And that's the whole, what Sarah's just been talking about, is actually you sort of end up under the first past the post system. It's more what you're afraid of. But it's much more positive to talk about what you believe in, what do you want, and then cast your vote and energise everybody to know their vote matters. That's the key thing. But, so, you know, and essentially you touched on a question of you know, linking around Rejoin. I mean, actually, Rejoin EU did stand in the last 3 by-elections. They're not standing in the current one. And there was no appetite for it, which in a sense highlights, look, they're a new brand. It's really hard. But it's interesting they haven't decided to stand in this one. I just think people are focusing on tomorrow's challenges, you know, not yesterday's issues. And I think that will move forwards as we move, whenever the next general election is, a couple of years away. I think the challenges then will be even harder than they are today.
And where do you stand on this question of sort of electoral alliances, formal or informal? I mean, does your desire for constitutional reform trump any policy differences you have with some of the other challenger parties? Is that the priority now? I mean,
look, we've got lots of priorities, but I mean, actually, you know, when you're knocking on people's doors, it's not their priority for electoral reform. I mean, that's the reality. The priority is how am I going to pay the bills next month? That's the reality, given where we're at with tax rises, with the cost of living, with energy price rises. That's the real issue. But I think electoral reform is a significant part of the way of improving the way this country is run and managed and governed.
Okay, I want to sort of challenge all of you on PR, but sort of building on what Sarah said, which is we've got a comment here, which is that PR might be a fairer system, but it doesn't guarantee that you're going to have confidence in politics or politicians, partly for the reasons that Sarah said, that actually those lines of accountability are far less clear. It's a bit more muddied. It's a bit more uncertain. You end up with messy coalitions.
But I think the idea that you have accountability for one vote every 5 years is a nonsense. And, you know, Boris Johnson gets elected. What does Boris Johnson stand for? What does Boris Johnson stand for yesterday? What does he stand for today? What will he stand for tomorrow? What are you choosing if you choose Boris Johnson? Whereas, if you look at, well, say, the example, we've just had the German elections, and the Germans have formed a coalition. And, people like to say, oh, it took them weeks and weeks to form a coalition agreement. But that means people sit down in a room and thrash out, here's my manifesto, here's your manifesto, what can we agree on, what's our plan for the government? And there's a really important question, which, again, I'm going to agree with Richard, about the quality of governance in the UK. And I'm very influenced by excellent little book by Professor Stein Ringen, Nation of Devils, who talks about how the quality of governance in PR systems is objectively much better than the quality of governance, because you actually have to sit down and agree, this is what this government is going to try to agree to achieve over our term of office. We set this down, it's in writing, it's public, it's available, you can be held to account to that. Whereas, how do we make policy? I mean, I used to work for the Times many years ago. I saw policies being made. Minister has a bad morning on the Today programme. Minister thinks I need a good headline. Minister scribbles something on the back of an envelope. 9 o'clock that evening, Times splash, government is going to do something. That's no way to run a country.
Richard, do you want to come back on this question of PR and faith in why it shouldn't necessarily lead to increased faith in politics and politicians?
Because I think all politicians, when you're canvassing for a vote on the door, you can genuinely say every vote matters, and it really does. And yes, as Natalie said, you're going to end up with a few weeks of negotiations about the key things you can agree on. But a few weeks within the context of 5 years, frankly, is worth it in order to get some stable, better governance and better management. And I think for me, that's a real advantage.
Richard, in a way, you sound a bit like Nick Clegg in 2010 when he was sort of justifying when he thought the coalition would actually, just the act of doing it would make people realise, actually coalitions are a pretty good idea. And actually, the amount of support for coalitions went down. And the problem is that maybe just whatever happens, you get this sort of resistance, cultural really, more than about the things that Sarah talked about, the mechanical and the voting system and so on in the UK. That just
but the reality is, when you listen to people on the doors, confidence is collapsing and turnout is dropping, and that's bad for everybody. It really is. And so, and look, the reality is, I think the Lib Dems in 2010, they made a concession on student fees, and the voters never forgot. And that was a choice they made, and I think that was probably the biggest loss for them. That's democracy. If they'd made a different choice, and who knows?
Kirsty, do you want to chip on this question?
Yeah. How can it be good to have a system where basically the majority decisions that affect the entirety of the UK are taken by the Prime Minister and the Chancellor? The first past the post system has meant that we've got this, power is very, very concentrated in a very small number of people who take those decisions. Whereas if you've got a PR system, you're much more likely to have much more collective responsibility because you'll have more than one party, so you'll have, different sets of policies coming together to try and make the best sets of decisions. And it will step away from being just those two people. If we're talking about the COVID testing decisions that's being taken because the Chancellor doesn't want to spend that money anymore. It's not been taken because the Department of Health, or that's my reading of it, because the Department of Health thinks it's the right thing to do, or because the Prime Minister even thinks it's the right thing to do. It's just the very small number of people that are taking those decisions. So quality of government is probably not the right way to phrase it. A government that can get every vote through, yes, that's what first past the post gives you. It doesn't necessarily give you a better government or even a stronger government. It gives you a government that will not necessarily weigh every decision in the way that a PR government will, and therefore will make many worse decisions as a result.
I mean, Sarah, you're a comparativist, and so you've looked at this across countries. I mean, would you like to sort of chip in on this?
So I don't sort of want to be the first past the post advocate on the panel, but there is, of course, a lot of political science research on this. And that's interesting, and it's not quite as clear. It was suggested that all the sort of indicators are necessarily pro-PR. But just sort of, if I'm going to play the devil's advocate, it's not necessarily, Germany has a quite efficient system of coalition formation, but if we look at the Netherlands, you can go over a year when you have the sort of the combination of a highly fragmented party system, which I think we probably would have in the UK, which indeed would give greater representation to a greater set of preferences. You also tend to have a rise of the radical far right, for example, which again is also a representation of voter preferences. But some people argue, instead we have these sort of big coalitions of parties. I mean, you were exactly right when you say the parties are very fragmented. So there is a sort of a trade-off between having a first past the post system, which does tend to give you governments single party majority governments that can govern, whether you like the way they do it or not is a different question, but that can govern and implement their manifesto, and where voters can see this is what we liked or we didn't like it, and they can punish them or reward them accordingly, versus a system where you have much more consensual government, a much wider involvement spectrum of preferences represented both in Parliament, but also represented in the whole policy-making process. Not just, you also have you can have minority governments, but where again those preferences are considered. And so there's a sort of, maybe there's a sort of slight cultural bias certainly in England for this kind of very adversarial politics. So it's this guy versus that guy, or this woman versus that man, and that's what you get. You get these lines much clearer drawn up. So, I mean, you know, as you can hear from my accent, I'm obviously from the sort of PR side of things, and I like more parties, more things being, but I can see the argument. It's not clear cut that one is bad and brings only bad things. And there is a sort of clear, yeah, I mean, you're a politician, but I would say as an...
Well, I think it's extremely clear cut.
Yeah,
we look at the majoritarian systems around the world, UK, Australia, US. I'd say those countries are a pretty powerful argument, the quality and the nature of their governments and the politics against first past the post.
And the thing that leads to is more division, and I think that's, you know, in a sense, you end up with, you get more extremes, and I think we're learning that is not good for people's confidence in politics, and you know, it becomes a much more angry, aggressive debate, which I don't think. Perhaps, sorry, you might help me, but in some of the PR systems, I don't think that is quite the case.
But certainly politics, the political outcomes would be more polarized because you can, as a single-party government, implement things without really a view to Parliament as a whole, where that's much harder when you have coalition politics. Of course, you will tend to, within Parliament and PR system, having more extreme parties, because you can have a party that's very extreme, getting 2% of the votes on sort of either end of the political spectrum. But the way government is formed tend to be more contention, and politics tends to be. So that's right. I mean, again, I don't know why sort of Anand is looking at me to be this sort of first past the post advocate. Just sort of presenting some of these. I mean, another question which was raised also by Tim is what's the pathway to this? I guess the pathway would be, I can see the only pathway would be that Labour doesn't win a majority. Yeah. Is a minority and has to rely on Liberal Democrats, maybe SNP, and says, okay, that's, you know, you get the NDREF, Lib Dems gets PR. And that, I mean, that's the only way, isn't it? Because, of course, as soon as when you have a single party majority, you know, whether you're Labour Conservative, you're going to think, yeah, this is great for us, because basically you get many more seats than you otherwise would. So there's just no incentive. And again, there's a big literature on showing exactly that. The problem with electoral reform is the ones who tend to take the decisions are the ones who benefited from exactly the system in place. Yeah. Whereas, you know, all us on this panel who don't accept the SNP, who don't benefit from the system, who are advocating it. So that's the tricky bit.
Well, Anand and I did this poll of MPs a few months ago, and we polled Labour MPs, and they're split pretty much 50-50 on PR, even though, you know, most of the affiliates that relate to the Labour Party and trade unions are increasingly supportive of proportional representation. As Sarah says, the MPs themselves value this sort of constituency link and think that first past the post is a good thing. So once it all enters the realm of parliamentary arithmetic after an election and a potential minority government, then, as Ed Miliband found in 2011, the Labour Party machinery isn't necessarily going to be inclined to support the views of everyone else on this panel. So that's plenty of problem.
They're also wrong about the constituency link thing. I've been elected under STV for 8 years from 2007, and you know I absolutely had a link with the area that I represented because there was 3 of us representing the area, and you can have a link with that entire area. So the constituency link was still there, probably in the way that it's not. In I'm less in favour of the additional members list system that we have in the Scottish Parliament, but under an STV system, you absolutely have that link. It's just a bigger area. But I get why, yeah, it's people who are very keen to keep their little empire that they've got and therefore don't want to have a new system come in.
It's very neutrally put. I mean, we're getting a lot of comments in about the fact that actually what we have is a one-party system, given, you know, that one party seems to win a lot more than the other. So I wonder...
This is the point, and at some point the electorate will say, I don't want to live in a one-party state. Something's got to change. It's the pathway to that and the timetable. And the thing about, I mean, I believe in free markets, sensibly regulated, but actually, of course, if you've got PR, it's actually more competitive. You've got more parties competing for votes that people can believe their vote matters. So actually, it encourages competition, it encourages new idea, and I think that's a good thing. It's the timetable to get there, but I'm certain at some point we get there. People don't want to live in a one-party state.
I was almost pausing to wait for Natalie to say I agree with Richard.
Well, no, just to be different, I'm going to say that I think we have to be careful to acknowledge that the voting system is far from our only problem. We have entirely broken politics. And, you know, I'm speaking to you, metaphorically speaking, from the House of Lords, created by a mixture of medieval-style inheritance and 18th century-style patronage, and yet that is actually more representative of the country than is the Commons. Because the crossbenchers, the non-party people, actually have the balance of power in the House of Lords. Now, that's just a sign of how broken our system is. And is that surprising? Because this is something that's been created by centuries of historical accident. You know, the last significant change in Westminster was women getting the vote. Nothing within Westminster has significantly changed since then. You know, there's things like the Remembrancer, the representative of the City of London, who has a special place in our Parliament because of an historical accident in the 18th century. That's why we actually have to look at the whole package and say, how do we want to be governed? And that's why I believe a People's Constitutional Convention to start off. And, you know, I will agree with Richard that, you know, people don't, you know, open the door and they say, look at you and say, we want PR or we want a People's Constitutional Convention. But they will very much say, our politics is broken and I'm totally fed up. And so our job as politicians is to give them the answers, to say, you're absolutely right, and this is how we're going to fix it.
I mean, it's a good line, Natalie, but it's a very narrow view of representativeness you've just taken, isn't it?
Well, you know, I mean, the crossbenchers are, you know, very outstanding people in their fields. You know, Lord Bird, founder of The Big Issue, Sir Simon Woolley, founder of Operation Black Vote, Deborah Bull, ballet dancer and now advocate for the, you know, they're very good people to represent the country. They're, you know, and they're the ones who have the balance of power on the Lords.
Sorry, something I was really intrigued by that Richard said, and this might be something that we can almost certainly, that Natalie and Richard will disagree on, was the stuff you were saying about net zero, and then we were talking about the single party state and so on. Are you going to sort of make the point, I don't know, that the policy of net zero is part of this sort of consensus that is this one party state, that you're going to sort of make the anti-politics case for why net zero, is that going to be part of your reason why or the sort of your pitch against a net zero going forward?
No, I think they're separate issues. I mean, there's no question that the whole of Westminster believes in one route on that. But no, I think they're separate issues. It's just about, you know, how are people going to afford to pay the bills? What are the reasons for these huge cost increases? And in a sense, you know, it's hard for small parties to get noticed. So you need a drive. You know, what do they stand for? Yeah. And in a sense, the small parties that succeed, people know exactly what they stand for. And, you know, in a sense, people know what the Green Party stands for, and so on. So I think that's where this goes.
Could I just disagree, first of all? Why have we got these huge increases? We've got these huge increases because we're reliant on fossil fuels, particularly gas. And I'll disagree with Alan that we haven't got a policy of net zero. We have a rhetoric of net zero. And if you look at the Carbon Brief did an analysis, and yes, government announcements add up to net zero by 2050. Government policies don't get you anywhere near it. And there isn't a consensus across Westminster because we want net zero by 2030.
But does it make your life harder that everyone is talking about the climate crisis? I mean, you might quite rightly or wrongly be saying they don't mean what they're saying, but it squeezes you, doesn't it?
No, I mean, it's great because it means we've won the argument. And it means they're talking about our issue. And I can sometimes see it in the eyes of some of those government ministers. They really hate it, but they're forced to at least mouth these words.
Now, Richard, if I just sort of turn to you with a specific thing, there's a diagram in this report that is quite worrying, I think, from your perspective, which is the number of people who simply don't know what the party stands for. I was intrigued the other evening that Nigel Farage was saying that this isn't what we voted for in terms of immigration numbers into the UK now, saying that actually this wasn't just about a points-based system, this was about reducing numbers. Is that where your party stands?
Look, I think our position is clear. We welcome smart, lawful immigration. You know, and I think that is a positive, but we want to do it in a way that works for the country, works for our economy, and works for our skill shortages. But I think in terms of where the voters are at, again, on the doorstep at the moment, that's not what people are talking about. People are talking about the cost of living, how they can afford their bills, inflation, tax rises. These are the big issues, and I think those will be the big issues of the next election. And yeah, at the end of the day, it is about being recognised for what you stand for. And it was a very good diagram, and I'm very conscious of it. I think, in a sense, we think the next election will be mid-24. I don't think it'll run to the end of 24. And what we're working out at the moment is what we think will be the big issues of the day. I'm telling you, I think the big issues of the day will be the cost of energy and the state of our healthcare system. Depending on what happens in that intervening period, is which one of those two things is the biggest issue.
Okay, but just to pin you down on this, is it a numbers issue with immigration? Is it about limiting it to certain numbers, or is it not anymore?
It's about doing it in a smart, lawful way that works for our economy. And that will depend on what are the skill shortages of the year, depending on whether you're in a growth phase, whether you're in a static phase, or whether you're in a recessionary phase. I think you should be flexible on it. And of course, in a sense, that's one of the joys of Brexit, is that you can be flexible. You can make these changes depending on the needs of the country, the needs of individual skill sectors, skill shortages or surpluses, and the needs of particular industry sectors.
But would you agree with Nigel Farage that there are too many non-Europeans coming in at the moment, and this wasn't what Leave voters wanted?
I think what people wanted was to be in control of the situation, and I think we've got a degree of control back. But it's not about it's about what are the skill shortages, what do we need, and where's the growth coming from in terms of higher wages for British workers, and we're beginning to see that. But there are skill shortages, and we recognise that, and we should respond accordingly. But the best way to respond that is to train our own people, to train our young people straight out of school, straight out of colleges, out of universities. We need to train up many more of our own nurses, our own doctors, our own surgeons.
Okay, I don't know if anyone else wants to chip in on the immigration issue. I mean, we've spent a lot of time talking about...
If you have every single person in Scotland that comes out of school or university going into care, right, every single Scottish-born person doing that, you still don't have enough care workers, right? Even if everybody that leaves school goes into that area, you don't have enough care workers in Scotland because of the way that our population is ageing. So, and that's without taking into account of all the other jobs we clearly need done. So the immigration thing is an issue. And, Richard's talking just now, and I still don't get what he thinks was wrong with the previous system. If, the issue is that he wants a lawful immigration system that's filling skill shortages. Well, we had a lawful immigration system that was filling skills shortages. That was working. Skills shortages were being
The key difference
filled.
is control. It was uncontrolled, and what it did actually was that the lowest paid, the least well off in society, they didn't see any wage growth for at least a decade, whereas in the 1990s you saw real wage growth in the UK of 2.8% per annum. So people felt a lot poorer. That's the issue. So the joy of having control is you can then say, right, let's welcome it in the areas where we need it. And those are different ski shortages.
But that wasn't because of the immigration that was happening.
That was because of the
consistent Tory government.
It was freedom of movement. Absolutely, no doubt about it.
I want to come back to a phrase that you use. We have to get people in to serve the economy. What's the economy actually for? Do we all live our lives to serve the economy? Or do we actually want an economy that caters to people's needs and gives them a decent life and welcomes the refugees who our systems have created increasingly, and that looks after people? And as Kirsty was saying, we have a minimum wage, set the minimum wage at the real living wage standard. We need social housing, build social housing, genuinely affordable housing. We need a new hospital or a new school, build those schools, build those hospitals. Those are all government decisions. They have nothing to do with immigration.
And the way to get a decent wage and the way to get higher wages is to get higher growth in the economy. That will drive higher wages.
Immigration
for British
increases
workers.
growth in the economy. Immigration reduces public sector net debt. I mean, those are verifiable, demonstrable. If you look at the Treasury's Red Book that comes out, it decreases public sector net debt.
The evidence completely shows the opposite. Net debt increased. Net debt increased between 2004 and 2015 when we had freedom of movement. So it proves exactly the opposite.
I'm getting an overpowering sense of déjà vu with this debate. But Can I just quickly turn to Alan and just, you mentioned that the Lib Dems were possibly going to favour rejoining the single market.
Yeah.
Is that politically something that's fraught with danger for them, do you think?
I don't think necessarily that would be. I mean, I think rejoining the European Union, I think they're sort of burnt from the policy of revoke in the last general election. I think they would be concerned were a party to explicitly talk about rejoining and therefore sort of outflank them on the Brexit issue. But I don't think necessarily a policy of single market and customs union membership, which was always, you know, the most popular of the choices of Brexit in terms of if you ask sort of a plurality of people would have supported it. I think in reality, I think that would be a pretty sustainable electoral position that wouldn't really get in the way of their sort of broader electoral strategy, I wouldn't think. But
and Sarah, on the specific immigration question, where are the British people now?
One of the interesting things that have happened since Brexit, which is exactly what Richard also pointed out that he sees on the doorstep, is that immigration has become a lot less salient. I mean, it was very salient in the Brexit debate. It was one of the drivers of the Leave vote, whether it's reducing immigration or controlling it, as Richard was saying, and it's just become less salient. Some of that might have to do with the fact that people now feel a greater sense of control, but it is just not as important. That said, of course, it's not that there's a massive enthusiasm in you know, if you ask people for sort of an increase in immigration, but it's less up there as a concern for voters than it was pre-Brexit. In terms of the sort of what kind of immigration people want. If you ask very specifically about would you want immigration, for example, to deal with the health, you know, social care crisis, then people are much more positive than if you ask more generally just about do you want sort of, let's say, unskilled immigration, if you ask like that. If you ask more specifically about immigration into the NHS or to fix certain what, you know, Richard would call sort of skill shortages, people are more positive. But it certainly has become less of it was for many years one of the key concerns for people if you ask what is the most important issue or problem. Now it varies a bit across voter groups, but it's not surprisingly health, given that we're in a global pandemic, and the economy, and Brexit less so, and still for certain groups, particularly conservative voters, immigration is still up there, maybe in the sort of top 5, but nowhere where it was. But that doesn't mean that the British public is sort of turned into, oh, let's just open the doors. But there is a realization that certain sectors, it's an issue that they're perhaps not enough labour.
We had generations of political leaders saying your life is rubbish because of immigration. And so no wonder it was a really important issue for people. That was, you know, the consistently view or put forward by the Conservative Party. And so they now can't do that because they are in control of immigration. So they don't have the ability to do that. So now they've got to find out some other way that it's not their fault that people's lives are crap. And I don't think they've quite managed to work that out yet.
All right, we've got a couple of minutes left. So I don't know, Natalie, Richard, or indeed Kirsty, if you want to come out with... I mean, remember, you're standing between the audience and lunch at this point.
All right, I'm going for the 1 minute slot. On the whole immigration point, a lot of this is so stuck in the past. We're in a world where birth rates are falling off a cliff, where populations all around the world are ageing fast. We've got so many crises that we're facing. We have to encourage, develop and ensure they're used well, the resources, skills, time and talents of every individual on this planet. And that means, yes, improving very much education and training and taking the great weight of student debt off our young people. But it also means, you know, welcoming the people who are sadly going to be forced to come here by the climate emergency, people who are forced to come here by the disastrous geopolitical situations we've created, welcoming them, giving them a place. But it also means ensuring that we try and change our policies around the world so no one is forced to move, because that's where we should be.
Richard?
I've just conclude. I think that people want solutions to tomorrow's challenges and solutions for how we get election. For example, why do we in this country, why do we accept any waiting lists? Why don't we have any politicians that have an ambition we want zero waiting lists? Most developed nations don't have long waiting lists, and yet we've been brainwashed to accept them. I think that's the sort of positive debate that we should be having amongst our politicians. And likewise, I think just the cost of one of our key human rights, the cost of energy, will again, I think, be one of the big debates, and people want positive solutions, and let's have that debate.
Go on then.
Brexit has made stuff worse. Brexit has made things worse for an awful lot of people, for the vast majority of people. Going forward, all of us, whatever party we're in, whether we're in one of the two main parties or not, we're going to be dealing with the cost of living crisis, we're going to be dealing with the climate emergency, we're going to be dealing with supporting our constituents and our voters and people who live throughout the UK in that. There's not a lot of optimism right about now. It's not a positive picture, you know, looking forward. So I'm sorry to kind of end towards that note, but things are not in a great place, and politicians are going to have to do an awful lot of work to try and make things better and to try and gain some of that trust back.
Okay.
Well,
I'm going to say,
Natalie,
let's
you've
finish on a
already had some final remarks.
hopeful note. Things are going to change, and that's good news. Got to finish in a hopeful way.
The even better news is the food here is generally really good. So on that note, let me thank Natalie, Kirsty, Sarah, Richard and Alan for a fascinating session. Thank you.
Very good. Well chaired, Anand.
Thanks very much for staying for our session, and we all had a very good lunch, which is always a good inducement to make you stay for the second half. I'm delighted to be chairing this panel. It's a subject very close to my heart, and one that I'm sure you will all have lots of views on as well. Now, we hear a lot of discussion around Brexit, about the opportunities, the policies, but what about the raw politics? Where is Britain now? Where is our political map post-Brexit? Where is British politics? And most importantly, where are the voters? Because it does feel that quite seismic shifts seem to happen in our... We used to have 24-hour news cycles, but I'm sure Sam will attest to this. Sometimes they feel like sort of 24-second news cycles at the moment. Things feel like they're changing very, very quickly, particularly when you look at the currents and the headlines. But actually, where are things structurally in terms of where the voters are? And we've got a panel of real experts. We're probably not going to have a general election very soon, but we do have local elections coming up. And I know in previous panels you were discussing the prospect of perhaps a progressive alliance, or will there be a kind of a realignment of British politics? So let's crunch through all of that. We've got a brilliant, brilliant panel for you. We have Paula Surridge, who's Deputy Director of UK in A Changing Europe. We have Sam Coates, Deputy Political Editor at Sky News. You will know him from popping up looking quite flustered sometimes. And I called him, what did I describe you earlier as a profound rascal, but I think that's a good thing to be in terms of British political coverage. Delighted to have Kelly Beaver, Chief Executive of Ipsos UK, and delighted to have Professor Jeff Evans, Professor of the Sociology of Politics at Nuffield College, Oxford University. So we're going to hear from our panellists first. We're going to hear from Paula first, then Kelly, then Jeff, then Sam. As ever, we want to hear from you as well. Get your contributions in, which of course we're doing via the Slido. And so I figured out how to use that. That's all going to work very seamlessly. And I think the real big question, that this was the exam question that we're putting here, is, do we think... We had quite a strict narrative, I think, in the run-up to the 2019 general election, that it wasn't so much a question of whether you were left-wing or right-wing. Brexit did seem to be quite a defining characteristic of the voter. Is that still the case now? And have we seen big, significant and lasting structural changes in terms of how we vote and why we vote post-Brexit? So, Paula, over to you first.
Thank you. Should I just have
Yes, you take the clicker.
So thank you. This morning we heard a lot about how, actually perhaps not as much as we expected about Brexit, but how our political parties have changed. And in this session we wanted to switch the focus and look at the voters instead. And if we ask that question, how have voters changed, there's really two types of answer that we could give. And the first looks at long-term social trends, how the voters have changed socially. So our ageing population, internal migration, changes in the occupational structure. I'm sure, as Jeff has written about, the kind of shrinking size of the working class and the importance of that. For me, though, I think one of the most consequential changes that we've seen for a whole host of public policy and political domains has been a really rapid increase in the proportion of the population who experience higher education. We are a much, much more educated electorate now than we were 2 or 3 decades ago. Alongside those social changes, though, the referendum also fed two processes that I would argue were already happening in British politics, but the referendum kind of supercharged them. The first of those was a disconnection between parties and the public, so people are much less likely to say they identify with a political party, to do so strongly, but also alongside that a certain amount of distrust in politics and politicians, so not just a disconnection from the parties, but also disengagement, and a fragmentation of the electorate, where as Aisha just alluded to, we used to imagine that we could explain our politics in terms of left-right positions. And we've seen a period where people's political views about cultural or social issues became as important as their economic views. And this drives this process of fragmentation. You get quite distinctive groups within the electorate, depending on how they are formed of those two different sets of values. So that the British electorate had been becoming less strongly connected to political parties for at least 2 decades before Brexit. We'd seen this in earlier elections in terms of the rise of, I'll just use other parties because third doesn't always quite cut it when there's a fourth and a fifth in some cases. And in terms of increased volatility, people were more likely to switch their vote, they were more likely to move between voting and non-voting, and we'd seen declining turnout in elections. All that was happening before Brexit, but I think Brexit further undermined those connections because the referendum campaign was fought across party lines. So your party identity was very little help to you in deciding how to vote in the referendum because you'd got large characters on both sides campaigning on both sides. So you couldn't use your party identity to perform the kind of shortcut that perhaps it had used to do. And I think this helped to weaken those ties to parties still further. I've recently, as any of you have followed the polling very closely, there's been an awful lot of talk about the don't knows recently and the Conservative 2019 vote moving to the don't knows. So I went to the election panel study thinking I might be able to learn something about the don't knows by looking at how their behaviours changed across them, and you might see a blog on that in the next couple of weeks. But the thing that really jumped out at me was that the highest proportion of don't knows across all the waves going back to 2014 occurs in the wave immediately after the Brexit referendum. So that's when people were most uncertain how to resolve the tensions between Brexit positions and party positions. The second process that the Brexit vote tapped into is what I've already spoken about here, this second dimension of values that were already important in the period, certainly from the 2005 election and in the 2015 election, but which also cut across the economic left-right divide. At the aggregate level, the two are uncorrelated. Jeff designed the scale, so he can tell you this much better than I can. But the two are not correlated together at the aggregate level. So you can't predict someone's position on social and cultural issues from their position on economic issues. And this process was also happening before Brexit, but Brexit supercharged it. And these things all connect together with the social changes that were happening. So we know across many academic studies that those who experience higher education are on average more socially liberal than those who don't. We do not agree on why that's the case, and we could argue about that for 2 more panels at least. But we know that it happens, and we know it's not something that's unique to the UK. So what I'd like to do, just a couple of minutes, is somebody decided I needed my slide already, which was very kind of them. Just confused now if I'm controlling that by my mind, is I'd just like to show you a couple of slides to illustrate these two processes and how they played out in the 2019 election. So this is looking at vote by education level. It's taken from the British Election Study Random Probability Survey, not the internet panel. So has better reach, particularly amongst non-voters or those with low political attention. And for that reason, I've left in here a grey part of the bar to show you turnout amongst these education groups. Because I think when we talk about education effects in politics, a large amount of what we're talking about is a turnout effect, and we miss it completely. We very rarely actually take that into account. And if you're interested, quick plug, you can read more about turnout in my chapter with Phil Cowley in the report that was on people's seats earlier on. But the point I want to show you here is if you look at that group with no qualifications, the least well-educated group, around half of that group did not turn out to vote in the 2019 election. If you break that down further by age and look at those in the youngest age group, so say 18 to 30-year-olds with no qualifications, that rises well above 50%. It's reaching up towards 70% of young people without qualifications who do not turn out to vote. So when we talk about education effects, it's really important, I think, that we also talk about turnout effects. You might find it a surprise on here, given everything we've heard about education effects, to see that the Conservative vote is actually pretty similar across these different groups. It's not as dramatic as you might have expected in terms of differences for the Conservatives, partly a result of the 2019 election itself and the Conservatives doing relatively well, but also partly because what we see is the postgraduates and the undergraduates, the postgraduates in particular, are distinctive. And that's another process that we miss sometimes when we talk about education effects. We've had a big increase in the proportion of undergraduates. We've also had an explosion in the number of postgraduates. And that's something else. It doesn't get picked up quite yet in surveys, but it will do as those groups age and go through. And it's the postgraduates who are actually most distinctive in terms of their voting behaviour, particularly likely to vote Lib Dem. And I think that's, again, a question for another panel as to why the very highly educated are particularly likely to vote for the Lib Dems. Secondly, I can do it myself this time, I won't do it with the power of my mind. If we divide the electorate into groups based on their economic and social positions, then we can see a really dramatic change has emerged on the left of the left-right scale. For the simplicity of the slide, I've only focused on voters who are economically on the left. That comprises almost half of the population, actually, which people do find surprising. And what I've got here is the 1997 election and the 2019 election. I've taken 1997 as the comparator, but we could easily take 1992 and show very similar things. You actually would show quite similar things in 2001 as well. It begins to change between 2005 and 2010 and continues across. If you look at that 1997 data and the big red bars there, that's the proportion of those on the left in each of these other values groups defined by social values who voted Labour. In 1997, if you were on the left economically, it did not matter what your other values were. There was a majority, a large majority, that voted Labour. You can see those red bars are almost flat. Look at the 2019 data. By 2019, it's just no longer true. And in fact, amongst those on the left who held what I've labelled here authoritarian, on a kind of liberal authoritarian dimension,
Sorry, can we just explain that?
I can explain it, yes, sorry. I'm so used to talking about it, I just assume everybody knows what it is. So that's a dimension that looks at people's social attitudes. It's got questions like attitudes to the death penalty, attitudes to whether or not children should be taught to obey authority, tolerance for different groups and so on, make up part of that scale. So there's a liberal end to it, an authoritarian end. And I know if there's any political psychologists in the audience, just don't shout at me. I know you don't want it to be called authoritarian. But by 2019, the Conservatives are winning more of that group. These are people who are all on the left economically, but the Conservatives are dominant in that group in 2019. It's not new in 2019, it was happening from at least 2010. So just to conclude, I think the referendum fed these two processes that were already happening in British politics. I think if you go and look at the report in particular, all the chapters in their own way highlight the wide-ranging ramifications of the acceleration of those trends and what they've meant for our politics, and then how they have gone on to interact with a global pandemic. So we've had the acceleration of these trends, and you'll see in the report, COVID doesn't map onto this very easily, so we've got quite a complex picture now.
Thank you very much. Well, that's excellent. So next we're going to have Kelly from Ipsos, and you're going to talk us through your data.
That's right. Can I get the clicker? Because
you're not going to use your mind.
My mind is not as magic as Paula's. But so first of all, thanks for having me along today. I'm going to share with you some of the data that we hold, where we've pulled together all of our political monitor data per annum. And you can have a look at how some of the big trends in what matters to voters has shifted over time. The two dynamics I'm going to look at today, one is class and how important class is or is not and how that has changed over time. And then secondly, having a look at Brexit identity and how that aligns with party identity. And then I'll give you a little bit on what's going on in politics at the minute, perhaps, as well. So firstly, just on class voting intentions, as Paula mentioned, some of these issues, they've been fading away over time as a core issue on which the electorate voting lines could be distilled. Age, but also education, as Paula covered, have become preeminent in the divide in politics in the UK. And also on the identity point, which I'll come to, the realignment on the identity does appear from the data to be relatively durable. Both parties held the same proportion of Leave Remain voters in 2021-ish as they did in 2019. So those are some real fundamental shifts in how vote makeup and vote share aligns to party vote share. So just having a look, as I said, this is from Political Monitor. It's the last remaining large-scale telephone voting intention poll that's done in the UK. The majority are online. As Paula mentioned, there's also the British Elections Study. And just looking at this data, what you can see is back in 1992, which is a year, again, we've aggregated all of this, you can see a very traditional, clear picture. The X-shaped pattern that you see on the left-hand side here shows the middle classes strongly leaning Conservative, whilst Labour was really the party of the working classes. That is how things were, the traditional way. By 2019, which was, as we know, a very good year for the Conservative Party, they had raised their vote share amongst the socioeconomic DE categories and maintained their traditional lead in the ABs and the C1s, which, as we know, are our upper middle class voters. In 2020, we see that this pattern completely inverted. This was a major watershed moment. You can see Labour ahead amongst the ABs and the C1s, and Conservatives now leading in the C2s and the DEs, the sort of lower socioeconomic categories. But it tells us something much more important as well. It tells us that both parties are now competitive across Britain's traditional class divides. And it speaks to the importance now, as Paula alluded to as well, of the identity issues like Brexit, rather than more materialistic issues like class or income, which, as I set out at the beginning, makes class no longer really a preeminent political divide in Britain, and the shift towards both age and education. And the second point I just wanted to pick up on, which is covered in the report, the fabulous report put out by Paula and her team earlier today, is looking a little bit at Brexit identity and how this still exists. So again, we've aggregated the data, 27,000-ish responses, and looked at it in an annual snapshot, so you can have a look at how this breaks down. But in the Brexit divide, we saw in 2019, general election result, and it's been replicated here. This is the 2021 numbers. And if you just have a look at how that breaks out, those of you in the room who will remember how 2019 looked, this is incredibly similar. So we have 7 in 10-ish Leave supporters saying that they would vote Tory in 2021. 1 in 5 would vote Labour. That is very similar. But it's not a totally clear-cut divide. And I think in 2021, the fact that we have 1 in 5 Remain voters saying they would vote Conservative and 1 in 5 Leave voters saying their vote Remain, or Labour, sorry, it tells you really there's a significant minority in both parties supporting the cuts against the grain on the general party view on Europe, and how complex some of these coalitions are going forward. The other and the final point that I wanted to make really is one about the current political context, because the Conservative Party vote, this is vote share I show you on this, the Conservative Party vote has been seeing a steady decline since around the summer of 2021. And it's very clear that for voters in our issues index as well, that Brexit is not the top issue anymore. It's number 5 or 6. It has way down the pecking order in terms of the NHS, the economy, COVID. Other issues are now stepping into the fore. And the voters who voted for Boris Johnson back in 2019 and his political party, they are worried about competence of government. They are worried about trust in government and the establishments. And they are worried about other broader issues facing society in the UK today. So it is an interesting context in which we have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kelly, really interesting. I was actually going to ask, I scribbled down my question, so I asked, do voters still care as much about Brexit now? And you've answered that question, but I've got some other questions to come back on. But do please use the Slido. And I'm hoping somebody will come and show me how to use the Slido as well, which would be a slight occupational hazard. So do put your questions in there. Professor Jeff Evans, to you next.
Thanks very much. So, yes, I'm not presenting any slides. I'm just going to try and follow on from what the other speakers have just said so well by focusing on quite recent potential changes and the implications perhaps for political competition from this point on. As we've just seen, the Brexit divide was solid in terms of party support. The summer of 2021, we run models using the British Election Study panel data, and it's like you get 80%, it's slightly more pronounced perhaps though, there 80% of Leave voters vote Tory and 10% vote Labour. And pretty much the same, maybe it's 78-12, it's pretty much the same as it was back in 2019. This was back at last summer, so that's very solid. In terms of movement between parties, Brexit doesn't predict individual level change over time. So between 2019 and 2021, if you want to understand why people move from Labour to Conservative, or vice versa, Brexit looked like it might predict it unless you include Boris Johnson in your model. And then that dominates it. Brexit disappears into insignificance. So what Brexit is a relatively stable block that's been sorted. We've seen the sorting of voters, Leave Remain voters, and also to some degree working class and middle class and various educational grades. Those people have all sorted between 2015, effectively, and 2019-20. And so we have an electoral system in which the Conservatives have more support amongst the less well-educated and the working class, and obviously Leave voters, and Labour the opposite. So that's quite big news in British electoral politics, as actually Paul was elaborating with respect to the change in emphasis on values, which I would tend to now call social conservatism and social liberalism rather than the liberal authoritarian I did back in 1990, to be honest. But if you talk to a psychologist about that, they have a breakdown, it's fair to say. But so we've seen the sorting, and so it's a different pattern. What's happened since? You see, because obviously in the last few months, we've seen a lot of chaos and nightmare for the Conservatives. You've seen, in effect, Boris, who was incredibly important from every analysis I've done in winning the Conservatives a big majority in 2019, by his appeal specifically to Brexit Party voters. He was as popular with them as Nigel Farage was, well before he became Conservative Party leader, almost as popular. So that's quite it was an amazingly useful strategic weapon to clear off that right-wing problem for the Conservative Party. And that was obviously very important for them in terms of maximising votes and seats in that election. And what we've seen, of course, is he's to some degree lost a fair amount of his lustre in recent months. And we know that liking Brexit and liking Boris were very closely linked. But Boris was actually, if anything, more important in some ways. So what's happened because of that decline in Boris's popularity? We might expect to have seen a real drop in support for the Conservatives, especially amongst certain sorts of voters. Well, what we have seen is, we've seen there's been a drop, but there's only a 5 or 6% lead for Labour now, at this point in the electoral cycle, in the middle of massive fuel crisis, careering inflation, a sleaze stroke, whatever you want to call the Partygate types of crisis. Labour are only 5 points ahead. Boris's popularity has dropped through the floor, but Labour's lead is minimal. And I say that because I think there are various problems facing Labour which make it quite difficult for them, even with these events of late. The evidence suggests that we're not going to see a resorting or a reverse sorting, as it were, like going back to working class supporting Labour and middle class supporting Conservatives, etc. Because the dropping in support for the Conservatives is general. So what we see is like Leave voters and Remain voters dislike the Conservatives now. Working class people, as well as middle class people, dislike the Conservatives now, but they're not more so. They're just fairly general patterns of disillusion currently. So the sorting is basically staying as it is, which is, whether it stays like that isn't clear, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be a problem for understanding what might happen next. Labour have a real problem, and one of them is that, and not a lot of people know this, but in 2019, Corbyn's Labour won 1.15 million more votes in England and Wales than Tony Blair's Labour Party won in 2005. To some degree, mainly, this was about turnout. But even if you take into account turnout and population change, it's still 1.7% more Labour in 2019 than 2005 in England and Wales. Obviously, Scotland has become a very different electoral system during those two periods. Now, part of the problem for Labour there is the way that the votes are clustered, and the Tories have benefited somewhat from stealing lots of seats relatively effectively and efficiently from former Labour-held areas with, clusters of working class and less well-educated voters. Now, unless they can actually reverse that sort of relationship between seats and votes in some way, then they're going to be in quite a lot of trouble regardless of what they do. They're 5 points ahead of Conservatives now, maybe 6. In 1994, 2 years after the 1992 election, it was around the time of the death of John Smith and the election of Tony Blair, they were 20 to 25 points ahead of the Conservatives. A few months after Blair's election, they were 30 points ahead of the Conservatives. So that's the very different situation we're seeing then. And that was at a period when the Conservatives had seen the ERM crisis and the Black Wednesday. We were seeing, during those years, quite a lot of sleaze scandals. It's got certain features of reminiscence with what we're seeing in this era. The difference is that Labour were 5 times further ahead than they are now. And clearly, probably we would say that the setup of the constituencies and the distribution of Labour, Conservative and Liberal Democrat votes was better then as well. So, regardless of what happens, Conservatives, I think Labour have got a massively uphill struggle to make any inroads, especially to make inroads probably with working class voters who Keir Starmer, whatever his qualities, is probably not the most appealing of candidates for. I mean, that's a guess. But I know that Boris was. Every time I've ever looked at Boris, he managed to cut through on that one. So we've got that difficulty for Labour based on both where the votes are and where they are in terms of the popularity now. And it does seem to suggest there's been a decoupling between leadership evaluations and voting intention. Because basically, if they'd followed Boris on a downward slope, the Conservatives would be in a far worse state now than they actually are. What I do think it points to is that the economy is going to be decisive. I think it's going to be back to what used to be called valence politics back in the noughties, when it was all about who's running the economy efficiently and are they competent generally, and that's, as we get inflation, massive fuel rises, probably the levelling up agenda is going to be more symbolic than anything. It's going to be a matter of, can the Conservatives get lucky with what happens in the next few years in terms of growth and inflation, or not? Now, so I'm suggesting that we're seeing a change back to a politics of 20 years ago, perhaps, following a realignment because of Brexit, effectively. As Paula said, Brexit wasn't the only thing. Brexit was a sort of catalyst. It gave it that extra leap. We'd seen these changes evolving, but nobody really represented the voters who voted to leave very effectively, which is one of the things that UKIP obviously had a big impact on. So that's my updating, as it were, of all the work done by others too.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Jeff. That was really interesting. And do keep your questions coming. Actually, Ollie, do you mind coming up here just to, I think there's a bit of an issue with the Slido. Sam, over to you now. And we've had 3 really interesting presentations from a data point of view, from a sort of an academic point of view. You're on the ground, you're talking to politicians, you're out talking to voters as well. I suppose to go back to the fundamental exam question here, do you think there have been structural changes in how Britain votes since Brexit?
I think that Brexit played an overwhelming part in the 2019 general election, but I think it's a very good and open question as to exactly what happens next. And revisiting, I think, this question of how Britain votes and why Britain votes, I mean, there isn't a better time to do it. It would just take you back to why Brexit was so important in the last general election. So if you remember the backdrop of the December 2019 general election, you had months and months of paralysis, a change of Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister in that Parliament two successive prime ministers couldn't get their Brexit deals through. And so there was a hue and a cry to get Brexit done from some, and then from others there was a growing chorus of people who wanted a second referendum. So the backdrop, the context at the point at which the general election in 2019 was called was all about Brexit. And at Sky we decided at that point to call it the Brexit election, and came in for some flack, but I think in time both the results and the way that the campaign turned out I think broadly vindicated that decision, because there were two massive moments in that 2019 general election that I think helped change the way that the structure of the vote happened. The first was fairly early on. You may remember Nigel Farage's Brexit party that had been holding successive prime ministers' feet to the fire over the type of Brexit that they were going to deliver. And Nigel Farage, at the very start of the campaign, was threatening to stand Brexit party candidates in every single Westminster seat. And there was a point a couple of weeks in where he decided only to stand against in seats where there wasn't an incumbent Conservative. And that was a massive moment, possibly the biggest moment of the campaign, but it meant it was much easier for Conservatives to hang on to their vote. It was going to be much harder for Labour or Lib Dems to see the, as it were, centre-right vote split, and it was going to make it much harder for them to win. At that point, the Liberal Democrats' kind of justification for being one of the parties that led the way to call an election crumbled, and it became very difficult for them then on in. So Brexit was fundamental to the first key turning point. And the second key turning point, in the view of strategists, certainly on the Tory side and some on the Labour side, was the other big moment, was when Jeremy Corbyn was pushed in one of the later debates whether or not he would remain in a second referendum, and he said he would remain neutral in such a question, throwing back to the actions of previous prime ministers. But at that point, that was weaponised by the Conservatives and helped Tory strategists believe drive more votes into their arms, or at least from their perspective away from Labour. And then on election night, when we were all doing our election night programmes, I think one of the things that you saw was the Conservative Party making gains in areas that were heavily dominated by Brexit vote and those sorts of constituencies, but you didn't see that kind of pattern replicated amongst the Labour Party in Remain areas, because the Brexit vote piles up in areas. Sorry, the Remain vote piles up in certain areas, whereas the Brexit vote was a bit more evenly spread, I think. So that was the 2019 general election, and I think by outlining that, you can hear why the issue of Brexit could well have ended up being quite particular to that election. Those circumstances aren't going to be the circumstances of the 2023 or 2024 general election, because many of those forces, many of those questions have now been resolved, or at least moved on. And it's I've spent some time trying to think through what the 2023-2024 campaign might look like. Now, this is obviously complete guesswork based on some conversations, but a lot of just sort of back-of-the-envelope calculations. But you can see, if the Conservative Party is still led by Boris Johnson, that, as you hear him say now, and people are already road-testing election arguments, the Conservative campaign will be based on the case of getting Brexit done and on the vaccine rollout. Two of the core messages that Boris Johnson is very keen to deliver even today, even in these turbulent times. They were the messages that he was using to get him through some of the recent difficulties. The question is whether or not Labour choose to take those head on, whether or not they unpick the argument about getting Brexit done, which they may not choose to do, because Keir Starmer doesn't necessarily want to fight and suggest he's on the other side of the argument from the Conservative Brexit position too loudly, because he has to maintain a electoral coalition of his own, and the extent to which the vaccine rollout can be turned into a Brexit issue. Is there a degree to which Boris Johnson can make the case that Labour wanted to sign up to the European Medicines Agency and sort of hint that might have hindered our vaccine rollout, which was done on a national basis? Of course, there isn't a direct link between the vaccines rollout and the European Medicine Agency membership, but occasionally you do hear that argument being levelled by some Conservatives. The two other, I think, big issues in the next general election, likely to be the union, I think that we have a particularly turbulent period coming up in Northern Ireland, but of course Northern Ireland, the main political parties don't stand and don't get elected in Northern Ireland. So in some senses, in electoral math terms, that's a side issue. But I think Scotland and the future of the Union and the future of Scottish independence will remain big on the equation. Labour, of course, coming from so far behind after the 2019 general election that it would be just very difficult, as Jeff was outlining, in order to get an overall majority, particularly if the Scottish Nationalist Party continue to win seats in the numbers that they have done in previous elections, including in the 2019 general election. At that point, of course, Boris Johnson likely, if it is him, to rerun the arguments that we've seen ever since 2015, where the question will be put to the Labour leader, if there is a deal to be done with the Scottish Nationalists, or you want them simply to support you in power, is there a explicit, implicit kind of relationship between that and a potential path towards a referendum on Scottish independence. So I think the Union's going to be a big part of that, but that's not necessarily connected to Brexit. And I think the other argument that the Conservatives will run will be on levelling up, and there clearly will not have been necessarily massive, monumental progress on levelling up by the point of the next election. So the argument there would be one that they need to be re-elected into power to get the job done. I think Labour's election campaign will focus, again, as Jeff was saying, sort of cost of living, much more traditional issue there, tax and spend, NHS and spending, and on trust. And believability of the politicians in power for all of those reasons. But Boris Johnson is a figure uniquely linked to Brexit because of the role that he played in 2016 and because of the way that he's conducted his politics ever since. There is, of course, a question about whether or not he remains in power, and the arguments about why he may stay or why he may go remain balanced. You've still got big problems for Boris Johnson in terms of what happens with the police inquiry, what happens with the Sue Gray report, whether or not he's fixed the fundamental problems that we were seeing even before Christmas with his administration. But then you have sort of structural problems with where Labour are. Well, first of all, you've got structural problems with the potential successors. I think there is no settled successor to Boris Johnson in the eyes of Conservative MPs that play a big role in selecting a successor. Some doubts in some quarters about Rishi Sunak, but no certainty over which of the alternatives might turn out best. So if the Conservative Party do choose to, as it were, throw the dice and open up a competitive sort of round in order to work out who would replace Boris Johnson, I couldn't tell you who would succeed at that point. But nor is it necessarily the case that Boris Johnson would drag down the Conservative vote at the next general election. Some people do not regard the way that he has run government as being particularly competent, and that will be a matter for debate at the next general election. But I think that a lot of commentators, including on the Labour side, would give Boris Johnson credit for the way that he conducted the 2019 general election campaign, the way he conducted the 2019 leadership campaign, the way he conducted the 2016 referendum. And the bottom line is that when it comes to campaign time, Boris Johnson is a uniquely disciplined politician, able to deliver messages very clearly in lots of different ways, often that are quite engaging. This is different from the kind of job that you have to do day to day as Prime Minister, but it is something that he has proved at the ballot box to have been previously successful at, and that's another reason why I think Tory MPs are pausing for thought. A couple of other sort of challenges on the Labour side. When you look at the polling, from space you see two big challenges that Keir Starmer has to overcome. The first is the issue I sort of alluded to in Scotland. Can the Labour Party claw back any of the support that they've lost to the SNP, that support that really got them over the line in some of those elections in 1997 and 2001 and 2005, but since has enabled the SNP to do so well. And that in turn has helped, up until this point, Conservatives to get into Downing Street. The other, I think, big electoral challenge, and I'd be really interested to hear from the rest of the panel, is when I look at the data, for instance, the YouGov data, and you look at the division by age, and you look at the over 65s, for instance, you've got a ratio of people voting Tory to Labour, so a demographic that votes, that goes to the ballot box, of about 2.5 to 1. And Boris Johnson has been incredibly effective under the radar all the way along his premiership in ensuring that people in that demographic do incredibly well at the expense of Labour. So yes, there's been some shift in the opinion polls, but the headline voting intention rate does fluctuate, and actually some of the bigger lessons to be learned are the ones that are buried a bit further down the data, but are deliver much clearer signals, as it were, as to where bits of the country are. So, sort of in conclusion, it couldn't be a more exciting point to be a political journalist, because I genuinely don't know what's going to happen next. I'm very, very pleased not to be a pollster, because I don't know what's going to happen next, and I would want to be an academic looking back on this period, maybe at some point in the future, but not yet.
Okay, thanks very much, Sam. Okay, some brilliant presentations there, and thanks very much. We've got the Slido working, which is very good. Lots of questions coming through. Loads of questions actually about something that Sam picked up on, subject close to my heart, and that is Scotland. A lot of people are messaging in questions about Scotland. I'm first going to put this to Paula and to Kelly. A couple of people saying, why didn't you put SNP in your presentations? Because they are a really important part of this story. Kelly, I'll come to you first. And what do you think about the situation in Scotland?
So I think one of the challenges that the current Conservative Party faces in Scotland, which is written large across all of the polling, is the unpopularity of Boris Johnson. He's even more unpopular, even more untrusted, and so that comes across in all of the data that we look at for Scotland. This is our political monitor data, and I displayed it as I normally display it, but it is a valid and interesting point.
Paula, what do you think about the Scottish situation and the Scottish dynamic in all of this?
So I'm going to kind of throw this question forward to the next panel, as it were, because the reason I don't show SNP in many of my breakdowns, I collapse them into other, is because to analyse that vote you need a specific Scottish sample, and the sample sizes are not big enough in the surveys that I'm working with. However, colleagues speaking on the next panel do have that data.
Stay for the next panel.
And will be able to tell you much more about Scotland than I can. So I think rather than try and say some very vague things now, it would be better if that one was answered in the next panel.
Okay. That's a good politician's answer, Paula. Very good. Jeff, on the Scottish question, Sam made the point, and I remember this very painfully when I was working for Ed Miliband. Sam's already laughing at this, in the 2015 general election campaign. Of course, when it was like, if you vote Ed Miliband, you're going to get Alex Salmond in his pocket. Do you think that attack line from the Conservatives on Labour would, and it was very powerful, that attack line, and I think it was actually something that we felt did substantially swing things, certainly when we were outdoor knocking. Do you think that kind of attack would still be very, very powerful for the Conservatives and very wounding for Labour?
In terms of their votes in England and Wales? Or
yeah, if there was any kind of suggestion that a deal might be done.
I've not really researched it. I don't know how many people in England care that much about Scottish separation, to be honest. It's an elite issue, without doubt, but I'm not sure that most people are that fussed. So, yeah, maybe not. But I'm not an expert on the data on what the English think of this issue.
So what do you think? The English care less about it than the Scottish, and it's the same issue in Northern Ireland. In Northern Ireland, there are groups very exercised about remaining part of the UK. And English people don't really care whether the Northern Irish remain part of the UK. So I think it is as you may have expected, Jeff.
Yeah.
Sam, what do you think? Do you think it would be as sort of pronounced an attack now, or do you think people have moved on?
So I think narrowly, I would agree with you two that the English don't necessarily give a great deal of thought to, for instance, Scottish devolution, but that wasn't quite the impact of what the Conservatives did in 2015. What David Cameron and the Conservative campaign were telling people was that if you elected Ed Miliband, he wasn't properly in charge. He wasn't in control of the Tories. He wasn't a prime minister in the way that you might think of traditional prime ministers, because he had this force, which they painted quite darkly, pulling his strings. And so it wasn't a question of the English worrying about Scottish devolution. It was a question about whether or not Ed Miliband would be representing the people that were voting for him. And that idea, I thought, was quite powerful, and that was the idea I suspect that you on the doorstep were getting played back to you.
Well, we noticed it. I mean, at the start of the short campaign, people were quite positive. 3 weeks later, after that poster came out, it really turned and it came up on the doorstep.
So it isn't about what people think about Scotland. It's about whether or not you basically have a Prime Minister who's properly in charge. And so I don't know whether it's going to... I would suspect that the Tories will try and run that argument again. What I am conscious of is I haven't heard in public a way that even, 7 years after the 2015 campaign, I've not heard, and I'm willing to be corrected, but a really good Labour response to that. So in 7 years, they haven't come up with a good, either a slogan or an argument as to why that's not something that voters should be concerned about. I can see a world in which questions around the union more generally get more tricky for the Conservatives as we have a very, very unpredictable situation in Northern Ireland with the potential for a Sinn Féin First Minister and it being unclear what happens after that, after the May elections, coupled with all the debate around the Northern Ireland Protocol and whether or not we trigger Article 16. And I won't go down that rabbit hole, but Northern Ireland's element of the union might be quite tricky. And so the Tories might judge that it's not a path that they want to go down particularly, but I sort of think that they probably will do. And until Keir Starmer has a good single line to rebut that, and then a good argument in a speech to rebut that, and makes it clear why people shouldn't worry about, about that, I think that's quite important, because I have this sense from the way that people talk that you can, despite the experiences of the coalition 2010 to 2015, which could have been if you'd taken all those forces and mixed them up, and Nick Clegg pulling the strings of David Cameron for 5 years, people got used to the idea of the coalition and didn't present it as that, but they could have done. But we have a very particular view in this country, which is not shared in countries like Germany, about majority government and a prime minister being all powerful. We're often, as a nation, unwilling to confront the limits of power nationally, internationally, and in other in other ways. And we like to imagine, as a population, that a prime minister has unfettered power, and that's not actually constitutionally true. But I think that an attack on that can often work.
Okay. Thanks very much. Lots of questions on Scotland there, but I want to move on to another area, and there's a couple of questions which are themed around this. Kelly, you sort of answered the question that I had been pondering, I think many of the audience had as well, which was, do voters still care about Brexit as much? And you said, no, it's sort of come down in the list. So my question, and this is picked up by a few other people that have messaged in as well, is, does that mean it's right for Keir Starmer to say that he doesn't want to sort of keep hammering Brexit and relitigate Brexit? He's made it very clear in the last couple of weeks, a number of interventions, that he doesn't want to rejoin the EU. Now, that has caused some anger from within his own side and people on the sort of Progressive Alliance. But does that make sense to you?
I think there's an argument to be had that, and Sam, you touched on this a little bit when you talked about how the next election will be fought in 2023, 2024. There is an argument that the conversations will have moved on substantively by then. And the big challenges I think will face our government at that point will be linked to the economy, a bit on whether they've delivered on growth, which is something that people still would believe Conservatives are better at delivering on than Labour, but also the Labour's home territory, which is how they're viewed on taxation, actually, and how they're viewed on currently the cost of living, where they are perceived to be able to deal with that better. But one other big issue a couple of years down the line is going to be this dynamic of reaching net zero, where cost of living crisis is perhaps still ongoing. And actually, there are some real distributional effects of the policies for net zero. that government need to really think through. When we ask the public about how supportive they are of things like taking measures themselves, seeing government take measures and employers and organisations take measures to help meet net zero, they're very keen. When you explain some of the trade-offs from a lifestyle or an economic perspective, that keenness drops. And these are going to be some real big meaty issues that will come a cropper in the next election if they're not dealt with and tackled in the next period of time. So I think Keir Starmer thinking carefully about other issues that he can play with are useful. I don't think the government will fly with your point on still banging on about vaccines, which was fantastic, obviously, but I think that ship will have sailed and people will have a view on government competency around the manifesto delivery a couple of years from now. But net zero, I think, will be, if that's what they play between now and then, levelling up net zero, the economy, will be big issues. And the NHS backlog.
Just very quick, on net zero, for it to become an election issue, it needs to be something where the Tories take one position and Labour take the opposing issue. I'd argue for it to be a big part of a campaign. And at the moment, you've got a huge, great cleavage down the middle of the Conservative Party, where it's an argument between some of those at the top in the cabinet, between people in the cabinet and the party and at large in the top of the Conservative Party. But at the moment, I don't see, other than Labour promising to go a bit further and faster, the Conservatives keen to open up a party political divide on net zero. And that's why I left that one off my
Well, can I?
Just very quickly, because I joke there's lots of other questions to get through.
So I think, yes, it matters whether Labour oppose, but there are going to be other parties in the mix here, and they will have opposing views on the net zero issue, and they will be raising the impact around cost of living as well. And that bringing that voice, those other voices into the debate, so people like Reform UK, who will be those kind of parties will raise it in the public psyche, and the issue is also there's an age divide on the net zero piece too, and that age divide matters for the Conservative Party voters.
It is interesting as well that there's a new sort of scrutiny watch group that's been set up in the Conservatives, the net zero watch on that. Just to continue this theme, Jeff, I mean, you made the point that sort of Brexit and Boris are very linked. Lord Adonis tweeted last week, if Boris goes, Brexit goes. Do you think he's right?
No.
And then a follow-up question. Fair enough, fair enough.
If only we could all be so succinct.
Yes, it would be very good. Michael has said, given that you know, you mentioned about the mass exodus of Labour voters, and lots of them went to the Lib Dems, the Greens, the SNP, why do you think Labour is only focused on winning back Brexit Tories?
Well, partly because the constituencies are important to them. There's a good return on terms of votes for constituencies which they lost at the last election. And so they've got, you know, that's a crucial thing. And as for, I don't know, I mean, they share so much in common with the other ones that I think the talk is, well, actually it was in the 1990s. We are back to the 1990s in some ways, when you got lots of tactical voting being set up and discussed and all the rest of it. You even had a referendum party and things like that. So it does seem quite kind of almost nostalgic. So I see Labour as targeting the enemy, as it were, and trying to think out ways of slicing up the competition effectively with the other people, but without compromising their own party integrity, which is always going to be a problem when it comes to doing deals.
Paula, Joe has messaged in saying, when you look back at 2019, was Brexit or Corbyn the largest influence? And what does this mean for the 2022 local elections? Because, of course, we are going to have the chance to have an interesting electoral test, our first big electoral test since 2019.
So I don't think you can easily separate Brexit and Corbyn into analytical categories and then say it was one or the other. You can do that to an extent with kind of quantitative analysis, but not very effectively. When you go to the focus groups, when people talk about this in their own words, those two things are run together so closely that you can't see them as analytically separate in people's minds. So I think they were both really important issues, and I wouldn't want to say one was more important than the other. I think, though, that to some extent both were symptoms of what was going on in the Labour vote as well as causes, and that goes back to that longer term point. The fact that Corbyn was leader and the fact that Brexit the Brexit campaign was successful was part of that long-term structural change as well. So I think you need to see them as symptoms as well as causes. Obviously, neither of those are going to feature in the 2022 local elections, I don't think. Except, I suppose, there might be echoes of Corbyn in terms of some of the Labour vote shifting to other left-leaning parties, particularly the Greens. So I think we might see that in 2022, that some of the voters that were particularly keen on Corbyn's leadership might vote for the Greens in the local elections. I'm not convinced that would be replicated at a general election, as I was saying to you over lunch. I think that's a danger for Labour in the local elections, is that there is a significant shift to the Greens, which wouldn't be replicated in a general election, but will make the local election story much less positive for Labour than they are perhaps anticipating it's going to be. So I don't know if I failed to answer the question.
No, I think that's a fair point about that part of the left vote potentially swinging Green, but also some potential Conservative voters swinging Green as well in some seats. Sam, I mean, the local elections will be upon us soon. I mean, how important are these local elections going to be? How much is it a test for Keir Starmer, as it is also for Boris Johnson?
First of all, I want to tell off everybody in the Westminster Village for framing the local elections in that way.
Because Northern Ireland is very important.
No, because
it's very important.
No, because local elections matter in of themselves, and you know, there will be people voting because of their views one way or another about LTNs, the low pollution networks that either help or blight local communities, depending on whether you're a car driver or not. There are other many local election issues that really matter because, funnily enough, councils do play as, if not a bigger role in people's lives than politicians in Westminster. And and I'm about to embark on a whole load of two-horse racery about the local elections, so I'm just getting the self-flagellation out of the way.
But having said that, turnout is low at these.
They are, and people choose not to engage with these issues, even though they make a big difference to them. And it is hard, and there are lots of consequences for that. But nevertheless, when you tune into Sky on the evening of, or probably the evening after, because counting often starts on the Friday now at local elections, what you'll see is an array of different things. So in England, the sort of three large clumps of things that are going on in the local elections. So London boroughs are up, so the ones to watch for there are, does Westminster turn red for the first time? Could even Hillingdon Council, which of course has got Boris Johnson's constituency, Uxbridge, in its backyard, could that no longer be blue at the end of the evening? And that's an interesting one. I was in Hillingdon, in Uxbridge, in fact, at the end of last year, and talking to voters, and there was a lot of hostility then about parties and things like that. And I'm used to Boris Johnson being popular when I go on the street and people defending him, and that had changed even in his backyard. There are metropolitan councils that the Tories did quite well in the last point in the electoral cycle. Can they hang on? And there are some district shires where you've got the question about whether or not some of the sort of more pro-Remain bits of the Conservative Party continue to hang on. And then there's Scotland. There are some councils up there, so we'll be able to see whether or not the Conservatives are suffering from the fact that the Scottish Conservative Party, in the form of Douglas Ross, have essentially disavowed Boris Johnson, or does that work to their benefit? And can the Labour Party make any inroads against the SNP? So that'll be the conversation in Scotland. And then the conversation in Northern Ireland is multidimensional, but at its heart, the Assembly is going to be suspended, and the question is, does it get restarted by the election results? Can, if there's a Sinn Féin First Minister, there be a power-sharing arrangement that works, given that it seems quite difficult at the moment to see the DUP accepting a deputy First Minister job for one of theirs? Is there another possible configuration that might get the Assembly back up and running, or not? All of those things are to be determined, but the political future in Northern Ireland could be quite bleak. And then one of the big things that happened with local elections is about 24 hours after the voting closed, proposes, one of the sets of very, very esteemed academics comes up with what's just simply called the share of the vote. So there are the percentages that go at the bottom of your TV screens that tell you, roughly what the percentage of Labour votes was, percentage of Tories, and you compare them to the opinion polls and you see whether the parties have done better or worse than we were expecting. So often the narrative that dominates after local election results is not really based on what actually happened, but on these averaged out percentages that condition the conversation in the days that come.
And just in terms of the conditioning, the conversation, the narrative, I mean, the general election will be very different from local elections for a whole host of reasons. But the narrative, it can be quite a powerful one that comes out of local elections. Do you think there could, I mean, because the narrative right now is Partygate, this is going to be a chance for the public to sort of give Boris Johnson a boff in the nose, but it might not turn out like that. And if that is the case, that's going to be setting quite a very triumphalist narrative for Boris Johnson, but a very difficult narrative for Keir Starmer, his first test with the British public.
That's absolutely right. And the problem that we've got is twofold. First of all, these are, and I forgive, I'm sorry to say this because it'll come back to haunt me on election night, but these are probably the least interesting of the cycle of local elections that you can get. Yet we will still try our best to read as much into them as possible. But there are quite a lot of unknowns, to be honest. So I'll give you one unknown. One of the things that you've obviously got everything that's going on in Ukraine, and the political conversation is different this week to what it was 10 days ago, simply because very, very serious events are going on, and quite rightly so. But one of the things we're also waiting for in the background is when do the police decide that they're going to announce their decisions around what went on in Downing Street and Cabinet Office at the height of the pandemic. Now, that I would get my starting point is assuming that that's coming in about 3 weeks' time. So that would take us to sort of the middle of March? Are we quite in purdah then? Are we not? Does that make a difference? Or could the police wait till the other side of the local elections? If we have the police verdict and then the local elections, and the police verdict is that Boris Johnson isn't personally fined, could the local elections therefore act as a moment where the Conservatives say, and it'll be contested, but the Conservatives say, well, that set of elections drew a line under that awful episode, we now move on? Or if the Partygate fines do come and they come after the local elections, they haven't been great, then that could be worse for the Conservatives. There are so many different kind of points down on the potential spider graph that it just depends on as much as anything else in the order that events come in the next few weeks.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So, Kelly.
Yes, I just wanted to come in on that because the public's attention span for issues, it does move, and I think we're starting to see the move in some of our data coming through. So by the time we get there, if this Partygate and the Sue Gray report does drag out, as you say, Sam, it will re-energise that conversation with the public at that time. But at the minute, when we're looking at how the public are perceiving media coverage and what's too much, what's too little, 4 in 10 tell us too much on Partygate. 55% are telling us not enough on cost of living. That's what they're saying. We want to see more on some of the challenges that we face there. And I can't tell you the exact numbers because they're not out in the public domain yet. But for the first time ever in January, our issues index had as the second issue facing the UK today was trust in politics and politicians. We'd never seen it as high in that, just behind COVID-19 as a pandemic. Have a look when it comes out at how far it's dropped, even in a month. So I think the public's attention span for issues and where they will be feeling the pain and pressure when we come to those local elections may be also part of your media coverage at the time.
Yeah, and just to follow on from that, actually, Kelly, a message has come in saying about kind of issues and how they've changed. Someone's messaging asking a question about the salience of immigration, because they're saying, look, immigration dropped as an issue after the referendum, but will this change over time with more boats crossing the channel and the government's focus on this? Do you think that is an issue that you could see rising up your list again?
It's all relative. As you say, it did drop quite dramatically after Brexit. I think what we're seeing in the data at the minute is the public's view on how well the government have been dealing with the issue of immigration, which isn't particularly positive. So I think it will be a little bit about the volume of activity sensitivity comparative to other big issues in the press, but then secondly, how effectively they think government are actually tackling that issue. So they think government's not doing a brilliant job on immigration, but same on things like levelling up, which were big party manifesto pledges at the time.
Okay, thanks for that. Lots of other questions to get through. An interesting one from Gareth, who's messaged in saying, this is picking up on Sam's point about Boris Johnson fighting the next election on his record on Brexit and vaccines. He's asking the question, isn't it normal for electorates just to bank things that the government have done and then move on, not reward them? Paula, what do you think about that?
I'm not quite sure how to think about that question, because we haven't had crises quite like these to deal with, so we don't quite know how these things are going to play out over time. We don't really know how the vaccine rollout has influenced voters. There's no complete agreement as to whether or not there was a vaccine bounce in the polling, whether or not the polling would have just been there anyway, whether or not the vaccine rollout is associated specifically with the government, or whether it's something people see as associated with the NHS, which they have very positive feelings towards already. So I don't know that these things are necessarily going to be attributed as successes to the government in the next election. I don't think we can, obviously, every time he mentions it in the House, you assume Boris Johnson does think that.
Yeah.
And
there's a very strong attack line, isn't there, against Keir Starmer, saying one of the reasons we got the vaccine rollout so quickly was because we left the EU, although that is contested. Jeff, I mean, what do you think about that? And also, is there any kind of correlation, I suppose, in terms of, in a way, attitudes to COVID being a bit like the attitudes to Brexit, being quite kind of defining things, and people being quite kind of steamed up about them?
Well, first on the earlier point, I mean, there's quite a lot of research which suggests that people really take the last year of parties' term of government into account more than the rest of it put together. So if we aren't going to go to an election until 23 or 24, I mean, COVID will be a memory that most people aren't factoring into their decisions. So I do think it'll just pass into history when it comes to voter decision making, if they wait long enough. And I can't see them wanting to go soon and try and capitalise on say, the vaccines, because as Paula says, you can interpret them in various ways, or you might want to emphasise on the death rates the year before or something like that if you're another party competing. So I do think we'll move on from that, because the recency, myopic voting, the recency effect of voting decisions, the things they take into account, kind of important, and you're talking still 2 or 3 years down the line. So I think that's why I'm thinking that the Brexit thing, having realigned politics, will probably then slip into the background somewhat when it comes to what people are really worried about, and all the things about the NHS.
Yeah, backlogs.
And immigration is an interesting one, because there are some studies shows like third most salient concern, which it's never the top concern, to be honest, very rarely. But nonetheless, I mean, the Conservatives are not doing well on it, as you say, because they're struggling, but then again, there's no one competing on that, because effectively the other parties are all on the wrong side of the immigration debate anyway, because they're more supportive on the whole. And so I think that's not much of an issue because of that. So for me, Brexit is not, I didn't quite get your thing about Brexit being a defining issue. I think it was defining in the sense it helped to consolidate a period of political realignment.
Lots of people said, look, I don't see myself as left-wing or right-wing, and certainly lots of the phone-in shows I was doing, people were like, you're either Leaver or Remainer, that's your kind of identity now.
And yes, in that sense, I think it's been a realigning sort of thing. It is a source of identity that's quite stable, and it's consequential. But as I was saying earlier, Tory party popularity is dropping in all types of Brexit, Leave or Remain voters, similar sorts of rates, because of the current problems. So having sorted, I think they now react to new information, which will be, in the next few years, going to be kind of close to home.
Okay. Sam, you wanted to come in?
The question from the audience was, do voters bank things and move on and require something new, or could Boris Johnson return to the issues of Brexit and the vaccine rollout at the next election? And if I may, I'm going to disagree with the other panellists, because...
Oh, fight. We love it.
Because I don't think that Boris Johnson raises the issue of the vaccine rollout because he thinks that there is particular credit to be had in of itself on that issue now. I think he's doing it for another reason. There is going to be a fight at the next general election on the question of competence. There are going to be questions raised by the Labour Party about his ability to get things done. And he is going to have a challenge, which is that he went into the last election with a manifesto promising rather a lot when it comes to the subject, for instance, of levelling up. And a lot of the material, tangible change those changes are going to be put in train, but not necessarily come to fruition at the point of the next election. And a lot of people are going to ask Boris Johnson, where's the beef? And his answer to where's the beef is look at the vaccine rollout. Now, he's not answering it because he wants credit per se for that. He is using the vaccine rollout and Brexit being done to some extent in order to make the argument that he is capable and competent. So he's doing it for a slightly different reason. It's not about...
And just to follow on for that, is that another, I suppose, thread to that argument? Will he also say, look, depending on how things go, I got us out of COVID prison early?
Potentially, I think we're going to have to wait a little bit of time to find out whether or not that is an argument that works. Data around COVID is mixed. Perceptions around COVID are mixed. I think all of that isn't set yet. And I don't know how the politics of where people's heads are on COVID today plays out in 18 months' time.
Kelly, what are your thoughts on some of this?
So I agree that the public attitudes on COVID are not yet set. There's a lot of fluctuation. We're currently in field checking on people's views on COVID behaviours. Being at an event like this today, not wearing a mask, etc. How do people feel about that kind of thing, and how does it align with how they feel the Conservative Party are done? So I will let you know next week. Follow me on Twitter. But beyond that, levelling up's a really interesting one, because that was such a big part of we're going to level up the regions. There's been lavish amounts of policy attention and money spent on levelling up over the last 100 years, and nobody has quite managed it yet. And then the timing between now and the next election being called is going to make that a huge challenge for him. What we see in the data is public awareness of levelling up is low but rising. And what would make a huge shift perhaps to how people are feeling in the areas, how they've, rather than another infrastructure project or some large chunk of cash, feeling like they're getting their fair share, if that sentiment moved, and feeling like there were opportunities for young people in their area, those sentiments, soft things, if they shifted, people's perception of how government have dealt on levelling up may be movable in the short run. But it's not about another massive infrastructure project. They need to feel those things are better.
Okay, great. Final question, and kind of an interesting one, provocative one, but I think a salient one, from Vijay. Why is there such a disconnect between academics, the Westminster liberal elite, I presume that's all of us here, the media and the public? Paul, I'm going to start with you.
I don't know quite what the questioner means by a disconnect there. So I'm going to answer it in a slightly different way, because one thing that we have been doing here is talking about the electorate as if they're a single group. What are the electorate's priorities? What do the electorate think about immigration? And actually, the electorate doesn't exist in those in that single group anymore. It is more fragmented. For example, taking the immigration issue, yes, if you look at the kind of headline figures, it might be fifth for Ipsos. I think it's fourth or fifth with YouGov. If you start to drill down into individual groups, there are some groups where immigration is the top issue. There's some group, I think it was the YouGov data, if you drill down into Leave voters, for example, it was the top issue. So I think actually, if you really want to understand what's going on with voters, whether I'm disconnected from them or not as an academic, you need to understand them in their situations, in their specific groups, and what their priorities and hopes are, because trying to understand them as a whole is almost impossible.
Jeff, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of leaving off from what Paula just said, yeah. I mean, because politicians are overwhelmingly university-educated people from certain types of backgrounds, many of whom nowadays have got a professional career purely in politics. Academics are certainly university-educated people too, with lots of degrees and things like that. So it's fair to say that those groups probably can talk to each other sometimes, but if you're not a part of, say, a higher educated group and you don't share the language, values and assumptions of these sort of little subgroup elites, then yeah, you're going to feel cut off, probably. And of course, it's been a growing problem. Back in the, say, the 1980s or whatever, 1990s, we had a lot more people from, say, working class backgrounds in politics, a lot fewer people with degrees, especially on the Labour side. And so that changed, that homogenisation of the political world, which makes it look a little bit more like the academic world in some ways, and just perhaps the values that those people hold do remove them from some sections of society. So it's not the public as a whole, but it's fair chunks of the public who feel they're not being listened to.
Okay. Sam, any thoughts on that?
I think it's a brilliant question. I think people do feel disconnected from politicians. They do feel disconnected from the media. And it is not just important, but it is existential to our future on the media that we try really, really hard to address that. Because if we don't, then you'll switch off or you'll switch elsewhere. And so it is an urgent and continual task for me, for my colleagues at Sky and elsewhere, to put ourselves in different people's shoes, travel around the country, listen to different viewpoints, try and work out where people are coming from, because we've got it wrong in the past, right? And we've got to do better in the future. And we know that if we don't do better in the future, then the audience will dwindle to nothing. We won't have jobs.
Kelly, do you want to add anything to that?
Not a huge amount. Just, Paula, you are the most connected academic in terms of what the British public think. So don't put yourself down on that. It's why independent research organisations exist in many ways, to help bring the citizen public voice into the debate in politics. The biggest disconnect I see is between what happens on Twitter and what our research actually says, and I can tell you which one is better quality. Yes, exactly. So if I ever put anything out that's particularly controversial, I get absolutely rinsed on Twitter. So I think there are places where there are echo chambers, and Westminster can be sometimes considered to be one, which is why they try desperately to get their handle through focus groups and any other method on what the public actually thinks.
I think it's a great question, Vijay. Just my own story to end on this. I remember on the night of the EU referendum, was in the basement of the ITV building with lots of other commentators. One of my first sort of big commentating jobs, having left politics. And I was incredibly excited about it. And I sort of sat there with the great and the good of the commentators, and everybody was getting quite drunk. Like everybody was like lashing into the red wine. And I was like on the water, and everyone's like, what is going on? That's not like you. And I was like, well, anything could happen. And I'm not going to name names, but literally the great and the good were like, took me aside and went, listen, you're new to this game. There is no way that Remain is losing. There's literally, it's just not possible. It's just not possible. So have a good time. We'll be in our cabs home by about 1 o'clock. And of course, it didn't. I only know this because I had actually gone out door knocking a lot in some Labour seats, and literally every door we knocked on said that they were planning to vote leave and that immigration was a really big issue. So I was coming back into Westminster with a very different view, and I do always remember that night, because when that the thing dropped, just watching the colour drain away from a lot of who were half cut by this point. You've never seen a room, mainly of men, sober up as fast and get typing. So yeah, there's a lot of disconnect, which we do all need to admit to.
Pretend to sober up.
Yeah, pretend to sober up. Well, look, thank you so much. It's been such an interesting discussion. My huge thanks to all the brilliant panellists. Thanks to you for all your great questions. It's been a thoroughly fascinating discussion. Thank you all very much.
It's nice to meet you, Sam. Nice to meet you.
Jeff.
How are you doing? Good to see you. How are you? Good. I enjoyed your performance. I know. But anyway, we need to talk about valence. The comeback of valence. The guy who's destroyed valence is now saying that valence can.
Hopefully. There she is.
Perfect timing, dear friends, and the lights get dimmed, and our fourth panellist jogs to the stage, okay? It would take a professor of political science at Edinburgh to leave the room and then come back just to have the star turn and enter in the spotlight just at the end. Vulgarity has no bounds, I can tell you now for nothing. Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here. It's lovely to be in an event where we can see people and greet people, which is good. An event which also is of great value in terms of debating where we are and reflecting on where we are with the politics in different parts of the UK. And of course, for everyone watching online, maybe later, it's good to have your company as well. I'm delighted to be chairing. I'd like to thank Anand and the team for asking me. There's a compelling logic to having this session, of all sessions, to tie up the panel sessions of the day before John Curtis appears a little later. And that's because, of course, lots of the debate has been dominated, understandably, by a predominantly, how can I put it, pan-British narrative to what's going on. And there's lots of reasons why that is valid. But of course, the whole point of this session is to underline that we're no longer in a single narrative running between two familiar tram lines. We are talking about several narratives, sometimes crisscrossing each other and sometimes affecting each other. And it's quite a complex process at times as well. And I say that as someone who often has to sit in an election studio, as I did last year, making sense of several stories and to try and explain where they meet and to try and explain why some of them have affected others. And for a predominantly English audience, if I can say that, it's even more important because what we've discovered over the past few years through Brexit and through the pandemic is that we're having to, and we're doing it happily, of course, it's our duty, we're having to explain repeatedly what some of the differences are in legislative terms and in terms of powers and guidelines and rules, etc., in different parts of the UK. And the response from the audience in England, I'm saying it advisedly, is illuminating because often with people grasping these things for the first time, the reactions vary from resentment to incredulity to, in some cases, envy, if they think things are going on which they're not part of or not benefiting from. All of those are an interesting part of the political dynamic that we are trying to unpick today. It's a combination, really, of Brexit and the pandemic which have brought those to the fore. I suppose the other thing I'd point out to, just before I introduce the four guests, is this whole concept of nationalism in British politics or UK politics. We're used to the nationalist dynamic, a very powerful one in Scotland. Northern Ireland, of course, has its own particular dynamic at work. And Wales, I'm saying this as impartially as I can, offers another interesting illustration because you don't just have the traditionally nationalist Plaid Cymru grouping, but of course you have in Welsh Labour, something that lots of people haven't clocked over the years. There's lots of a kind of latent Welsh nationalism lying behind Welsh Labour's way of going about its business and indeed governing over the last 20 years. So these nationalist forces, now dealing with what we can all agree, I think, is a kind of growing English nationalism in a more kind of broad sense, does present us with another challenging set of circumstances that we can talk about today. So that's the whole point of the discussion. What's the pattern of
politics if we look in Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland and England separately. So with that in mind, let me just introduce the panel. They'll all be known to you because their reputations precede them in every single case. Professor Richard Wynne-Jones, an old friend of mine, let me declare an interest. He is the Director of the Centre of Welsh Governance, Cardiff University, and is also Dean of Public Affairs at the university. I don't want to upset others by saying he's the preeminent commentator and analyst of Welsh politics, but I'm sure he'd be happy with that. Okay. Professor Ailsa Henderson, who is Professor of Political Science at the University of Edinburgh. I'm being extremely nice to Ailsa today, not least because, of course, she's a star academic, a stellar academic in her own right, but she's also one of my son's tutors at Edinburgh, so she is to be treated with kid gloves. And any unkind questions on the Slido to Ailsa will be, I'm sorry to say this, deleted. Professor John Tongue is with us, who's Professor of Politics at the University of Liverpool, another of our distinguished commentators on the political trends of the moment. I'm delighted that John's joined us. And, of course, from my own journalistic backyard as well, though in press terms and online terms, we have Alva Rea, who's the political correspondent of the New Statesman and a proper star in the making there. Already a star on the New Statesman, but with a fantastic landscape to be filling ahead of us. So it's good to have you with us, Alva, too. Can we give them a warm welcome? Thank you very much indeed. Right, this is what I'd like to do. We'll have 4 presentations. They'll be, of course, they'll be concise. And of course, they'll be whipping along at some speed, and they will delight us with the content. So 4 presentations. We're doing Richard and John first. Richard first, then John, because they have slides, and then Ailsa and Alva after that. And after the 4 presentations, we will then open it up for what I hope will be a really good discussion and a good go at some of the issues involved. So let's start. Richard, diolch yn fawr i ti.
Diolch yn fawr. Good afternoon, everybody. Even before the Brexit referendum, it was clear that the fate of the external union with Europe was linked to that of the internal union that is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. You'll recall John Major and Tony Blair warning explicitly that a vote for Brexit would destabilise the position of Northern Ireland and threaten the gains of the peace process. Meanwhile, Boris Johnson, in his, at the time, unpublished pro-Remain tract, you'll recall that he wrote an article saying why you should vote Remain and vote Leave. He warned in the pro-Remain tract, and I quote, "An English-only Leave vote could lead to the breakup of the union," said Boris Johnson. Now, in this, at least, all 3 Prime Ministers were correct. Brexit, in particular, the ways that successive UK governments have interpreted the implications of the referendum vote has destabilised the internal union. The high politics of this are obvious to all. The Northern Ireland Protocol and all that, the new laws in terms of relationships between devolved and central government. But what I want to do in what follows is dig a little deeper and focus on the ways that Brexit appears to be impacting not only on attitudes, but even on identities in Wales. Now, why Wales? Not only because I want, obviously, Hugh Edwards to feel at home. We know that attitudes to Brexit in Wales were closely related to senses of national identity. It's true throughout the UK, but it's also true in Wales. But we also know that more generally that in Wales, attitudes towards devolution are also closely tied to senses of national identity. Indeed, even the same is true of partisan choice in Wales, which explains to a very significant extent why this year, the 15th of November, to be precise, will mark the century of Labour winning every significant national election in Wales, which is quite something. Some people were talking about one-partyism earlier. I thought, you've got no idea. Anyway, as such, Wales is the ideal place to see how these dynamics potentially intersect, right? And of course, Wales was never part of the warnings about Brexit and the Union. Wales wasn't part of those. It was Northern Ireland, Scotland. So if it's happening in Wales, then, arguably something very significant is going on. So Now, this slide is far too busy, and I'm going to be slide shamed when I get back to Cardiff, because my younger colleagues will be telling me that this is horrible. But I just want to start. So if you kind of focus on the middle of that and the percentage leave vote, I just want to remind us of how national identities were related to attitudes towards the European Union. And as Hugh alluded to earlier, Wales is demographically really complicated because you've got a big block of people living in Wales who feel English, as well as a big block of people who feel Welsh, obviously. So just to recap the story, and if you've been following our work over the past 4 or 5 years, you'll know all of this already. If you haven't been following, then I think this might be a lot to take in. But just very briefly, in Wales, in terms of the two territorial non-state identities that matter in Wales, i.e. Welshness and Englishness, both were strongly correlated with attitudes towards Brexit, but in opposite directions. So Welsh identity, like Scottish identity in Scotland, was significantly related to pro-Remain sentiment, with Welsh speakers tending to be a particularly Europhile group within that kind of group of Welsh identifiers. Meanwhile, those who identified as English in Wales had very, very similar views to English identifiers in England, i.e. they tended to be strongly Eurosceptic. The impact of statewide identity then varied depending on which of the territorial identities it was intersecting or interacting with. So those who felt both strongly Welsh and strongly British, or who had a strong claim to Welsh identity, for example, were born in Wales, which is what we've got here, but chose to identify only as British, tended to be significantly more Eurosceptic than those who felt strongly Welsh only, which again is repeating a pattern that we find in Scotland, actually. Meanwhile, those who felt strongly English and strongly British, who had a strong claim to English identity because they were born in England, for example, but chose to identify only as British, they behaved in an almost identical way to the same groups in England. And in the latter case, in the case of the British, not English, that meant that they tended to be pro-Remain. So that was the story, and it'll be a familiar story to those of you who've taken any interest. What's happened since? And what I want you to focus on then is towards the right-hand side of this table. And what I want you to focus on is on the size of the national identity groups and the way that they've changed in the 5 years between 2016 and 2021. And what we see is that the proportions of the electorate identifying as either Welsh British or English British have fallen. The Welsh British fallen quite significantly, actually. And it's meant that now the Welsh-only group, which has grown, as has the British-only, not English group, the Welsh-only group is now the largest identity group in Wales, which wasn't the case 5 years ago. Now, this raises, I think, a really intriguing possibility. Given that Brexit has been revealed ever more clearly as a national project, that is, a project that seeks to undergird and project a particular understanding of a national past, present and potential future, to what extent are we seeing those people who reject that national project also rejecting the national identities that associate most closely with that project? After all, in the UK, where you've got potentially dual or nested identities, I could identify as Welsh or British or both. More of a stretch for me to identify as English, as you might imagine from my accent, but we've got options, okay? So, are people, in a sense, reassessing their sense of national identity? And indeed, if you look under the bonnet of these data, it's Remainers who are shifting from the Welsh-British category or the English-British category to a kind of national fit that works better for them. So in this sense, we need to see if this is replicated elsewhere, but there's certainly some quite striking evidence in Wales that, you're seeing even a shift in senses of national identity. I mentioned national project. This segues into consideration of attitudes towards devolution. Support for which in the Welsh context has always been strongly correlated with national identity. Now, in the aftermath of the 2016 referendum, it was widely assumed by partisans on both sides of the divide that the majority vote in favour of Brexit in Wales presaged a weakening in the public legitimacy of devolution. Indeed, those of you who follow these things will recall that in the run-up to last May's devolved election, Wales's right-wing populists shifted in a strongly devo-sceptic direction, viewing this as the kind of natural corollary of Euroscepticism. But what we show here is shows shifts in attitudes towards devolution, again over 5 years, using the same identity groups that I was referring to earlier. And what you can see is that whatever the expectations, we've seen almost all of the national identity groups shifting in a more pro-autonomy direction, if from very strong, really different starting points. So while devolution clearly remains a national project, and while there are some that see that national project as locked in an existential struggle with the other national project that is Brexit, public attitudes are not so easily corralled. And that's before we get to COVID, which, as Hugh rightly mentioned, has changed things yet further. The question remains, however, how will the electorate respond if the UK government continues on its current path, namely reducing the competences of devolved government in core areas of activity like in economic development in order to, as it would claim, secure the benefits of Brexit. Now, in the most recent wave of the Welsh election study, we sought to explore this question directly. And the results, and this is in the publication that you've been given today, these results, I think, will make very uncomfortable reading for the Wales Office and the Welsh Conservatives. Because while it will come as no surprise that an overwhelming majority of Remainers in Wales reject the notion of reducing devolved powers in order to secure the benefits of Brexit, this view is also shared by a narrow majority of Welsh Leavers too. And of course, it's 52%, isn't it? So while abandoning the external union with Europe was always going to raise fundamental questions for the internal union of the UK, the way that successive UK governments have chosen to interpret the 2016 mandate has, in my view, only served to make those questions even more intractable. Yes, even in apparently docile Brexit voting Wales. Thank you.
Richard, diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much, Richard. Again, keep the questions coming in. There are quite a few on my screen coming in now. And then I'll try and be as inclusive as I can in terms of using as many as possible when we come to the questioning. John, thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much indeed. You'll see the title of the presentation there, Protocol, Problems and Polls. This is fairly heavy on the problems, I'm afraid, that are coming, some of which were flagged up by Sam Coates in the previous session. If we look at the looming Assembly election, there are three really interlinked questions, and one further down the track here. Firstly, what sort of compromise can Liz Truss and Maros Sefcovic come to on the EU Northern Ireland Protocol? Because if there isn't a compromise, if there isn't a deal, then we probably have the gravest crisis for Northern Ireland's political institutions since the last one, which wasn't that long ago either. Can a governing executive be restored after this May's Northern Ireland Assembly election? And linked to that as well is the question, which may pose broader questions about the future of Northern Ireland's status within the United Kingdom, whether Sinn Féin will become the largest party at that election and thus be able to nominate for First Minister. And you can co-badge First and Deputy First Minister all you like in Northern Ireland. They are co-equals, but there's a reason 20-odd years after the Good Friday Agreement why they've still not been called co-First Ministers, and that's because in status terms, First Minister may matter in symbolic terms at least. First Minister matters perhaps more than Deputy First Minister. And that leads on to the wider question, is a border poll on the horizon, as some people would claim in respect of Northern Ireland. So let's deal with the current bleakish, I've given myself some wriggle room here, bleakish scenario. The executive has been missing in action quite a lot, really, ever since the Good Friday Agreement. 38% of the time it's been missing, so there's nothing new in one sense. You know, if you're looking at the Good Friday Agreement and giving it a grade as a student essay, you give it a first as a peace deal, but you might give it a lower second as a deal in terms of its political stability. And the DUP withdrew the First Minister, Paul Given, not that long ago, and that withdrawal brought down the executive as a collective. You still have ministers in place in Northern Ireland, but they are doing solo runs in effect as ministers. There is no collective government now in Northern Ireland. And so the obvious question begged is, what happens after the 5th of May? Will we get collective government back in Northern Ireland? And that begs the obvious question. Well, if the DUP is prepared to withdraw its First Minister this side of the election, why on earth would the DUP nominate a First Minister or, as seems quite probable, a Deputy First Minister, the DUP operating in reduced circumstances after that election, if the protocol is not resolved to the DUP's satisfaction? So again, it comes back to this notion of where does the compromise lie? So Geoffrey Donaldson, as leader of the DUP, has said that he wants, quote, meaningful reform of the protocol, a term that's not been fully quantified. He says he wants to get rid of the Irish sea border element of that protocol. That may involve a situation, without getting bogged down in detail, of goods that are going from Great Britain to Northern Ireland that are not going on to the Irish Republic, not going south of the border, being treated purely as UK goods. But that would mean quite a substantial rewriting of the protocol as it stands. So there is scope for compromise. Without a compromise, it's difficult to see the DUP nominating either a First or a Deputy First Minister anytime soon. So you might think, well, does that matter? Let the next Unionist Party, let them be the new kids on the block, let the Ulster Unionist Party nominate. But if you look legally at the St Andrews Agreement, which was the sort of modification of the Good Friday Agreement, it's not that simple legally. And I've talked to a good lawyer about this as to whether the right to nominate a deputy or a First Minister could be transferred to the next largest Unionist Party. He thinks not, and it may well be subject to legal challenge. But if it does simply rest with the DUP and they refuse to nominate, then where do we go from here? Now, what the Secretary of State has done, Brandon Lewis, is to introduce new legislation at Westminster to buy some time on this. So the parties will have 24 weeks. So those of you academics here who are lucky enough to have their election done and dusted by the 6th of May, some of us might keep going till nearly Halloween here before we actually get a new executive in Northern Ireland, and that's if we're lucky. So who's going to win this election is probably why many of you may be here. And if you look at the latest opinion polls in Northern Ireland, they've been pretty constant over the last year. There hasn't been a great deal of fluctuation, not that many pollsters, as it should be said, in Northern Ireland. The main lines to look at here are the green line at the top, Sinn Féin, and look at the consistency of Sinn Féin support over the last year. And then you see the DUP, the red line below that, trailing Sinn Féin. There's no sign, really, of the DUP, although they've recovered from the leadership mess they had last summer. They've only got a one-seat margin over Sinn Féin as it stands. A lot of the DUP seats are safe, so a 4% first preference lead for Sinn Féin over the DUP is not, it's not unwinnable for the DUP, but it's difficult given where they are. And if you look at the actual, look at this in a tabular form, look at the two columns in bold on the right-hand side here, the poll of polls, admittedly an unscientific way of tackling this issue. But Sinn Féin are at 24, thanks, at Sinn Féin on 24% in the poll of polls. It's not that Sinn Féin are piling on votes. They're down 4 from where they were at the last Assembly election. But if you look, the big change there, the DUP down 9. And although I still think the DUP can do somewhat better than these polls indicate, you could very much have a Sinn Féin First Minister at the end of the story, and that will, I think, raise substantial questions over the future of the political institutions, given that devolved power sharing is at the heart of the Good Friday Agreement. One of the things to notice there as well is the rise of the Alliance Party, which has been doing well in recent elections, avowedly neutral on the future of the Union. They pledge constitutional neutrality, and they may well take a significant third place. So, in terms of that constitutional question, that broader constitutional question, and where the election might take us, it's perhaps better to say a couple of things first. Okay, firstly, there's a sort of lazy assumption that Brexit created a one-way street towards a united Ireland. That was always mythical. The idea that unionists would wake up one morning and think, well, actually, now, because of Brexit, and a substantial proportion of unionists voted Remain, about 40% of unionists, it's worth remembering, voted Remain. There was far less unanimity amongst unionists than there was amongst nationalists. 85% of nationalists voted Remain, but only 40% of unionists voted Remain. But unionists were never going to become nationalists. What you've seen is a slump in support for the Union. If you look at the percentage of people who want Northern Ireland to remain in the United Kingdom, if you look at the poll of polls there in front of you, it's only at 50% in 2021. It's a far from overwhelming or convincing level of support for the continuation of Northern Ireland's place in the United Kingdom. But that's not to say that there's been a huge drive in support for a united Ireland. There was a post-Brexit move of around 10%, 11% increase in support for a united Ireland, but things have remained fairly stable since. You might think, well, if you look at those figures at the bottom, the 2021 figures, 50 plus 39, there's 11%. And there are about 11% of people who say they don't know. And it's those constitutional agnostics, many of whom are now voting for the Alliance Party. It is those who will ultimately decide the future of Northern Ireland's position within the United Kingdom. There's all to play for in terms of those. They tend to be young people. The younger you are, the less likely you are to vote, though, but they may well turn up on border poll day. But border poll day, just to finish off, is still some way off, because there's only one person that can call a border poll, and that's the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. It's up to the Secretary of State to call a referendum when he, and I'm using the language of the Good Friday Agreement there, he decides that a majority of those voting would express a wish that Northern Ireland should cease to be a part of the United Kingdom and form part of a united Ireland. Nationalists have tried to, nationalists in particular, not exclusive nationalists, I should say, have tried to pin down better criteria, clearer criteria as to how the Secretary of State will make that judgment. Would he or she use opinion polls? Would they look at the size of block votes, unionist or nationalist block votes? But attempts to get a greater criteria, I should say, attempts to create a much clearer criteria have been dismissed in the courts. Mr. Justice Girvan, the quotes there in front of you, the precise circumstances basically will remain with the Secretary of State. It's up to the Secretary of State to decide when there's going to be a border poll. And I can tell you now, Brandon Lewis is far more worried about just trying to get a devolved executive back to Northern Ireland before he even starts thinking about any border poll anytime soon. Thank you.
John May, thanks. A commendable trip through what I think we can all agree is, let's just say, a challenging area of policy. Yeah. So, John, thanks very much for that. Elsa, the picture in Scotland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm going to take a slightly different approach to this. I'm going to try and locate Scotland within the wider arguments about what we know about British politics. So this is part kind of British politics as seen from Scotland, and partly also just a look at Scottish politics itself. And in my allotted time, I want to make 4 points. The first is that in the UK, we aren't really having often the same political debate in different parts of the state. We are, in fact, often having 4 different debates in the 4 different territories of the UK, informed at times by different political preferences. And on occasion, when we are having the same argument and are having the same debate, we're sometimes coming to different conclusions. We find the electorates find themselves different sides of that argument, and Brexit is an obvious example there. And that's not unusual. That's a function of having a multi-level state, but it is a fact that is typically ignored by three important actors. The first is that it is typically ignored by the UK government itself, which is at best opaque about when it acts for England and when it is acting for the whole of the UK. And there's lots of different ways you could look for evidence of this, but if you just look at the COVID press conferences, for example, and the frequency with which the other first ministers were mentioned, or variation in terms of approaches was mentioned, it doesn't have a great record there. So it's certainly squeamish about highlighting when it acts for England alone. I think the media is important there, and Ofcom rebuked media commentators for failing to capture the multi-level reality and the multinational reality of the UK COVID experience in May of 2020. But I think another critical actor here are academic analysts, to be honest, who often make arguments about what is going on in Britain on the back of data that are overwhelmingly England-dominated, and make the case that this is what explains the way people think in Britain, when that's not true. It's how people think in England. And often if you hold up those arguments and examine them in Wales or you examine them in Scotland, Northern Ireland, they don't even attempt to try to see whether the argument holds there, then you find, in fact, that it's often a very specific English argument. Sometimes you get analysis that chucks in a kind of dummy variable for different parts of the UK as a way to get around it. But I always find it particularly frustrating if I come across analysis that has British identity in there as a variable, as if British identity works for English voters the same way that it works for Scottish voters or the way that it works for voters in Wales. So the failure to treat the United Kingdom as a multi-level state, let alone a plurinational state, is in fact one of the defining features of the analysis of the action of British politics, but also the analysis of British politics, I would argue. The second thing I want to say is that British identity works in different ways in different parts of the state. It has different predictors, so the people that describe themselves as British, they are different kinds of people. If you're looking for British identifiers in England versus Scotland versus Wales and versus Northern Ireland, but also those who prioritize their British identity, that identity aligns with very different attitudes depending on where in the UK you live, even where in Britain you live. And Remain and Leave are the obvious examples. So Richard mentioned earlier the Welsh example, but we know that British identifiers in England voted Remain, but British identifiers in Scotland and Wales voted Leave. But it's not just Brexit. It also attaches to attitudes to devolution. So some of the most supportive people in England about devolution are British identifiers. But those who are least supportive of devolution, certainly in Scotland and to a certain extent in Wales, are British identifiers. So British identity is different types of people who describe themselves this way, depending where you are, but also those people who prioritize their British identity, they have different attitudes and different preferences. And that's already layered on to different debates about whether there are, in fact, different values in different parts of the state, whether it's just a perception that we have different values or whether we actually have different values, or a slightly related debate about whether we have the same values but just come to different conclusions at the ballot box. So I think there's two different things here going on. There's territorial differentiation in terms of political behavior, in terms of attitudes, and in terms of identities, but critically also the relationship among those identities and attitudes and behaviors. Third thing I want to say is I think if we're looking at British politics, it's helpful to conceive of the union as a union of the mind. So lots of people analyze different states to see how decentralized they are in their structures. I think we would argue that it's also possible to think of how electorates conceive of the union that they're in. And if you think of the United Kingdom as a union of the mind, where there is a union of identity and a union of economic solidarity, a union of fairness and legitimacy, and a union of social solidarity, then the news is mixed. In no part of mainland Britain, in our data, is British identity the clear majority preference of the electorate. Scottish identity is streets ahead in Scotland. There's a similar gap in the same direction, if not smaller, if a smaller gap in Wales with Welsh identity preferred over a British identity. And in England, it's in our data a dead heat between the proportion that would, if they had to pick, would describe themselves as English or describe themselves as British. In terms of economic solidarity, there's support in principle, but if you start asking people, well, what about sharing with this particular part of the union, then we find that support falls. In terms of fairness and legitimacy, the news is not particularly encouraging. Voters believe that there is an unfair distribution both of resources but also of influence across the union. And in fact, the only really unambiguously positive news is in terms of social solidarity, where there is a clear reserve of strong UK-wide social solidarity and an expectation that we would have access to the same social rights across the state. And all of that, I think, is relevant because it feeds into a notion of ambivalent unionism. So we know that in different parts of the state, there are people who support independence or similar forms of radical constitutional change. But I think what's important to understand where we are in the United Kingdom at the moment is not just looking at people who want independence for their own part, but people who would believe that have a kind of so be it attitude if one or more other parts of the UK go their own way. And if you add together the proportion wanting independence and the proportion with this kind of ambivalent unionist attitude, then of those with an opinion, you're over half the electorate in every single part of the UK. Right? So there's a tremendous sense of ambivalence from the electorate about the current structure of the union. And I think that's important because that ambivalence on the part of the electorate is paired with, on the part of the UK government and pro-union political parties, not an approach that would be described as ambivalent unionism, but one that is better described as one of muscular unionism. And it's a term I started using to describe the Scottish Labour Party, actually, but it's been picked up and used as a way to explain what's going on in the United Kingdom. So you've got these different approaches that, well, we'll spend to pacify those who are concerned about the union. We'll just assert the benefits of the union rather than listening when people have concerns. That approach fits very uneasily with a kind of ambivalent unionist approach within the electorate as a whole. In terms of my fourth point, last point, what does this all mean in terms of Scottish attitudes? I can talk in the question and answers about what might happen in the local elections this year. There's a couple things to say. First, obviously, there's two constitutional issues at play in Scotland. There's the issue of independence and the issue of Brexit, and that has led to 4 constitutional tribes in Scotland: yes Remainers, yes Leavers, no Remainers, no Leavers. And the size of those has been shifting since 2016. The modal voter in Scotland after 2016 was a no Remainer, but the modal voter now in Scotland is a yes supporting Remainer. And in the report, 2 of my Scottish election study colleagues kind of analysed that in greater depth. Another thing that's relevant in terms of understanding Scottish preferences is this notion, I would argue, of a kind of form of nationalist valence politics. So it's not just partisan identification that helps to explain why people vote the way they do, but also national identity and constitutional identity as well. So in another chapter in the report, another one of my SCS colleagues is talking about the fact that 90% of Scottish voters back parties that align with their constitutional preference, but the strength of that identity also matters. And I think that is important because it's not just identities that are driving voting behaviour, but we also know that the salience of the constitutional issue means that standing up for the nation has become a valence issue. And the SNP are clearly seen to be the issue owners in terms of that valence issue. So constitutional preferences, do you want independence? That's a positional issue, but standing up for Scotland is a valence issue. And pro-union parties have been devoting their attention to attacking the SNP on the positional issue of independence, but not the valence issue of standing up for Scotland. And I think that confers a natural advantage to the SNP in any electoral context that works on top of the existing advantage of the fact that their constitutional preferences seem to align better with what we're seeing in terms of the electorate's preferences on independence.
So thank you very much. I was about to say, I'm now getting a headache because there are so many questions that I'm already panicking about the question session. And one or two people are getting rather worked up about the fact that some questions haven't been asked. So I'll try to deal with them, okay? In my own impartial kind of way. Yes, we'll do our best. So keep them coming in because they will relate again to the individual presentations, but the questions so far are really good. So it'll easily keep a very good debate going after the 4 presentations. When we think about a publication like the New Statesman, Alva, I'm just thinking where you touch on all of these areas, and then you have a take which is to put lots of these policy areas and the kind of changes we've been talking about in a Westminster context, in the way that you have the kind of friction that exists between certainly this government and the way it's handled some of the devolution settlement and some of the views that have been attributed to the Prime Minister himself about the wisdom or otherwise of the devolution settlement. What's your take on all of that?
Thank you. It's great to be here and to speak after such an illustrious panel. I'm going to begin actually by sort of explaining who I am, if that helps. You touched on it. So my name is Alva. I work across the road in Westminster. I'm the New Statesman's political correspondent. I cover Westminster politics day in, day out, and it's also a big editorial principle of the New Statesman that we cover devolved politics and take that seriously, which I hope is obvious for our coverage, but it is a challenge because, as Elsa talked about, there is a consistent failure to reckon with the UK as a multi-level state, and from Westminster it's really challenging to cover all the different layers of government, devolved and otherwise. But I'm also from Belfast and often find that I'm asked to speak about Northern Irish politics in particular, and I also find that I regularly despair at the poor level of literacy on Northern Irish politics in our public debate and around Westminster. So I kind of anticipated speaking mostly about Northern Ireland today, but from that vantage point of being both Northern Irish and working in the cut and thrust of Westminster. And I feel like that's maybe helpful because John covered a lot of it expertly, but probably Northern Ireland does require 2 presentations. So I thought I would kind of pick up where John left off, and I think I'll answer your question while I do it. Because I suppose the question we're all wondering about Northern Ireland is whether a border poll is inevitable, and off the back of that, whether Irish unity is inevitable. And if you really take a step back, last year marked 100 years since the creation of Northern Ireland, and even at that point, it didn't necessarily look like that would be a stable entity forever. The border was designed to create a natural unionist majority, but over time that has waned. And if you were to take a very long view, you would say, well, inevitably, at some stage, that unionist majority will disappear, and inevitably, Ireland will be reunited. But then you zone in again, and no one really talks that way about Northern Irish politics. And even in the wake of Brexit, that is not necessarily what has been happening. And the reality is much more interesting, really, if you're interested in politics, and also much less fatalistic, because it's an important principle of the Good Friday Agreement, not to just talk in terms of demographic inevitabilities, but the idea that Northern Irish people have a right to decide for themselves what happens there, and so that remains a free choice when it gets put to the people of Northern Ireland, if it gets put. So the interesting thing that John mentioned in his presentation, one of the most interesting things, I think, are what John referred to as the constitutional agnostics, but also known as the unaligned middle, or basically the don't knows. So as we look at those demographic trends in Northern Ireland, that unionist majority waning, you're not necessarily seeing that being replaced by a nationalist majority. It's not necessarily converting easily into suddenly a majority for a united Ireland. What you're instead seeing in the wake of the Good Friday Agreement and a different settlement, and just sort of the waning influence of religion and so many other factors, immigration, there's this this big, increasingly, this growing demographic of people who don't know how they would vote anymore in a border poll. And that's a lot of people like me, younger people, people from more middle-class backgrounds, people who attended a mixed school in some examples, but also other more interesting demographics like middle-class Protestant women who are maybe, I mean, you can speculate, who are maybe disillusioned with the state of unionist politics. So it means that we're at a state where a border poll is still not likely to be called. It's within the gift of Brandon Lewis, and the indicators aren't there yet that a majority would vote in favour of United Ireland were a border poll to happen. But the rumblings are already happening that a border poll could happen soon, and that we're inching that way. And it's a political debate in itself about how much we should be talking about that. And because I suppose the thing just over the horizon in this discussion, it's not part of the UK, but that is quite important in these discussions, is also what's happening in the Republic of Ireland, where Sinn Féin is likely to be the largest party in the next election. And we're probably looking at a situation very soon where Sinn Féin could likely be in power in north and south. And suddenly, I think a lot of people who watch, lots of people watching Irish politics from England will suddenly be reckoning with Sinn Féin in power north and south in Ireland. What does that mean? Sinn Féin have already been making a big push for preparations for discussions around a border poll, and they've been making a kind of conciliatory case that unionists should also be involved in that conversation, that can be, a sort of a non-hostile conversation. But most unionists basically don't want that conversation to even be happening and won't even give ground on that. And even there, that's incredibly sensitive and tricky. That's one thing, but then it's really hard to talk about this without then coming back to the theme of all of today, which is Brexit and what Brexit has done to all of these latent trends. And I think really what we've seen is that Brexit has really poured fuel on the fire and has disrupted the sort of already shaking sands of Northern Irish politics, because this sort of underlying anxiety in the unionist community that eventually their power in Northern Irish politics is slowly waning, their natural majority is also waning. This feeling that there have been concessions made to nationalist communities in ways big and small around policing or other policy areas. These have all been catalysed by the imposition of a border down the Irish Sea, which Boris Johnson promised not to do. And it's hard to talk about this fairly. I sometimes get in trouble with people on the nationalist side of things if I do an event like this, because they say, well, we didn't ask for Brexit, and so the protocol is not our fault, and these problems are caused by Brexit and not by the protocol, which is also all true, but it's just an uncomfortable fact that it is a slap in the face for anyone with a British identity in Northern Ireland, that there is a border imposed right down the middle of their own country. And we've seen, recent spates of violence, and it's difficult when we're having these conversations about the future of Northern Ireland to know how much space to give that. And indeed, I think it's a question for Liz Truss and the question of whether to trigger Article 16, whether that kind of violence and unrest will end up being rewarded by taking massive action like triggering Article 16. So it really just means that Brexit has highlighted and stirred up feelings and anxieties that were already there. And that has just manifested actually conversely in a slight collapse in support for the biggest unionist party. There's so much latent anxiety, but it's being directed in all these different directions now, and it isn't coalescing around support for the big unionist player. So we're in a situation now where we have these elections coming up. We're also hearing rumblings again of potentially Article 16 being triggered. And then that's nothing to do with Northern Ireland. That comes back to Boris Johnson, because in a way, the story ends far away from Northern Ireland, but the instability of Boris Johnson's position as Prime Minister, as he's already done a mini reshuffle. He's already sort of shaken up his team in Downing Street. He's making a show of statesmanship on Ukraine, but you know, sitting in Westminster as someone with a very big interest in Northern Irish politics, the thing, you know, I'm talking to Tory MPs all the time about how they feel about things and how secure his position is. And one of the last levers that he can pull really is to trigger Article 16 to shore up support on his right flank, because the ERG would love to see Article 16 be triggered, and a case being made internally by Boris Johnson's supporters is that actually one of the main reasons to keep him in place is that there's no guarantee a Rishi Sunak Prime Minister would be his hardline on Brexit. So it seems likely, I think you can tell that on the European side and among the Northern Irish parties, they're braced again for Article 16 to be triggered. And whether that happens or not, especially with that intersecting with Ukraine, is not completely clear. But it means that today, because Westminster politics moves so fast, it means that today we're looking at a situation where we're talking about the future of the UK. We're talking about whether a United Ireland is in any way likely. But really, we're thinking about whether Boris Johnson is going to trigger Article 16, whether he's going to cause that instability in Northern Ireland, whether he's going to trigger a trade war with the European Union to save his own premiership. So aside from all of the immediate questions that poses, then the big question that I would sort of leave you with is, what does that do for people making a decision about whether to stay in the UK or not, if this is how Northern Ireland is governed from Westminster? Because again, you take that long view since the border was imposed and all the problems that there have been in Northern Ireland since the Good Friday Agreement, the approach of the UK government has really been to act as an honest broker and to maintain the fragile peace. But recently, I make no comment on whether this is a good idea or not, but the government has taken a more partisan stake in Northern Irish politics, has taken a pro-Brexit position and a more explicitly unionist position, which was always implied but not so much asserted since the Good Friday Agreement. So this unaligned middle, looking at how Boris Johnson's government has approached decisions around Northern Ireland, what are they going to think if Article 16 is triggered, or taking a longer view of the decisions that have been made in relation to Brexit for Northern Ireland? I think that even though Northern Ireland is not considered so much when people are thinking about how Boris Johnson's premiership is shored up, actually the two are just massively interlinked. I'm going to leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Really insightful and useful. Talk us through the issues then to build on what John was telling us, so thank you so much. Just picking up on that, by the way, can I just say this to you in the friendliest possible way? If anybody else tries to remind me of Paul Giles's question, I shall not ask it, okay? So any more reminders, bearing in mind that I'm a latecomer today and I'm already losing my patience. I will include Paul's question before the end of the session, unless I get another reminder, in which case I'm doing a little, I think it's actually just a little slide to the left on my screen, okay? And it's a red line that goes through it. So, okay, thank you very much. Let's just deal with Northern Ireland to start, because you've had two things there, and then I'll bring you both in, okay? Because there are related issues, obviously. What happens to that dynamic between Westminster and the island of Ireland if you have Sinn Féin in power in Dublin and if you have a Sinn Féin First Minister eventually in Belfast? What is the likely response of a government led, for example, by Boris Johnson? How is it going to handle that position? Either of you.
I think that there is anxiety among senior Conservatives who aren't in the current government, former cabinet ministers, that this is just not a question that Boris Johnson's government has been paying much attention to. And so there are senior Conservatives trying to maintain that link between the Conservative Party and Sinn Féin because they don't see anyone in government doing it. So there are residual links there. I mean, I gather that Liz Truss and Michelle O'Neill, the Deputy First Minister in Northern Ireland, for example, do have a very warm personal relationship because years ago they were both on the culture brief, and that's quite a warm relationship. But I think that there's a sense that there's no foresight, no planning ahead. People are quite worried about that, and I think there's a sense within Boris Johnson's government. I think so often there's a trend when we talk about Brexit of the civil servants and the ministers being at odds. I think you hear frustration from Boris Johnson's government that the NIO are just full of Sinn Féin sympathisers, or that the inclination of the British civil service at the moment is to appease Sinn Féin, and Boris Johnson's government want to stick up to that. So I think it's really unclear how they would adjust to that change, and they're not prepared for it. And that's really that's my only feeling so far.
John, your thoughts?
Yeah, just three quick points on this. Firstly, in terms of the broader context, British-Irish relationships have never been as poor for a long, long time. They'd improved progressively almost from the day they joined the EEC as was together in January 1973. They've deteriorated a great deal. On the Irish side, there's an incomprehension. I've heard this directly from the Taoiseach on Brexit. He just doesn't get Brexit. So there's a problem with British-Irish relations. In terms of Sinn Féin being the largest party in both jurisdictions, which I certainly think is looming, that will increase the pressure, obviously, for a border poll. The Secretary of State still has the get-out that he may not think that majority opinion in the north is sufficient to trigger that poll. But clearly, if you've got Sinn Féin as the largest party in government in both jurisdictions, that does increase the pressure. Thirdly, I agree with Albert on Article 16. That's the one card the British government can play. It may be a dangerous card, but it could play that would potentially restore devolved government, in the sense the DUP would be quite impressed by that, and therefore they go back into government regardless of the election result on the 5th of May. So that does buy more time, but it is a dangerous game to play.
Question, just again, can I just pick up, because I don't want to lose the thread here, okay? And again, to both of you, maybe John first. Will it be beneficial to invoke Article 16 as soon as possible, but specifically before the coming elections, so it's a fait accompli by that point?
Yeah, I think there's a distinct possibility that Article 16 will be invoked for that tactical reason, to keep Unionists on side. Unionist opposition, Unionists are divided. The Ulster Unionist Party does not think that collapsing the executive is a good idea, but the DUP palpably does, and has gone ahead and actually collapsed the executive. And it may be the only thing that will actually get the DUP back into the devolved executive. It will still be quite a hard sell for the DUP if they are the second largest party to nominate a Deputy First Minister. Geoffrey Donaldson's not giving up a seat at Westminster to come back and be Deputy First Minister. He wants to be First Minister. But people will turn around and say to the DUP, well, it's very undemocratic if you now won't go into government just because you're no longer top dog. So there's an awful lot at stake at this election.
There's a little follow-on, if I can put this to you, Alva, which was, is there any Sinn Féin politician that the Unionists are more likely to trust?
I think, well, the thing is, I'm not sure people realise this, but Sinn Féin don't take their seats in Westminster. But if you go across to Portcullis House right now, they are all still sitting in Portcullis House having coffee. They just don't take their actual seats, but they're still there. So I think the relationship between the government and Sinn Féin is not really there. But still, Sinn Féin MPs are a bit of a presence in Westminster. They're just not as well known because they're not seen in the chamber. But I think that Michelle O'Neill and Mary Lou MacDonald are felt to be quite, easy to work with. But there's this thing again. It's difficult talking about Irish and Northern Irish politics to know how much space to give this, but there is often a sense that you hear from British politicians that they're going back and conferring with, shady men in dark rooms in North Belfast. So I think that there's a sense of not feeling like you're necessarily dealing with those people alone when you deal with them. But also I think there are figures, if you're thinking about Sinn Féin in power north and south, there are Southern Irish politicians that will suddenly come into play. There are people like Owen O'Brien, who's a very respected housing spokesperson. Feel like very few people maybe in the room will be aware of him because he's not really a player in Northern Irish politics, but he's very senior in Sinn Féin and considered a rising star and quite easy to work with. But even just MPs like John Finucane maybe would be people seen as easier to work with.
Thank you very much. Right, I want to move the focus to a question that's come up several times, and this is to do with the Internal Markets Bill. And the question comes up in several forms. So, Elsa and Richard, should it be seen, I'm paraphrasing quite a few of the questions, should it be seen as simply a crude attempt to weaken the devolution settlement? Elsa first.
No, I don't think that's its intent. I think it is... I'm trying to be diplomatic. I think it is another example of action that doesn't care much what the consequences of it are on devolution, from a lack of, partly from a lack of understanding, I think. So sometimes when we look at what the UK government's doing and saying around, you know, when it acts for England and when it acts for UK, we're often thinking, is it that they don't know that they're only acting for England, or is it that they know and they're deliberately not saying? And I think a lot of how it treats devolution, and this is true both in the civil, there's lots of colleagues who do research on this in terms of the civil service. I think there are pockets of the civil service where devolution isn't quite understood as much as it might be, particularly given the amount of time that has passed. But I wouldn't label it as something that was designed to weaken the devolution settlement. Okay. It is perhaps possible to say that folks don't care all that much if it weakens the devolution settlement. But there is a certain cohort that are trying to close the barn door after the horse is bolted. Okay.
Richard, do you take a less or a more benign view?
Less. I think there is definitely just a lack of knowledge and structural lack of knowledge and engagement. And, you know, it's no surprise. Wales is 5% of the state. Scotland is 7%. Northern Ireland is 3%. They've all got different, in the Welsh case, often very complicated constitutional settlements, which change all the time. And so there's been this continual attempt to educate Whitehall. I've spoken at so many events close to here where kind of civil servants are pulled together and they're going to do a devolution education programme. And of course, you know that such is the churn in Whitehall that these people are there for 7 months and then they're out and they've got to start again. So there's definitely that structural element to it. But also there's been in terms of the Conservative Party, and we discussed this in our contribution to the book that's been distributed today. I mean, the Conservatives have done a double reverse ferret on devolution. So they started off in '99 simply not accepting devolution. The first devolution election was fought by the Conservatives on basically we don't want this. They then shifted, and there was a very conscious attempt by the Conservatives to embrace devolution, to accept that devolution has happened, to say it's strengthened the union and that we're going to make this work, etc., etc. And you know that brought them back into the game in Wales because they lost every seat in Wales in the '97 general election. They didn't win any seats in Wales in the 2001 general election. Devolution got them back into the game in Wales, ironically enough. But what's happened over the last 5 years in particular is that the kind of pro-devolution element within the Welsh Conservative Party certainly has been silenced and actually left the Senedd, more or less. And increasingly, devolution is seen as an existential threat to the union. Rather than something to work with, it's seen as a threat in itself. And you see kind of all kinds of bizarre behaviour. So, you know, hearing Mark Drakeford being seen as second only to Nicola Sturgeon as a threat to the UK. I mean, really? You know, at the moment, in terms of it, the UK government is systematically trying to force local government and businesses in Wales to choose between London and Cardiff in terms of their interaction. You know, it's you know, I don't know what it's not statecraft. You know, it's you know, if you wanted to preserve the union, you'd be doing the exact opposite. But you know, they treat any idea of further powers, even if there's an argument for it, is seen as, you know, anathema, you know, thus far and no further, and we'll take it away if we can. So there's been a switch in attitudes, and it's not consistent. So there is this structural stuff, and sometimes people just overlook the complications, but I think there's something more going on underneath as well.
Which is troubling if you're thinking of the Smith Commission after the 2014 referendum. Whereas, you know, in that process, you had clear delight at kind of, right, okay, we've got this vow, we're going to extend powers, we're going to expand dramatically devolution in Scotland. So you have these inconsistent, you know, we've spoken elsewhere about serial ad hocery, this kind of, we're going to solve the immediate problem, and that might leave us to radically enhance devolution. We're going to solve the next problem. Whoa, I think actually in this instance, we're going to radically roll it back. Okay, next problem. Oh, in that one, we have to radically move it forward. And that is connected to another point about just an absence of discussion about what are the first principles. What are the first principles of the state after devolution? Why are we here? What are we doing? What is the purpose of all of it?
Just one thought which connects to this. I mean, obviously, you know, at its most fundamental level, devolution isn't really consistent with the parliamentary sovereignty fetishism that Brexit has become. You know, it is, you know, okay, I know that all the devolution legislation says Westminster retains sovereignty, but you know what devolution does, it creates alternative centres of legitimacy and authority which Westminster can't easily corral. So, you know, it's not surprising that Brexiteers are often very, very hostile to the very principle of devolution.
So hold those thoughts, because we're going to turn the question slightly. And thanks, Mark, for this. What changes in policy, possibly rhetoric, but what changes in policy from the government, we're talking about UK government, and possibly Labour too, in terms of Keir Starmer, might slow the momentum towards Scottish independence, or demands for more Welsh autonomy, or indeed a united Ireland? So what kind of policies or rhetoric would really make a difference in the case that Boris Johnson claims he wants to make, which is for strengthening the union as it stands? So who'd like to start there, first of all? You're all scribbling furiously. Yes, Alva.
Well, so I'd like to hazard a guess of an answer and then see what else and the rest of the panel make of this, because I suppose there's not fundamentally much that Boris Johnson and his government can really do. And it seems to me that the only way to reverse the trend towards Scottish independence would be for Labour to start winning in England again. I don't know what the people who devote, you know, their scholarly lives to this make of that idea, but I think that's the feeling in Westminster, that ultimately, just on a really basic level, if you keep electing an SNP government in Scotland and you get Tories in Westminster, you will feel disenfranchised. If you are electing Labour politicians in Scotland and they're in power at Westminster, then I think you feel more agency, and that's the thing that changes the trend. And I think that that's the same. A little bit, it's not the same, but I think maybe would change the feeling a little bit in Wales and also in terms of Northern Ireland, because Labour has this deep tradition of taking pride in the Good Friday Agreement, which wasn't just a Labour achievement. John Major did so much work on that, but I think that they have retained this sense of wanting to be honest brokers on Northern Ireland, which would again, I think, settle those fears.
So, well, for an alleged casual answer, that was impressively cogent. Thank you very much. Elsa, just start with you, just in terms of the Scottish dynamic here. What could you imagine, you know, a Boris Johnson type government might be able to do in policy terms, or even say, if it's a matter of a kind of impressive or effective campaign, which might slow the momentum? Is there anything?
The single most important thing the Conservative Party could do is get a different leader. If it wants to slow the momentum of Scottish independence. I mean, many people are saying Scottish independence is an argument that's being made in London, not in Glasgow or Edinburgh or anywhere else. I mean, we knew before he became leader of the party that he was deeply unpopular in Scotland. 20% of no voters said they would switch to yes purely if he became leader. He is unpopular, and particularly so in Scotland, which is partly why his numbers have fallen fairly slowly in Scotland, because they were already so low to begin with. So in terms of the leader, that's the single most important thing. But you asked about policy, and that's a difficult one, because on the one hand, there's a clear challenge. We know that Brexit effects kind of soften the independence polarisation that's happening in Scotland. So if you think about how people feel about the SNP, yes, Leavers and yes, Remainers clearly prefer the SNP on all kinds of competence issues. And no Leavers clearly prefer the Conservative Party. But no Remainers slightly prefer the Conservative parties, for example, on education, but have the SNP right behind it. So you've got people who don't agree with the SNP on independence, but support its attitudes on Brexit and rate its competence pretty much in the same place as a party that has devoted the most attention to opposing independence in Scotland. And I think that helps to explain that nationalist valence thing that's going on. So Brexit provides a heck of an obstacle because it is constraining the ability of the Conservative Party to capitalise on all the attention that it's put into opposing independence. That said, I think what it can do is tackle the kind of standing up for Scotland side of that nationalist valence argument rather than devoting all the attention to independence. They're not touching it. You see glimmers of it when Ruth was leader, and you saw it with Douglas Ross recently. You saw a little bit of that. And certainly that was Murdo. When Murdo Fraser ran to be head of the Scottish Conservative Party, he made that case as well. And certainly a move in that direction would help. But they've got a heck of a challenge in terms of Brexit.
Okay. Richard.
So, from a Welsh perspective, we're always focused on Labour. I mean, we are the part of the UK who has to think about Labour all the time. It's worth reminding ourselves that Labour haven't won a majority of the votes cast in England since 2001. Even Michael Howard managed to outdo Tony Blair. Obviously, the electoral system meant that Labour won more seats in England than the Tories in that election, but nonetheless. So from a Welsh perspective, and a Welsh Conservative perspective, as I said earlier, they've won every election in Wales since 1922, and they've got an English Labour problem. What do they do when Scottish Labour has kind of sunk and doesn't look as if it's coming back anytime soon, and when the red wall seats, which I see as a kind of what people are actually talking about as English identifying seats. There's a really strong national identity dimension to that, which people seem to ignore. So what do Welsh Labour do? And interestingly, one of the they also really struggle to get heard by the people around Starmer. I mean, Starmer is not he doesn't get devolution. Naturally, there's a lot of resentment at how slow the Labour leadership in London was in even congratulating Welsh Labour after their remarkable results in the devolved election in May. Interestingly, it's to Gordon Brown that he turns in order to come up with a policy for the UK rather than Mark Drakeford, even though, frankly, Mark Drakeford probably could say, well, I might have a sense of how this stuff works, guys, but he's just completely ignored. And so, I mean, what Labour seem to be trying to come up with is some kind of grand reform plan for the UK as a whole. Ilse and I have published a book earlier when was it, Ilse, last year? March last year, almost a year ago, which shows that, coming up with grand plans for a constitutional reform for England is extremely difficult because, the answer that politicians would tend to like, which is some form of regional government or city regions or something, is something that the English population is deeply opposed to. What they want, which is treating England as a unit, is incredibly difficult in terms of the political architecture. I mean, if somebody asked me for a blueprint here, and nobody ever will, obviously, what I would say is actually, basically, you probably want to tidy up the devolution settlements for Scotland, Wales in particular. Justice isn't devolved in Wales. We've got the highest imprisonment rates in Western Europe in Wales and no way of doing anything about it. So you can tidy things up and basically stop digging the hole and trying to force people to choose between Cardiff and London and just hope that you can just let it calm down, because a big bang revision of the states just looks impossible to me.
Okay. Johnson, words on that?
Just very briefly, I mean, in terms of Northern Ireland, successive Westminster governments have managed to annoy unionists and nationalists, so I suppose there's a certain crude even-handedness there. I'm fascinated by the DUP's relationship with Boris Johnson, because the DUP seems to keep coming back for more. I was there at the DUP conference in 2018 when Boris Johnson famously said that no British Conservative Prime Minister could or should preside over an Irish sea border, and then 1 year later agreed to do exactly that. Labour's position on Northern Ireland is interesting because it's very different from that in Scotland, where it would obviously campaign for the Union. Labour's official policy is to be neutral. It's up to the people of Northern Ireland. I'm not sure that will hold under Sir Keir Starmer, because when he was asked about this by BBC Northern Ireland's political editor, Enda McClafferty, a few months ago on it, he seemed that I think he wanted to enter the fray and was very pro-union in his sentiments, and you got the impression he'd be sort of like chomping at the bit to actually campaign for the Union in any such referendum. But Labour's policy is one of strict neutrality, which makes it very different from the position elsewhere in the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much. Several things here on lots of pick-up on Northern Ireland, which I'd like to pick up very quickly with you both, if I can, and indeed in terms of the some of the more kind of detailed points you made, both of you here. So I'll just try to share it out in that way with one eye on the clock. One of the questions which came up 2 or 3 times to Alva and John is, what if the Alliance Party comes second, okay, in these elections? Now, what happens then? What are the permutations that you think are most realistic at that point?
Logically, the party that comes second should be able to take the Deputy First Ministership, but Alliance won't be able to because they're in the wrong block. There are 3 blocks in Northern Ireland: Unionist, Nationalist or others. When someone's elected to the Northern Ireland Assembly, they have to designate as either Unionist or Nationalist or others. Alliance hate the term others, and they designate, I think, as one community, but they're classed as part of the others block. So let's say Sinn Féin becomes the largest party in Northern Ireland, then the Deputy First Minister needs to come from a party from the next largest block. So it would be the DUP that would have the nomination for Deputy First Minister. The others, there aren't many others in the Northern Ireland Assembly. Alliance have got is it 8 seats, and there's a couple of Greens in there and people for profit. So the block size would not allow Alliance, despite their second place, to take the Deputy First Ministership, and they're not going to get enough seats, I don't think, for a First Ministership. So blocks, the binary Unionist-Nationalist bloc prevails in Northern Ireland.
Yeah. Alan?
Yeah, and I'm pleased that there's been a question about this, because I'm planning to go home at some stage to report on exactly this, because it is really confusing, because then does that mean that you're looking at a Sinn Féin UUP First Ministership, Deputy First Ministership? How would Alliance respond to that? How would the DUP respond to it? I think these are questions we don't have answers to yet, but that's the technical issue there.
We will read with interest. Okay. Thank you very much. A couple of points here. Is the ambivalence, I mean to either of you on my right, is the ambivalence of English voters to the Union due to the feeling that they're paying for devolution and better public services in other parts of the UK? What did you find when you did all the research you did?
Yeah, there's a sense of grievance within the union. I mean, the union can be described as a union of grievance, and it's not just English grievance. I mean, it's kind of omnidirectional. Different parts of the union have a sense of grievance about other parts. And if you look at resource sharing, sometimes the least willing to share with each other are the Scots and the Welsh, who just don't want to share across with each other. And I think because they think, well, you've got devolution, sort yourself out. But in terms of England, I mean, there is a clear sense of English grievance, and that English grievance has a particular target, and that particular target is Scotland, among all the others. And it manifests itself as a sense that Scotland has undue access to resources and undue access to influence. And if, you know, one difficult thing about the Future of England survey is that when we tried to get money to do things, we were told, no, there's nothing interesting happening in England, so you don't get any money. And it took us a couple of years to put together the funding. So between when the devolution polling stopped in around 2003 and when we started in 2010-11, we don't know what happened in between, but we do know that English grievance kind of went through the roof. But the working hypotheses are that all of a sudden you had, in 2007, an SNP government that was making things free in Scotland. It wasn't really making new things free. It was just continuing to have things free that had already been made free by a previous Labour-led administration. But the fact that it was nationalists doing it appeared to capture the attention of the English media. But you also had Gordon Brown becoming Prime Minister. And those two things, I think, hit at the two senses of grievance and unfairness. The undue access to resources. You've got Nats making things free. They get far more free things than we do. And also undue access to influence. Look, they've even got they have their own devolution. They've even got the Prime Minister. How is this fair? So that would be my...
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with all of that. I think it was interesting in the previous session, in one of the previous sessions, I forget which one, somebody reminded us of the 2015 general election campaign when the Conservatives very, very deliberately mobilised English grievance incredibly successfully against both the Lib Dems and Labour. And in our book we talk a lot about that particular episode, and one of the kind of Tory strategists was unwise enough to say we were actually tapping at English grievance about Scotland.
No, it was the English don't like to be ruled. Sorry to cut you off. The English don't like to be ruled by foreigners. And then they went on and explained that by foreigners they meant Scots.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
they were talking.
Ailsa got particularly agitated when we found that. Anyway, so that is there. It's been mobilised incredibly successfully. If all the accounts of the 2015 general election, the people involved are clear that this was a key element of it. Political scientists really struggle to talk about it because we often didn't ask the right questions in the surveys, but it was a key thing. And I think it's mobilisable again, potentially, because you've got this underlying sentiment that, public spending levels, it's unfair that Scotland has higher levels of public spending than in England, and there's an injustice, fundamental injustice there, and this, they're foreigners after all at some level. So I think this is something. I mean, I think this will circle back to this. Again, it's a key card. Even though the Conservatives have got rid of English votes for English laws, even though they're wildly inconsistent on this stuff, it's there to be mobilised again.
Can I just pick up very quickly? This is from Keith Raffan, who knows a thing or two about politics in Wales and Scotland, and indeed at Westminster. Thanks for this, Keith. One of several questions, but just on your line there, Richard, that Scottish Labour not coming back anytime soon. And Keith is saying, well, in that case, what does Scottish Labour have to learn from the success of Welsh Labour?
Well, this is something that we discuss on a very regular basis. What I think the secret sauce of Welsh Labour is that they are very, very, very consciously not trying to alienate kind of the nationalists. They embrace it very clearly. They've been, we've had this spike in interest in independence in Wales over the last 4 or 5 years. It's now pretty much standard for my Labour activist students in Cardiff, and I work in Cardiff, not Aberystwyth, to be pro-independence or pro-very, very radical constitutional change. And, what you get from Mark Drakeford and other Welsh Labour leaders at the devolved level, the Welsh parliamentary Labour parties, is pretty anti-devolution. But at the devolved level, what they say is, we're still unions, but... the union as it is broken. It needs fundamental reform. We understand these sentiments. Scottish Labour, on the other hand, has basically purified its own voters, isn't it? In a sense, it's getting rid of those people who used to vote Labour and be pro-independence. Labour doesn't want those people anymore, which is kind of electoral insanity. Welsh Labour is not making that mistake.
Thank you very much. I'm acutely aware of the time and that my good colleague on election night, Sir John Curtis, will be standing by to come and do his keynote in about half an hour. So what I'd like to do is try to wrap up. And because I'm a man of my word, and by the way, who was it earlier who said something here about me? I'm just looking for it. No, obviously I'm ignoring the bad ones. I don't know where Ricky is, but Ricky, he and I will know what's going on here. Thank you. I agree with you, certainly on the charisma point. And no, I wasn't a headmaster, but I'd have been a damn good one if I tried, okay? So, Paul Giles, who has 44 likes on the question, and it's because I don't want anybody whinging at me on the way out, I'm going to put the question, even though I suspect it's a bit of a tricky one, unless, of course, somebody is going to surprise us and bring a long list of stuff along which we can reflect on. The problem I have is who to go to first, and because Alva was, I thought, a bit of a show-off from the Northern Ireland stuff. She was so good. She's going to go first on this, okay, Alva? You're a victim of your stunning success. And I'm not going to say who I'm going to after that. It'll be unfair. So, Paul's question is, could any panellist identify at least one benefit of Brexit, please? Okay, so, and we're all ears, because there will be people who certainly would be very happy to underline benefits in the process, or indeed, as I discovered in an interview the other day, potential benefits, or benefits which are coming down the line. Okay, so this is a perfectly good and valid question, and I'm going to use this to tie up the session. And I've given you enough time to think now, Alva, haven't I, by just whittering on for about a minute, all right? So, can you identify at least one benefit that you'd want to talk about, and in fact, whether you want to make it related to Northern Ireland, given what's going on, or a more general one, that's up to you.
Well, I gather they'll be coming any day now, these benefits of Brexit, because Jacob Rees-Mogg is on the case now. So I'd say let's watch Jacob to see. None are coming to mind, but I'm sure he has some up his sleeve very soon.
Okay, next one is Ilse.
I would say that I think it means that a UK political class cannot feed misunderstandings about the influence of the EU on domestic affairs. I think it now has to come clean about the fact that actually we probably could have made those changes all along. We just chose not to in some cases. And then in others, do you know what? These are difficult decisions, and now we can't even blame other people for making them on our behalf. We have to make them ourselves, and we have to have an open and honest conversation about the benefits of different ways of doing things.
So the benefit for you is that it's actually illuminated that area. Okay, Richard?
I'm from Anglesey, North West Wales, one of the poorest bits of the UK, with Holyhead being formerly a key transport hub to Dublin, and so no.
Okay. Remind me not to invite you again. And John, you have the last word.
Brexit has been fantastic for politics departments. We are chock full of
We like your style, John. Thank you very much. Just a thank you for all the questions. Okay, I didn't get through half of them, but thank you very much. And could we just say thank you to the panel who've been fantastic. Thank you very much again. Now, I think we're just going to pause for 30 seconds or so, and I'm told that Sir John has been waiting patiently for a good 10 minutes, so I'm not going to upset him anymore. He's somebody I need to keep sweet. So we'll vacate the stage, and you just wait patiently for a second, and you'll have Sir John Curtis with you in just a moment. But thank you very much for now. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine, Paula.
I launched into saying something. So it is my great pleasure to end the day with Sir John Curtis, who I believe, given the question that we just had about Brexit benefits, I believe, John, you're going to address the question, is Brexit over? So I guess we'll get some more answers to that question from John. I hope you know how the technology works, because somebody dumped me in this without giving me any briefing on how this hybrid stuff works. So I'm going to hand it over to you and hope you know what you're doing.
Okay, thanks very much, Bill. We had a practice yesterday and we'll see. Can I just say, first of all, there's somebody who has been following this virtually. A great thanks to the UK Interchanging Europe staff and also those at the QE2 Centre for making this work. It actually has been as easy to follow this virtually as hopefully it has been for those of you in the audience. So a big thanks for that. What I thought I would do at this end of the day, and to entice you to stay for half an hour or so longer, was to be slightly impish and in some senses question the premise upon which the last 8 or 9 hours has been based. So we've been talking in a conference which has been about British politics after Brexit. So I thought, well, maybe one of the things we should ask ourselves is whether indeed Brexit is over. Now, in doing this, I'm almost inevitably going to some degree either say the same thing or give a slightly different take on various points that have arisen in the many excellent contributions that we've had during the course of the day. But what I want to do with this talk, in a sense, is to try to bring the threads together of the various aspects of Brexit and the politics of Brexit in order to address, as it were, a larger synoptic question than perhaps we've been able to do in the individual sessions. And in doing that, there's then perhaps one thing that I think I might be doing that I'm not sure I've heard much about today, which is to look in particular at how public attitudes have evolved during what we might call the first year of full British Brexit. It's now just over a year since the United Kingdom has been outside the customs union and the single market. So the evidence is somewhat limited, but I want to use such as there is to look in particular as to how attitudes towards Brexit have evolved during the course of the last 12 months. So to give you some idea how I'm going to address this. So this sentiment was echoed certainly in the session that that Mark Harper and the Labour politician was at. It's basically it's all over the voters. Have voters heard too much about this? Have they given up? So have they at least accommodated themselves to the idea that it's happened and that the debate is over? And in order to address that question, I'm going to look at 3 things. One is, do most people therefore now feel it's working out okay? If people are going to accommodate themselves to Brexit, if they're not necessarily originally in favour of it, then presumably they think it's working reasonably well. Do most people now accept the principle of leaving? Most people now say, well, we're out and we should stay out. And then thirdly, and this is something that has been touched on today, do voters care anymore? What is their sense of Brexit identity? So that's the first bit. And then the second bit is, well, do people's views about Brexit matter politically anymore? We've certainly touched on this, including in the last session. So this is a part about, well, does it make any difference to how people are inclined to vote across UK general election, but also in particular the role that Brexit might still be playing in the politics of Scotland and Northern Ireland. So let's just go through. I'll go through some of this fairly quickly. These are all polls that were done back end of last year, beginning of this year. So what do people think at the moment has been the perceived impact of Brexit on the economy? Blue line essentially means good, stroke improved, stroke positive. Orange line is rather more negative evaluation. As you can see, on balance, depends a bit on which question you ask, it's something like twice as many people think that Brexit's not doing the economy harm than think it's coming out positive. So I'm afraid Rees-Mogg doesn't get very full marks on this criterion. It's also the case that Remain voters and Leave voters have very different views on this case. As you can see, for the most part, Remain voters are still very much inclined to give the view that Brexit is being economically disadvantageous. And Leave voters, they even were back in 2016. It's not that they're wildly saying, yes, it's going to be positive economically. It's just that a lot of them say it's not necessarily making a great deal of difference. But Leave voters and Remain voters still have very different views on this, one of the central issues in the 2016 referendum debate. Another such issue, of course, was immigration, as has been mentioned on a number of occasions. Now, of course, the issue of immigration has moved on to some degree, and this is reflected in some of the questions that have been asked at the back end of last year. they've not just referred to immigration, they've also referred to the idea, well, can we control our border? And that is a question that now, of course, in recent months has tapped the question of, well, there's those migrants coming across the English Channel. So bear in mind that the issue has moved on. The question on the right-hand side, the immigration system, this is, has Brexit improved or made our immigration system worse? Well, even here, even with the question on the right-hand side, which is less obviously tapping into the argument about channel migrants, people are more inclined to say the Brexit has been disadvantageous than advantageous. And if you take out the middle option, which is true of the middle question, and you refer to are we controlling our border, the answer is no. So that central notion of the Brexit campaign is widely not thought to be being delivered. And again, here, however, this is not something upon which Remainers and Leavers are at wide disagreement, because actually on this issue, Leave voters are very often saying, actually, I'm not sure that we're controlling our borders either. So this is one interesting case where actually attitudes are converged, and I can show this on other data on attitudes towards immigration as well. Okay, third big issue, of course, in the referendum was essentially about sovereignty, to which I've linked the idea of influence. You know, how much influence does Britain have on the world stage? Because again, in a sense, part of the notion of sovereignty is, can Britain walk taller on the world stage? So left-hand side is, has Brexit enabled us to control our democracy? Well, even we're relatively split, but slightly more negative than positive. Has it improved our global influence? Well, lots of people think it's not made a difference, but again, more negative than positive. And again, it's also true for the third item. So again, here on this third item, negative evaluations dominate positive ones. And here also, Remain voters tend to give a negative response, while Leave voters are either split or yes, they'll say it's positive. So again, Remain voters and Leave voters, after 12 months of full British breakfast, still have very different views on many of the crucial subjects. Now, what's happened during the course of the last 12 months to attitudes towards this subject? Have they become more or less positive or negative? On the economy, where we do have some data from YouGov, where the question's been asked more than once, looks actually, basically, people were pretty negative at the beginning of the year, and they still remain relatively negative at the end of the year. Not a lot has changed. On the question of our position on strength in the world stage, Delta Poll did repeat a question just before Christmas, a question they asked the Christmas before. And actually, if anything, opinion has swung in a somewhat more negative direction. Meanwhile, in immigration, there isn't, frankly, any question in the polls that enables us to look at whether or not we're able to control our borders more effectively now than we could 12 months ago. What we do have is YouGov's time series on the government's handling of immigration, which is, as it were, I'm trying to use as a bit of a surrogate. And as you can see, during the course of last year and the beginning of this year, people's evaluations of the handling of immigration, at least, have become increasingly negative. That's what the green line means. So to that extent, at least, if that's a correct indicator, here also there are signs that Brexit, if anything, is getting a less good press than it would have done 12 months ago. What certainly is clear, there's a couple of polling questions, one from Opinion and one I'll show you one from YouGov, which asks people a more synoptic question. The first is from Opinion. Do you think Brexit is going up, working better or worse than you expected? Now, a lot of people say, well, it's just as bad or as good as I expected. But as you can see, the balance of opinion tipped after the summer into more people saying it's worse than I expected than saying that it's better than I expected. And equally, in YouGov's question, has Brexit gone well or badly? There was a marked increase after the summer in the proportion saying that it is going badly. Now, of course, it was in September or so of this year that for the first time, Brexit really became part of the central media story. We had the lorry drivers shortage, the food shortage, the petrol shortage, the culling of pigs, something which, by the way, if like me, you wake up early in the morning, you listen to Farming Today, is still very much going on. This was the first occasion where Brexit was becoming to hit the headlines, and there was concern about some of its impact. And it may be that this helps to explain why attitudes have become more negative. Okay, so what about the principle of Brexit? Where do we stand on this? First of all, just a reminder, because this is often got wrong, that it is probably the case that at the stage when we left the European Union, that there was probably a narrow majority in favour of staying. This is a poll of polls throughout the 2017 to 2019 Parliament. And by the end, it was 52% for Remain, 48% for Leave in a second referendum question. And no, the result of the general election does not contradict the polls, because 52% of people voted for parties that were willing to hold a second referendum. Only 47% voted for parties that voted for the implementation of Brexit. The crucial thing about the election was the Leave vote was concentrated behind the Conservatives. That's why the Conservatives won, not because necessarily there was a pro-Brexit majority. So we shouldn't therefore, so that's an interesting baseline for us to be aware of. But what's happened since Brexit? So this is, there's not been a lot of them, but we've had polls. Some of them still ask Remain versus Leave, though that's now very, very rare. Mostly now they're asking rejoin or stay out. But this is just putting all those polls together and running a running average over the course of basically since we left the formal institutions at the end of January 2020. So the yellow line are those people who want to be outside of the EU. The grey line are those who want to be inside the European Union. So immediately we left the institutions, that pro-Remain majority did disappear. And we had basically for a while 52% to be out and 48% to be in. But that did not actually survive for long during the course of 2020. And actually, the closer we got to the cliff edge of what in the end was the Christmas Eve revelation of the trade and cooperation agreement, so nervousness about Brexit actually increased. Then, however, when the trade and cooperation agreement was agreed, we did indeed move back to more people saying, indeed we got to around 53% of people saying they would vote to stay out and only 47% to rejoin. But as you can see in the second half of 2021, when I've shown you evaluations became more negative, then actually we are now back in a situation, even though we are now all the polls asking rejoin versus stay out, which we know from when we've asked both questions on the same poll, there are some Remain voters who say they'd vote Remain, but say they wouldn't vote for rejoin. Despite that, we currently have a rejoin majority. Similar pattern if you look at YouGov's in hindsight question, where you can track it all the way back to the summer or autumn of 2016. When we left the European Union, which is the dip, so you go about 2/3 of the way along, you've got 45% saying you're wrong, 42% saying it's right. That's immediately after we leave the political institutions. As we go through 2020, increasingly people say that the result was wrong. The trade and negotiation agreement is negotiated, not immediately, but a month or so afterwards. The wrong lead narrows, but again, in the second half of 2021, and now more recently, we've been again getting back to on this question also, a very clear for wrong over right. So on this, certainly, are people accepting the principle of Brexit? Short answer, no. What's going on here? So here, I'm showing you now how those people who voted Remain and Leave and did not vote in 2016 say they would vote on the question of rejoin versus stay out. And there are 2 points to note. Number one is that actually, if you, for example, if you look at early 2021, only 7% of Remain voters said they would vote to rejoin, whereas 85% of Leave voters say they would vote to stay out. So yes, indeed, we were getting a stay out majority. But Remain voters are now more likely to say they would vote rejoin, and Leave voters are now less likely to say that they would vote to stay out than was the case 12 months ago. But the second thing behind this, and this was something that was very clear throughout the whole of the 2017 to 19 Parliament, and again was another crucial reason why the polls were picking up a pro-Remain majority, narrow though what it was, is that those who did not vote in 2016, who of course are gradually becoming an increasing proportion of the electorate, are still roughly 2 to 1 in favour of being part of the European Union. So the truth is that as the mandate of the 2016 referendum ages, so it's becoming more difficult to get the polls to come up with a pro-out EU majority. Now, still you might say, but voters don't care. But as Sarah pointed out, and it's in her paper on in the book that's out today, and this is also the data that I was collecting during much of the pandemic, this is the strength of Brexit identity. The blue line are those who say they are either very strong Remainer or a very strong Leaver. It's waned to a degree, but we've still got just under 40% of people saying they're either a very strong Remainer or a very strong Leaver, and only relatively few people saying that they don't identify at all. Now, these data end in August. That's the last time I've been able to run a survey. But again, as Kelly Beaver said in her contribution, it's also the case that if you track it during the course of this year, as Ipsos Mori have done, basically the proportion who say they are a very strong Remainer or a very strong Leaver has not waned any further during the course of 2021. Oh, and by the way, actually, it's Remainers who are more likely to say that they have a strong Brexit identity than are Leavers. So far as the first question is concerned, it is frankly difficult to say that Brexit is, and the Brexit debate is over. But what about vote choice? So I've heard various views expressed today. So this is a slightly complicated table. So let me just walk you through it slightly. The two figures of main entries, so the first column for Remain voters and the first column for Leave voters, that according to the polls up to the end of last month is the current level of support for the parties separately for Remain and Leave voters. And you will, one of the interesting things now to note is that Labour support amongst Remain voters is now virtually identical to the level of Conservative support amongst Leave voters. So that crucial advantage that the Conservatives had over Labour in 2019, which is that they had corralled the Leave vote, whereas Labour had failed to corral the Remain vote, that advantage for the time being at least has disappeared. If you then look at the second column, you can see how support for the parties has changed amongst Remain and Leave voters since 2019. And as some people have referred to, indeed, Conservative support has actually, doesn't fallen across the board, as I have heard today. It's fallen most heavily amongst Leave voters. And the truth actually is that throughout the whole of this Parliament, when Conservatives were last in relative economic political difficulty, which was before the vaccine rollout, then, and their support was relatively low, then it was Leave voters that their support went down. The Leave end of the Conservative coalition has proved to be the more volatile end throughout this Parliament, and one can think of many reasons why that's the case. Labour, in contrast, have now indeed made some progress, but it's relative in gaining ground amongst Leave voters as opposed to Remain voters. But then look at the third column. The third column compares the position now with that in 2017. And then what you will see is that for both Conservative and Labour, the Brexit divide is still as strong now as it was in 2017, And if you go on to compare with the fourth column, it's still stronger than it was in 2015. So despite the best efforts of the opposition parties, at least both Labour and the Liberal Democrats, to say that they really not wanting to pursue the Brexit issue, actually it's still shaping party support to a quite substantial degree. Okay, I said I'd also talk very briefly about Scotland and Northern Ireland. Let me do that and then I will come to a conclusion. Does Brexit matter there to the, and particularly to the constitutional question? Now, I haven't got time to go through this in detail, but those of you who followed the Scottish independence referendum campaign of 2014 will remember that the politicians on both sides spent many, many hours arguing about whether or not an independent Scotland could or could not be a continuing member of the European Union. And if you ever want a case study in the utter inability of politicians to understand what actually mattered to voters on the issue at stake, this was a brilliant case study. Because actually in 2014, there wasn't any relationship between people's attitudes towards the European Union and whether or not they voted yes or no. The SNP might have been in favour of independence in Europe, but they had always had a section of their supporters who said, what's the point of liberating ourselves from London, only to put ourselves in the chains of Brussels. And equally also, which is what this slide is showing you here, in the EU referendum, yes voters split almost 2 to 1 in favour of Remain in exactly virtually the same way as no voters did. There was no relationship. After the Brexit referendum, however, gradually and increasingly, some people who had voted yes and leave switched to no, while some who voted no and Remain switched to yes. So that by the time we were getting to 2019, levels of support for independence, which has still been running at the 45% level, suddenly increased. So while all our attention was focused on Parliament and the Brexit row, in Scotland, support for independence was gradually rising. And why was it rising? It was rising because what was already a relationship between attitudes towards Brexit and attitudes towards independence, which wasn't there in 2016, but by the second half of 2018, if you look at the left-hand side of this graph, already at this stage, 50% support for independence amongst Remain voters, only a third amongst Leave voters. But then notice what happens from 2018 to 2019. All of the increase in support for independence, which was first registered in 2019, occurred amongst Remain voters. And that gap between Remain and Leave voters has remained in evidence ever since. And basically now the question of independence and Scotland's constitutional position is now bound up with the question of Scotland's constitutional future in a way that was not true before 2016. Northern Ireland, not an area of my expertise, and John Tongue can talk much more eloquently about this, but just a reminder to those of us on this side of the water of the way in which the constitutional debate in Northern Ireland is certainly had new fuel added to what was already an intense debate. Exhibit number 1, attitudes towards the Northern Ireland Protocol, broken down by how people voted in 2016. And basically Remain voters say it's either fine or it doesn't need much adjustment. They are willing to accept the border down the Irish Sea. Leave voters who voted for Brexit are very much saying that basically it probably should be scrapped. So that's exhibit number 1. And exhibit number 2 is, of course, virtually everybody who voted leave is keen to stay inside the United Kingdom. They might have wanted to break up one single market, but they're very keen to keep another, as of course it's also true of the Conservative Party. It's one of the ironies of this whole debate. In contrast, many of those on the other side of the Brexit divide are now in favour of joining the Republic. So even if in England the opposition parties are not wanting to pick up the apparent potential that still exists for there to be a political debate about Brexit, in Scotland and in Northern Ireland at least, there very clearly is now an issue which is bound up with the deeply political issue and politicised and still politicised issue of the constitutional status of those two parts of the United Kingdom. So, just to summarise, far more voters are critical of the outcome of Brexit than are positive at present. Remain voters are markedly more critical than Leave supporters. On many indicators, voters are now more critical after a full year of full Brexit than was the case. Seemingly at the moment, there is a narrow EU majority, and there are still lots of voters who have a strong Brexit identity. While it's less strongly linked with party choice than it was in 2019, it's still as strongly so as it was in 2017. And meanwhile, in Scotland and in Northern Ireland, this is still very central to the debate. So, of course, potential is not always realised in politics. It's open to the politicians to decide where the future of Brexit debate goes. But I think one has to conclude that so far, at least, that in much the same way as the 1975 referendum failed to settle the question of the United Kingdom's membership of the European Union. At the moment, at least, it is far from clear that the 2016 referendum has settled the issue either, at least so far as public opinion is concerned.
Thank you very much, John. That was really fascinating. I haven't got very much time to take questions, and there aren't very many questions on the Slido. So I'm going to take the one question on the Slido and something that I'd really like to ask you and kind of mould them all into one question to round off the day. And it's a bit of a difficult question, so I apologise. Just refuse to answer it if you think it's an unfair question. But in public opinion terms, do you think we can separate people's attitudes to Brexit, looking backwards to how they're tied up with the pandemic? And I'm interested particularly looking forwards. Will we be able to disentangle people's attitudes to Brexit to the cost of living crisis? To what extent is it possible to pull these apart in public opinion terms?
Well, my answer to that, Paula, is that you and I and some of the other members of the audience are past masters in engaging in multivariate analysis of precisely the kind that's designed to try to deal with this. Of course, the difficulty always with that kind of analysis is that sometimes issues get intertwined. Now, I think the interesting thing at the moment, now, I mean, I'm more than willing to stand to be corrected, but I'm not entirely clear that at the moment that the critique of the cost of living crisis that's coming from the opposition is one that says, and it's Brexit what's responsible. Now, that, of course, is part of the general position of certainly the Labour opposition, which it is reluctant to seemingly blame anything on Brexit because it doesn't want to talk about Brexit. It wants to talk about inequality, and that was very clear earlier today. That was echoed in the contribution from the Labour MP. So insofar as that continues to be the case, then arguably they will be separate issues. I mean, in a sense, of course, the Labour Party, I mean, it was quite clear today. It was said, well, basically, so long as people feel poor, they'll vote Labour. But of course, it does rather beg the issue as to what's the solution that the Labour Party is going to offer to people to the cost of living crisis. So And that then, at some point they've got to come up with an answer of how they're going to deal with it. But I have to say that at the moment, it's not entirely obvious how the things. Whereas in contrast, and again, I think Sam Coates, very perceptively gave us a portrait of what the Tory campaign would be. What the Conservatives have managed to do is to link Brexit to COVID, because undoubtedly one of the great public relations successes of this government in the last 2 years, and you can see it in the data that UKIP's collected with Redfield and Wilton, is the argument that because of Brexit, we've been able to get the vaccines out more quickly than other European countries. Now, of course, you can question that, but it's a brilliant piece of PR. So they have linked Brexit to COVID in that way. And there is no doubt that the vaccine rollout is one of the things that this government gets credit for, even though there are other aspects do. So that just is to illustrate the point that a lot of this interrelationship depends on what the parties do. COVID, at least an aspect of COVID, and Brexit are being linked by the Conservatives, and I think they have been linked successfully. So they may be difficult to disentangle, even with clever multivariate analysis. On the other hand, so long as the opposition isn't linking the cost of living crisis to Brexit, then you might still be able to ply your trade.
Thank you. I'm going to end with one very unfair question, but it's come through the slider, so I'm accepting no responsibility for it. If the 2016 referendum hasn't settled the question, when will the next one be?
Well, I think the answer is probably not for a while. And probably not under the current Labour leadership. I mean, I'll give you, the most immediate scenario would be, a minority Labour administration, depending on the Democrats. And Ed Davies says, well, I'll give you a choice of poisons, proportional representation or an EU referendum. I'll take either. Now, at the moment, as it happens, because Liberal Democrats have also fought shy of Brexit, so unless they change their position, that's probably not the choice they're going to face with. So probably not. But, it was pointed out earlier today that, the Conservatives' advantage, given their age profile, is that older voters turn out to vote. Well, that's true up to a point, for so long as they are with us. But a fundamental demographic challenge that faces the Conservative Party and also faces the cause for the United Kingdom to be outside the European Union is the demographic profile of both of them. Unless the Conservative Party can persuade today's middle-aged voters to switch to them, and unless the Brexit call can persuade middle-aged voters that actually leaving is a good idea, in the longer run, actually not picking up the question of the European Union again. And again, obviously much will also depends on how well the United Kingdom does or does not do outside the European Union, and clearly all that's potentially important. But I don't think we should necessarily assume, given the demographic profile of these things, that it isn't going to happen. Perhaps, next 5 years, no, but maybe actually within the lifetime of at least half the audience that you've got with you.
Thank you very much, John. We don't have time, I'm afraid, for any more questions. I'd like to thank you so much for hanging on for us when the previous session overran, and also for just an amazingly interesting presentation and good-humoured answers to some not very fair questions at the end. Brings us to the end of the day's conference. I can't actually see the audience while sat up here with the lights in my eyes. Excellent. Thank you all for coming to what has been our first in-person event back. I just want to say a couple of thank yous to the QE2 Centre team. The hybrid worked really, really well. The best I think I've seen, although I've only ever been on the other side of the hybrid. I've only been on the remote side previously. And also a big thank you to the UK and a Change in Europe team, particularly to Ollie, our events organiser, and to Alan, who put untold hours into the report. I suspect you'll get a brief questionnaire from us about how this has gone, because it's our first in-person hybrid event and we want to learn from it. And I also hope that we'll see you at another event very soon. Thank you. Thank you.